Chapter 32:19. Damn it. Why is it so hot? That's the little lonely mountain. The mountain is like an eagle spreading its wings. However, the ridge in the center seems to have changed. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. He frowned, not knowing what happened here. If a meteorite really fell here, it's very likely that it was caused by a meteorite. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be so dry and hot, and even the mountain ridge wouldn't have undergone such a huge change. If there's no movement of the Earth's crust, the terrain of the mountain will never change. Wu Zhintian said in a low voice. His eyes swept around. They felt more and more anxious, which meant that a meteorite really fell here, causing the current situation. The top of the mountain is bare. It seems like there's nothing left in this little lonely mountain. Even the cute little animals are gone. Could it be that they were burned to death by the impact of the falling meteorite? Amit Ba. Tyrant said with a surprised expression. You really think too much. It seems that monks are compassionate. You finally feel a trace of enlightenment. Jiangchen looked at Tyrant with a startled expression on his face. The heavens had always been kind to all living things, and he never thought that Tyrant would finally be enlightened by Buddhism. Amit Ba. That's natural. Little Chinzi, you don't understand. The cuter the animal, the tastier it is. I've eaten them all these years. Tyrant said with a straight face. Jiangchen rolled her eyes and looked at Tyrant. Was this guy serious? The cuter the tastier? What kind of logic was this? Jiangchen wanted to praise him and feel that his realm had improved. However, she didn't expect this monk to eat cute little animals. What a pervert. Qingshuan's mouth twitched. Even she felt a little embarrassed for Tyrant. However, he still had an arrogant attitude and was unrestrained. You are a true man. Wine and meat pass through your intestines, but Buddha stays in your heart. Wu Zhintian said with a smile. He turned around and his eyes became sharp. The ring-shaped mountain ridge is right in front. Let's hurry up and see if there are any rewards. Wu Zhintian charged at the very front. He was old but vigorous as he walked in the air. He directly landed on a huge rock on the mountain ridge, and he just happened to be able to overlook the mountain ridge within 10,000 miles with a single glance. The closer they got to the depths of the mountain ridge, the more Jiangchen could feel an incomparably blazing energy that seemed to be constantly attacking them, trying to disperse them. However, Jiangchen didn't care because others didn't seem to have this kind of feeling. Maybe he was just hallucinating. Wuxia, look. There seems to be a massive crimson meteor over there. Tantai Jingzong narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. His pupils constricted. It's really an extraterrestrial meteorite. I also felt it. There's an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation coming from there. It's right there. Wu Zhintian's expression went cold as he nodded heavily. Jiangchen had also noticed the scarlet-red meteor that was 30 meters in size, and it seemed like an enormous savage beast that would explode at any moment. It's him. The extraterrestrial meteorite that we've been looking for is this. Even Sun Xiaolong was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but cry out, and his heart was filled with joy. It's really hard for you guys to find this place. Everyone, it's really not easy for you guys to find this place. It really makes one sigh. However, we still have to thank our friends from the fossil sect. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to find this place. A deafening laugh traveled thousands of miles and reverberated in the void. 7 figures appeared behind Tantai Jingzong and the others. The leader was a long-haired old man. He had a cold expression on his face and his smile was cold and feminine. Old man, you shameless thing. You actually want to take advantage of the situation. Wu Zhintian suddenly turned around and looked at the long-haired old man as he said angrily. Old dog Wu, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your strength hasn't improved much. The long-haired old man Guan Muran said sourly. Since when did Guandongmen do such shady things? As one of the sects under the sword-drawing sect, don't you feel ashamed? After all, your Guandongmen is one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. It's really despicable. Wu Zhintian frowned. At this moment he finally felt that something was wrong. If it weren't for Jiangchen and the others, he would have turned around and fled. However, with Jiangchen and the others around, he was also quite confident. It seemed that his previous choice was right. Master Wu, are they from Guandongmen? Tantai Jingzong also looked at Master Wu in surprise. We have never had any relations with Guandongmen. Why would they appear here? Tantai Jingzong said in puzzlement. They were currently in a very difficult situation. Fortunately, Master Wu had chosen to bring Jiang Qin and the others along. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would not be able to move a single step forward. Master Wu's foresight had saved them. Tentai Jingzong looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, this guy was actually looking at them casually as if it was none of his business. If there was a life-and-death battle, she really didn't believe that Jiang Qin and the others would fight to the death. Although you guys have suffered heavy losses, you actually have a benefactor to help you. Seems that you guys are not fated to die in the hands of the giant spider. But now, I'm afraid you guys won't be so lucky. Guan Muran crossed his arms and said with a sneer. Even so, it's impossible for you guys to escape from our Guangdong men. Guan Muran, do you really think that you can make our fossil sect bow down to you? You're too full of yourself. With just 7 half-step deity emperors, do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. Although their current strength was slightly weaker, it was not enough to sit and wait for death. Moreover, Jiang Qin's strength was not enough, but Tyrant, Fire Qilin and Xianxia were all true experts. They could definitely fight 1 against 2. At this moment they might not be at a disadvantage. I thought that fossil sect was very powerful. Don't you still need to rely on others to help you? Otherwise you're just a pile of trash. Guan Muran said disdainfully, mocking Wu Zhentian and the others. There's no need for you to set me up. Guan Muran, you despicable and shameless bastard. You've been hiding behind us all this time trying to snatch the meteorite away from us. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I won't let you succeed. Chapter 32:20. Guan Muran's appearance had directly disrupted Wu Zhentian's previous plan. Fortunately, he was wise enough to bring Jiang Qin and the others along. Otherwise, he would have no way out now. Not to mention fighting for the meteorites, it would be very difficult for him to leave this place with his life intact. Wu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. Tentai Jingzong's eyes were cold as she looked at these people. A battle was already unavoidable. They must make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise they would be at a disadvantage. Strike first and gain the upper hand. No one wanted to let the other party leave this place alive. However, everyone had fear in their heart, including Guan Muran. She did not know the means of Jiang Qin and the others, but even so many giant spiders could not do anything to them. These fellows were definitely not ordinary people. Tentai Jingzong's expression was grim. She had already prepared herself. It wouldn't be that easy for these fellows to snatch the food from their mouths. Huh. You speak so dignified and with such certainty. How did you get this information? Do you need me to explain it too much? As if your petrified sect is a righteous sect. If it wasn't for the annihilation of a small sect, would you guys be able to get this information? I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Our Guangdong men has been paying attention to you guys for a long time, so you don't have to feel any pressure. This is fate. You guys dying here is also the will of the heavens. Of course, you guys don't have the qualifications to take the meteorite. Guan Muran sneered. Although the people of the petrified sect had done their best to keep it a secret, it was because they had been watching the people of the petrified sect for a long time. Otherwise they wouldn't be so clear about it. Despicable and shameless fellows. So it turns out that you guys are the ones who killed the people of the 7 Brilliant sect. You bunch of despicable bastards. Today I will definitely take revenge for the innocent disciples of the 7 Brilliant sect that died. What's so great about the Guangdong men? Do you think that my petrified sect is afraid of you? Wu Zhentian took a step forward and faced Guan Muran with equal harshness. Guan Muran's expression was also cold as he stared at Wu Zhentian. A great battle was about to break out between the two of them. Don't blame me for not reminding you, old dog Wu. If you go against me, Guangdong men, you won't have a good ending. I have to give you a warning right now. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise your soul will scatter. At that time everyone here will die. Guan Muran faintly said as if he was giving Wu Zhentian a final ultimatum. You're a shameless madman. You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? You're dreaming. Let's see who's stronger. If you can defeat me, then I, Wu Zhentian, will accept your punishment. Wu Zhentian pointed his sword at Guan Muran, emitting a chilling aura that shook the heavens. Jiang Qin looked at the confrontation between Wu Zhentian and Guan Muran. He had some understanding in his heart. So it turned out that these two fellows had enmity from the beginning. Whether it was the Guangdong men or the petrified sect, they didn't seem to be easy to deal with. This time it seemed that he had to take action. At the very least he had to deal with these people first. Fine, then I'll give you a taste of my strength. In this world there will always be people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ah. Guanmu Ran laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment he had no reason to hesitate. If he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would obviously be a good thing. However, these fellows from the petrified sect were stubborn. He had no choice but to punish them. Today, although the Guangdong men did not turn out in full force, they had brought out nearly half of their experts. 7 half-step divine emperors were already a considerable force of the Guangdong men. These 7 experts were enough to make countless people tremble in fear. If it was only Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong, the 7 of them would definitely be able to suppress them. However, there was a half-step divine emperor Fire Qilin and 2 half-step divine emperors. It was enough to make Guanmu Ran take this seriously. Even though they had the upper hand, Guanmu Ran did not dare to let his guard down. If he failed, it would be a total annihilation. Guanmu Ran had brought out the mainstay of the entire petrified sect. He could not afford to lose them. Moreover, he had bought a double insurance this time. He would not return empty-handed. There's no point in talking. What are you waiting for? Wu Zhentian said coldly. His sword qi buzzed, pointing at Guanmu Ran. Both of his hands were ready to fight. Everyone, we might have to trouble you again. Wu Zhentian looked at Jiang Qin and the others and said, It's all right. It's a must. After all, we have a share of the meteorite. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. We're not talking about you. You don't have to be humble. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Qin. This was a battle between half-step divine emperors. Jiang Qin would not be able to participate in it. This time they were outnumbered by 2 people. It would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. That's right. Monk, you guys might have to suffer again. Zai. Jiang Qin shook his head and looked at Tyrant. Haha, you weakling. Just stay here and watch me teach them a lesson. Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin with delight. He was secretly pleased to see little Qinzi being scolded by Tantai Jingzong. Hee, to think that you'd have such a day. Tyrant said through divine sense. This wasn't the first time that Jiang Qin was ignored. Jiang Qin was too lazy to take action. With Tyrant here, he didn't need to worry at all. There was still a gap between the strength of these people and Tyrant. This was also a good opportunity for him to understand how strong the experts of the Central Region Divine Land were. Reckless fools. Go. Let's show them the power of our Guangdong Gate. Guanmu Ran waved his hand and the 6 half-step deity emperors behind him charged forward at this moment. An incomparably domineering aura swept across the area. The 6 of them had boundless might, their aura towering like a silver snake, like a surging sea. Guanmu Ran's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Wu Zhentian. The silver ring great blade in his hand shone brightly, tearing the void apart. Wu Zhentian and Guanmu's swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere and shot up into the sky. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. Neither of them were willing to give way. Neither of them was willing to give way. Every step they took was filled with killing intent, and it seemed as if every inch in front of them was filled with killing intent. The monk didn't hold back at all. He charged forward and fought 1 against 3. He single-handedly pulled the attacks of the 3 of them and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Tantai Jingzong, Zhou Xian and Fire Qilin each faced a half-step divine emperor. The momentum of their attacks was not weak at all. They almost completely crushed their opponents. Titan Jingzong, Zhou Xian and Fire Qilin were all ferocious. They would not feel pressured even if they were to fight 1 against 2. However, their opponents were all taken away by Tyrant. This person was completely fighting 1 against 3. No one could do anything as they were all suppressed by Tyrant. Chapter 32:21. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding Tsong mountain to crumble. The mountain ridge was in a mess, the rocks were shattered and the ancient trees were turned into ashes. The battle between half-step divine emperors was incomparable to the battle between half-step divine emperors. Hey, truly powerful. Brother, we are in the same boat. How long do we have to wait to be as outstanding as them? We are all in the same boat, why do we need to know each other? It's sad, truly sad. Sun Xiaolong patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a sigh. It's not our fault that we are weak, it's just that we haven't cultivated for a long time. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. This is not a reason. You have cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years, yet they are stronger than you in just 3,000 years. Don't you have any shame? Although you can't be compared to the strongest prodigies, You should at least be better than them, right? Otherwise, how would you have the face to continue cultivating? Your way of thinking is wrong. I have to criticize you. Little brother, we only have one life to pursue the path of the strong, to pursue the Tao of eternal life, to be unrivaled. We have to put on the right attitude. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. We have to strive to be the strongest in order to gain a foothold in the divine world. It's not a good thing to be complacent. You should always think that I'm the weakest. I must work hard and cultivate hard. Only then can I be stronger than anyone else. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. He felt that Zhou Xian did not have the attitude that an expert should have. Compared to the other 3 half-step divine emperors, he was a typical example of a person who did not want to improve. You can't give up on yourself. You are the weakest among the 4 of you. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel wronged? If I had reached the half-step divine emperor realm, the situation today would have been reversed. I would have fought against 10 of them and killed them all for the sake of our petrified sect. It's a pity that the heavens don't fulfill our wishes. I still can't reach the half-step divine emperor realm. This step is too difficult. But that doesn't stop me from having the heart of a powerhouse that doesn't dare to yield. Do you understand? Sun Xiaolong tirelessly taught Zhou Xian. His face was filled with pride. After all, he was stronger than Zhou Xian. There was no doubt about it. That was why he was able to slightly satisfy his pride. If not, he reckoned that he would be the weakest one and his heart would definitely suffer a severe injury. It would be harder for him to fight Zhou Xian than to fight Zhou Xian himself. Seeing Zhou Xian nod, Sun Xiaolong continued. You see, my strength has already reached the peak of the hierarch realm and is even comparable to a half-step divine emperor. It's impossible for an ordinary half-step divine emperor to kill me. However, I have never been arrogant or rash. I take the sect as my responsibility and cultivate quietly without any regrets. One day I will become an elder of the fossil sect. One day I will make them look at me in a different light. At that time, it will be the moment when you witness a miracle for me. That day shouldn't be too far away, right? With your current strength, you will need at least 100,000 years to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. That's the least. However, you mustn't be discouraged. The path of cultivation is about stealing yin and yang, seizing fortune, grasping life and death. If you want to achieve great things, you must start from your heart. If not for the enlightened master's help today, I'm afraid I would have to fight against the 2 of them alone. In front of the enlightened master, I won't show my meager strength. Sun Xiaolong had a proud look on his face. Zhou Xian was his best listener. Moreover, he could show off from time to time. It was really comfortable. Even if it was a life-and-death battle, Sun Xiaolong wouldn't need his help. Sun Xiaolong was here to cheer for the fossil sect. This was what Sun Xiaolong was best at. The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth was still hanging a faint smile. This Sun Xiaolong was really arrogant, but it was true that he didn't want to stand out. However, his arrogance was still within the scope of his actions. After all, he would never act in front of a true half-step divine emperor expert. However, he always felt that he could suppress Zhou Xian when he was in front of Zhou Qian. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong was giving Zhou Qian advice like an elder. Even Zhou Qian felt that Sun Xiaolong was too hateful. However, it didn't affect Sun Xiaolong too much. This fellow was quite amusing. He saw through Zhou Qian's tricks but didn't point it out. Moreover, he was only a late hierarch. He was indeed not qualified to challenge the world. Even Tantai Jingzong ignored him. Sun Xiaolong would definitely not believe him. Looks like the enlightened being's strength is really unparalleled. To be able to fight against 3 at a time like this, it really makes us sigh with regret. Sun Xiaolong said respectfully to Tyrant. His eyes were filled with admiration. Tyrant was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhintian were no match for him. Everyone knew this. However, Tyrant was also a half-step divine emperor expert, yet he was able to fight against 3 of them at the same time. This was something that everyone had to take note of. When they were fighting against the giant spider, they already knew how strong Tyrant was. How could they not be shocked when they saw him fighting against a half-step divine emperor expert? He's really powerful. The enlightened being's strength is definitely comparable to a divine emperor expert. That's right. With such a powerful means, we are truly left in the dust. Even our teacher Wu and senior Tantai might not be a match for Daoist master. That's only natural. Daoist master is kind and compassionate, which is why we are able to live our lives today. Otherwise, when we faced the giant spider, we would have definitely died. Even Master Wu and Senior Tantai could only watch from afar, and we would only be cannon fodder. With the enlightened being here, this Guangdong men wouldn't dare to kill us. Now that the enlightened being is as stable as Mount Tai, we have already gained some advantages. Those middle hierarch realm disciples of the petrified sect were also shocked. As the elite disciples of the petrified sect, they could see that the current situation was quite advantageous to them. Once they were defeated, the entire petrified sect would be in deep trouble. Look at you. Why can't you be compared to the enlightened being? You're not as strong as the enlightened being, but you can still boast. Although you have the protection of the 5 divine fires, it's still not your true strength. There's an old saying that goes, to forge iron you need to be strong. If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to achieve anything. You need to learn from this lesson. You need to understand that I'm saying these words for your own good. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even bother to say these words to them. However, you and I are kindred spirits, that's why I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. You need to know where you stand and how far you are from becoming an expert. Chapter 32:22. Our senior brother Sun's words are priceless advice. Yeah, with senior brother Sun's help, we have avoided a lot of detours. Senior brother Sun is warm-hearted, but he is always misunderstood by others. We all feel disappointed for him. However, senior brother Sun has never been afraid of power, and he takes good care of us, the weaker disciples. Hearing Sun Xiaolong's words, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This guy is really a weirdo. The name Big Mouth Sun is really suitable for Sun Xiaolong. Look, senior sister Tantai has taken the upper hand. That person from Guangdong Gate is almost at his limit. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, Tantai Jingzong's opponent was already struggling. He was forced to retreat step by step. He could not even contend against Tantai Jingzong. As expected of senior sister Tantai. He's amazing. Many people were cheering for Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong was the ultimate goddess in their hearts. Although they could not fight side by side with their goddess, Tantai Jingzong was the pride of their fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong did not disappoint them. He was the first to defeat his opponent, and even heavily injured that half-step deity emperor. At this moment, the morale of the fossil sect soared. Besides Tantai Jingzong, the Fire Qilin and Qingxuan's opponents were not their opponents at all. They were being suppressed miserably. The Fire Qilin did not even use 30% of his strength, and his opponent was already on the verge of falling. Tyrant was strolling leisurely as if he was playing around. He had already defeated 3 half-step deity emperors. Now only Guan Muran was still struggling. The battle between him and Wu Zhintian was quite intense. Both of them did not give way to each other. However, seeing the people around him falling one by one, Guan Muran's expression became more and more unsightly. Your people are about to die. Wu Zhintian sneered. At this moment, Guan Muran's breathing stagnated and his face turned solemn. 6 half-step deity emperors were severely injured. None of them were spared. The situation instantly became one-sided. Guan Muran never thought that the people behind Wu Zhintian would be so terrifying. Moreover, they only met by chance. This could only be said that their luck was too good. It should have been easy, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong midway. These people were actually in cahoots with the petrified sect. This made Guan Muran quite depressed. Now his situation had been completely reversed. He should have been the one to punish the petrified sect, but he was the one being punished instead. This kind of disparity could be said to be quite big. No one could understand Guan Muran's current gloomy mood, but this was the truth. He had still underestimated Tyrant and the others. If there were only these people from the petrified sect, he would naturally be able to capture them easily. Bastard! I can't accept this. Guan Muran roared in rage. His face was as gloomy as water. When he turned around, Tyrant struck out a seal and killed 3 half-step deity emperors. Their heads flew and fell down, rolling in front of Guan Muran. Guan Muran took a deep breath and his body trembled. 3 half-step deity emperors were killed just like that. Who exactly is this guy? Guan Muran struck out with his palm, and his blade swept horizontally as he forced Wu Zhintian back. At this moment he was completely exhausted and it was completely difficult for him to continue. He was all alone and it was difficult for him to hold on. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Wu Zhintian did not intend to let Su Muran leave just like that. Unexpectedly, not only did Su Muran not leave, but he even turned around and attacked Wu Zhintian crazily. "Please help me, divine messenger." Guan Muron's eyes were cold and his expression was cold. He shouted in a low voice that made everyone's heart tremble. "Divine messenger?" Wu Zhintian's expression was cold and his face was extremely cold. "Who is this divine messenger?" "Useless thing." A loud roar resounded. A young expert in a black robe took a step forward and directly pushed Wu Zhintian back. His aura was imposing and majestic. His long robe was majestic and domineering. His eyes were like torches and his aura was like the wind. "Thank you, divine messenger." Guan Muron's eyes lit up. When this so-called divine messenger made a move, Guan Muron's expression immediately changed. The corner of his mouth was full of joy. "Your strength is too weak. I'm really disappointed." "The divine messenger," said with a cold expression. "Divine messenger?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Where did this guy come from? Why was Guan Muron so respectful? Not only Jiang Chen but even Wu Zhintian was confused. Who is this guy? "It's the divine messenger of the divine pagoda." Tantai Jingzong's expression changed as he said in a deep voice. Because he saw the faintly discernible divine pagoda in the young man's hand. Wu Zhintian's heart skipped a beat. He could not believe it and was unwilling to believe it. Is this guy really the divine messenger of the divine pagoda? Today's matter will not be resolved so easily. May I ask if you're really the divine messenger of the divine pagoda? Wu Zhintian was incomparably shocked. Whether it was true or not, he could not let his guard down. Otherwise, if he really offended the divine messenger of the divine pagoda, not to mention him, even the fossil sect and the sword-drawing sect of the Kunshan commandery would not be able to escape the blame. In the entire central province divine land, the divine pagoda was a taboo existence that could not be ignored. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can scram now. Otherwise you'll be killed without mercy. The divine messenger of the divine pagoda said indifferently. He did not put Wu Zhintian and the others in his eyes at all. Even Guan Muron was the same. Wu Zhintian was a little sullen. He had gone through a lot of trouble to find the meteorite and even had dozens of elite disciples. Now this bastard actually asked him to scram? Even if it was someone from the divine pagoda, Wu Zhintian found it hard to accept. This was simply a great humiliation. You can scram now. Huh, can't you hear me? The divine messenger wants you to scram. Scram out of here. Guan Muron laughed and said arrogantly. Although he had lost 3 half-step divine emperor experts, Wu Zhintian did not dare to challenge him anymore. He looked as if he was scared out of his wits. As for the people of the fossil sect, none of them dared to say a word. Guan Muron's heart was filled with pride. However, he was unwilling to let them go just like that. But the divine messenger would not become his chess piece. He could only swallow his anger. After all, the people of the fossil sect were more miserable than him. Guan Muron, don't go too far. Fight me to death if you're capable. Chapter 32-23. Master Wu, so what if he's a divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda? Our petrified sect will never yield. Moreover, he's just a half-step divine emperor. There's no need to fear him. Tantai Jingzong said in a deep voice. Wu Zhintian glared at Tantai Jingzong and said in a low voice, "You don't know how terrifying the Buddha pagoda is. You simply don't know how terrifying the pagoda is. Even if it's only a divine envoy of the pagoda, he's definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Once this matter is known by the pagoda, our petrified sect will have difficulty keeping our lives. You must not speak nonsense." Seeing how shocked and fearful Wu Zhintian was, even Jiang Chen's expression became serious. Was the might of this pagoda really that strong? A mere divine envoy and a half-step divine emperor at that, could scare Wu Zhintian and the others to this extent? It seems like the Buddha pagoda is a totem in the central region divine land. No one dares to offend it. However, would Wu Zhin really be willing to give away the meteorite that he had gone through so much trouble and went through so many dangers just like that? He was unwilling, but what else could he do? Going against the divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda would not end well. Moreover, it might bring disaster to them. For the sake of the big picture, Wu Zhintian could only settle for the next best thing and choose to avoid it. Even if he had a lot of bitterness in his heart, he could only swallow it down. Sigh, what bad luck. How did we encounter the divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda? Our petrified sect can't be so unlucky. How did this Guangdong gate have anything to do with the Buddha pagoda? Sun Xiaolong sighed. His eyes were filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. Every one of them was the same. However, they were intimidated by the might of the Buddha pagoda. Even if there was only a half-step divine emperor, divine envoy standing here, they did not dare to act rashly. Is this Buddha pagoda really that powerful? There's only one person. Let's just kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Qin glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's complexion immediately changed. He almost covered Jiang Chen's mouth and said in a low voice, "Oh. I don't dare to say that. If the people from the Divine Pagoda find out, then our entire fossil sect will not be able to escape death. You don't know what the Divine Pagoda means in the Central Province Divine Land. It's an unreachable existence, a sun that will never set." Sun Xiaolong's high evaluation of the Buddha's pagoda caused Jiang Qin to be slightly speechless. Aren't they deifying the Buddha's pagoda too much? Even if the Buddha's pagoda was sufficiently formidable, was it necessary to scare them to such an extent? However, there was one thing that Jiang Qin was now even more clear about. If he wanted to deal with the divine pagoda, it might be difficult for him to even take a single step forward. Even a large sect like the fossil sect would turn pale when they heard of the divine pagoda. No sect would dare to provoke them. The might of the divine pagoda was simply a taboo in the central region divine land. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He didn't believe it. If it's the divine envoy of the divine pagoda, then does he have a token? Don't tell me that the divine envoy doesn't even have a way to prove himself? Jiang Qin took a step forward and said in a loud voice. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Jiang Qin. Tantai Jingzong was no exception. This guy was really arrogant. It was fine if he was arrogant in front of him, but now he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. It must be said that at this moment, Tantai Jingzong actually somewhat admired Jiang Qin. This guy was extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the people of the divine pagoda in his eyes. But to put it bluntly, if he really offended the divine envoy of the divine pagoda, then his little life might also leave this world. You dare to question my existence? The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he stared at Jiang Qin. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent. No one had ever dared to question his existence before. This guy was simply courting death. The divine pagoda was unreachable. Even the divine envoys were supreme existences. No one dared to disobey them. Now that they were being questioned, one could imagine how angry they were. Please calm down, divine envoy. I'm not questioning the divine envoy. I'm just a little curious. Please don't blame me, divine envoy. Wu Zhintian quickly said. He did not dare to question the divine envoy's identity at all. Otherwise, if the divine envoy was angry, then everyone would be implicated. You're just a little late hierarch realm brat. How dare you challenge the divine envoy? I think you're tired of living. These people are simply disrespecting the divine envoy. Guan Muron added oil to the fire. At this moment he naturally wanted to start a fire. It would be best if the divine envoy could make them disappear from this world completely. To Guan Muron, the death of several of his junior brothers was a great enmity. However, at this moment the divine envoy was the leader. So, you're also questioning my identity? The divine envoy looked at Wu Zhintian. Wu Zhintian's expression changed. He subconsciously took a step back without saying a word. Please calm down, divine envoy. I didn't mean it like that. I hope the divine envoy can be wise and not listen to slanderous words. Wu Zhintian cupped his fists and said helplessly. The divine envoy flipped his hand and a black iron token appeared in his hand. He coldly said, "Open your dog eyes and see if I'm the real divine envoy of the divine pagoda." The divine envoy coldly snorted and said. Everyone from the fossil sect was shocked. Jiang Qin was the one who made it, and Jiang Qin was the one who made it. They almost died in the hands of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Elder Wu's timely response, Jiang Qin's words might have implicated their lives. Their lives were saved by Jiang Qin, but they almost died at this moment. Please calm down, divine envoy. We understand our intention to offend you. Wu Zhintian sighed and said with a difficult expression. I can spare your lives, but that guy must die. No one can provoke the dignity of the divine pagoda. No one is an exception. The divine envoy looked straight at Jiang Qin and said angrily. He didn't care about Wu Zhintian and the others, but if someone dared to question his identity, then that person must die. Want to kill me? Ah, you're really dreaming. The divine pagoda? I Zhang Qian really don't put you in my eyes. Zhang Qian sneered and said. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone looked at him in shock. He actually dared to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. Wasn't this too terrifying? Sun Xiaolong looked at Zhang Qian in astonishment. This guy was definitely crazy. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda? Chapter 32-24. Good, very good. There's actually someone who doesn't even put the divine emissary in his eyes. This kind of person should be dismembered and his soul refined so that he can never be reincarnated. Guan Muran gnashed his teeth and said. At this moment he couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Otherwise, when would he be able to avenge his junior brother? To Guan Muran, hitting someone who was down was too easy. There was simply no one more suitable than him to do this. Good boy, you actually don't even put the divine pagoda in your eyes. You're really impressive. I have to say that you're the first. So I must properly play with you. The divine emissary sneered and said. His eyes shone brightly and a terrifying aura pressed down, directly enveloping Zhang Qian. Wu Zhintian suddenly slapped his thigh. Zhang Qian, you're really too impulsive. At this time it's very likely that you'll implicate others. Even my petrified sect is no exception. Do you know who you've offended? Even if you have a few powerful friends, can they protect you forever? His arrogance was simply unimaginable. At this time, their situation had once again fallen into a crisis, directly causing everyone to fall into a dangerous situation. On the contrary, Tantai Jingzong looked at Zhang Qian with interest. At this time I want to see how you're going to deal with this. The person you've offended is the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Do you think you can settle this with just a few words? It seems that you're well aware that there's a tiger on the mountain. The smile at the corner of Tantai Jingzong's mouth was profound and even had a hint of playfulness. Even if Zhang Qian died, he only had himself to blame. However, she naturally didn't want to see this scene happen. She only wanted to see Zhang Qian receive the slap in the face that he deserved for his arrogance. Enlightened being, tell me, what should we do now? Wu Zhintian was completely at a loss. Now that the divine emissary was enraged, the target of her anger was none other than Zhang Qian. Even if he wanted to protect Zhang Qian, he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only seek help from Tyrant. However, Tyrant and the others didn't care at all. It was as if they would raise both hands in approval of whatever Zhang Qian did. Even if it was wrong, they would still support him. It's not a big deal. What's there to fuss about? Tyrant shrugged. He was completely unafraid of the so-called divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. He was just one person, so how much trouble could he cause? At most he would just kill him. The tyrant monk did not know anything about the slaughter pagoda. Even if he did, with Zhang Qian around, what was there to be afraid of? He and little Qinzi weren't cowards. Even in the West Pole divine region no one could catch them. Not to mention the desolate divine region was desolate and uninhabited. Even if it was the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda, what was there to worry about? This, Wu Zhintian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After hearing Tyrant's words, the divine emissary didn't care about anything at all. They had offended the Buddhist pagoda, so they wouldn't have a good time. Now that the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was enraged, the ending might be unimaginable to them. Sai, what should we do? Wu Zhintian clenched his teeth and smiled bitterly. However, he had no other choice. The consequences of offending the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was not something they could bear. Zhang Qian and the others were completely fearless. However, they had the entire petrified sect behind them, so they had no choice but to think carefully. It was not worth it to sacrifice the entire sect for a meteorite from outer space. Arrogant to the extreme. How dare you ignore the Buddhist pagoda? Today I will use you as an offering to the heavens to clear the name of the Buddhist pagoda. Petrified sect, if any of you obstruct us, it will be considered as offending the Buddhist pagoda. You will be killed without mercy. The divine emissary said angrily. His gaze was locked onto Zhang Qian. This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing him would be a good way to establish our prestige. What kind of ability could a late hierarch realm guy have? Wu Zhintian was in a dilemma. However, it was too inhumane to ask them to remain indifferent to Zhang Qian's death. After all, Zhang Qian had saved them before. You guys better not get involved. Otherwise, if the petrified sect defends the Buddhist pagoda, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to move a single step in the central region divine land. I can't bear this sin, Zhang Qian said with a smile. He wasn't being sarcastic. He didn't have anything to worry about, but they were afraid of the slightest thing. They had the petrified sect as their backing, but at the same time they were also a burden. They were overcautious and didn't dare to go all out in a battle. If he were to implicate them at this time, it would definitely be a torture for them. Why do you have to do this? Wu Zhentian felt sad in his heart. Zhang Qian was purely looking for trouble for him. You're such a good fella, but you're too good at acting. Why do you have to be so serious with them? It's really sad. Little brother, you're going to die from acting. Sun Xiaolong felt sorry for Zhang Qian. He was such a good pretentious listener, but now his life was going to end soon. How could he not feel sorry for him? I want the meteorite, but they're blocking my way. Therefore I can only kill them. That way no one will be able to snatch my things. Zhang Qian said indifferently. Trash strength, but your ambition is not small. Do you think that the meteorite is something that you can touch? Humph. The divine emissary said with a sneer. He was already walking towards Zhang Qian with overflowing killing intent. I only know that you guys are not qualified to touch it, Zhang Qian said calmly. He was not afraid of the divine emissary at all. Arrogant fella, you're not qualified at all, Guan Muran said disdainfully. This kind of trash, I can kill him with a single palm. Why do you need divine emissary to do it? Trash? Ah, you guys are the trash. Whoever dares to touch Zhang Qian, I'll take your life. Tyrant charged forward, completely blocking the divine emissary's path. Both of them looked at each other. Tyrant was not interested in this so-called divine emissary at all. You want to do it with me too? Do you have the qualifications? The divine emissary looked at Tyrant coldly. Noisy fella, it's useless to say more. You better die. Tyrant ignored the divine emissary's words and attacked crazily. He did not put the divine emissary in his eyes at all. His momentum was incomparably ferocious. Previously he had killed 3 half-step divine emperors. Now even this divine emissary was not a match for Tyrant. If it wasn't for the divine emissary's identity, he would have already taken care of this fella. Chapter 32:25. All of you must die. Anyone who dares to offend my Buddhist pagoda shall be killed without mercy. The divine emissary and Tyrant instantly clashed with each other. However, Tyrant was too strong. No one could stop his momentum. In less than 10 moves, the divine emissary was forced into a passive position by Tyrant. As one of the best half-step divine emperors, Tyrant was not afraid of anyone. Damned fellas, what are you guys still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The divine emissary furiously shouted and glanced at Guan Muran's group. Guan Muran's group of 4 felt their hearts tremble and they hastily took action to help the divine emissary. However, at the same time, Xianxia and the fire Qilin were not to be outdone. The 2 of them completely blocked Guan Muran's path and started fighting once more. Wu Zhentian felt ashamed in his heart and sighed. At this moment he was the one who had sunk into deep self-blame. Go to hell. Tyrant's palm imprint was filled with a domineering aura, causing the divine emissary to be unable to retaliate. With lightning speed, the divine emissary was heavily injured. The fire Qilin also forced Guan Muran to retreat. Xianxia had killed 3 defeated soldiers in a row, and Guan Muran was forced into a passive position. He was suppressed by Xianxia and the fire Qilin, and it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables. A bunch of trash. Zhang Qian shook his head and sighed. In Tantai Jingzong's eyes, Zhang Qian was too pretentious. He did not take any action at all. A mere late hierarch could cause trouble and was so arrogant. Tyrant and the others were willing to clean up after Zhang Qian's mess. This bastard will get his people into trouble sooner or later. At this time, Tyrant continued to rush forward, causing the insufferably arrogant divine emissary to retreat frantically. However, Tyrant's Buddhist charm was too terrifying, and the divine emissary was unable to escape. Under the shocked gazes of Wu Zhentian, Guan Muran and the others, the divine emissary was killed. The divine messenger's body was destroyed and his soul wanted to escape. However, he was caught by Zhang Qian, who was already prepared. He immediately grabbed the great Yu soul-forming light. Zhang Qian picked up the Buddha token from the ground. This token seemed to be a good thing. He might be able to use it in the future. You've really picked up a bargain. Tantai Jingzong gave a faint smile that was full of charm, but he still had the disdain of Lung Lung. Jiang Chen had no ability and had to rely on others. When he got into trouble he could only hide behind others and only came out to show off now. This really made Tantai Jingzong very unhappy. This guy's vanity was too strong. Dead. He's really dead. Wu Zhintian sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda was really dead. Jiang Chen and the others were simply fugitives. They were too terrifying. They didn't even put the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda in their eyes. Guan Muran was screaming miserably again and again. Even his last reliance, the divine emissary of the Buddha's pagoda, was dead. He didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. He was burnt to death by the divine flames of the fire Qilin, and even his soul was burnt to a crisp. The entire mountain ridge became quiet once again. The methods of Jiang Chen and the others were simply too overbearing. Phew, they're all dead. This time we can collect the meteorites without worry. Sun Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incomparably excited. Although Jiang Chen and the others had killed the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda, they must solve the matter of the meteorites as soon as possible. Now you're thinking about the meteorites? Why didn't you talk about fighting against the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda before? If it wasn't for us, would you still have the chance to stand here and collect the meteorites? Don't you have any shame? Tyrant directly rebuked Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong was rendered speechless. His face was ashen, but he couldn't say a word to refute. Because at this moment even Wu Zhintian felt ashamed. His old face was red. How could he open his mouth to collect the meteorites now? It was simply too shameless. Tantai Jingzong stood there without batting an eyelid. She knew that they were no longer qualified to compete for the meteorites. Everyone was selfish. Even Wu Zhintian, Sun Xiaolong and Tantai Jingzong were no exception. But at this moment Tantai Jingzong knew that she didn't help Jiang Chen, so she was no longer qualified to touch the meteorites even though they were the ones who found them. However, there was an indisputable truth. If they had allowed the people of the Buddha pagoda to act, then they wouldn't have been able to obtain the meteorites at all. So now she didn't say a word. She wouldn't fight for something that didn't belong to her. This was her respect for Tyrant and the others as well as her trust in them. Wu Zhintian's face was full of embarrassment. Previously, when they were dealing with the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda, they couldn't wait to draw a line with Jiang Chen. Now, no matter what, they couldn't raise their heads and ask for the meteorites. Didn't I think that we should share blessings and misfortunes together? After all, we've experienced life and death together. Sun Xiaolong said shamelessly with a smile on his face. How can you say something like that? This Buddha is going to die of laughter. Sharing blessings and misfortunes together, but did you guys do it? You don't want to face difficulties, but you want to share blessings. How ironic. Previously I saved you guys because of Jiang Chen's benevolence. I didn't intend to help, but Jiang Chen asked me to help you guys get out of danger. Not only did you guys not thank Jiang Chen, but you also treated Jiang Chen coldly. Can't the weak get respect? Were the strong destined to step on the weak and shit on them? I don't think so. What else do you want to say this time? You still have the face to ask for the meteorites? What a joke. We are benevolent, but we aren't stupid. Tyrant's words left Wu Zhintian speechless. At this time he indeed had nothing to say. Because of the previous incident, they had clearly lost Tyrant's trust. At this time, it was naturally impossible for them to make a move against Tyrant and the others. Tantai Jingzong also looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that it was this meddlesome guy who saved their lives. It seemed that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Forget it, we can't blame them for this matter. I was the one who suggested that they don't join us, so we can't blame anyone else. I also don't want to implicate them. After all, the Buddha's pagoda's influence in the central region divine land is too great. To put it bluntly, I also don't want to cause a rift between us because of this matter. In the worst-case scenario, it is very likely that we will become a sect that will be destroyed. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, Little friend Jiang Chen, I'm really touched that you can think this way. I am really ashamed to face you guys in this matter. Forgive me for my selfishness. I still have so many sect disciples to protect. Wu Zhintian was filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't comment. However, he really didn't blame them. You can take 30% of the meteorites. The rest belongs to me. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the meteorites at the foot of the distant mountain ridge. Wu Zhentian and the others were overjoyed when they heard the news. Their faces were filled with excitement, especially Wu Zhentian. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was ordinary, what he had done was worthy of respect. Seems that you are still a man. Chapter 32-26. Jiang Chen had already done his best. After all, he felt that these meteorites were found by the fossil sect. Even if he obtained them, it would not be good for him to keep them to himself. Otherwise it would be too greedy. Jiang Chen had never been a selfish person. Moreover, the people of the fossil sect also had their own difficulties. It was already a great fortune for him to obtain the meteorites out of nowhere. Jiang Chen would not block the path of others. Wu Zhentian was also very grateful to Jiang Chen. No one knew better than him how precious the meteorites were. Especially to the fossil sect, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Although 20 to 30% of it was not all they had, it was still a lot. Jiang Chen had killed the divine messenger of the Buddhist tower. Those meteorites were supposed to belong to them. Wu Zhentian was already very happy to be able to obtain some. Right at this moment, Wu Zhentian could faintly feel that the backbone of this group of 3 men and 1 beast wasn't Tyrant, but Jiang Chen, who seemed to be the weakest among them. Wu Zhentian was surprised by this. Wasn't strength the most important thing here? This late hierarch young man could actually make everyone listen to his orders. It was really surprising. Master Wu, look. That's a horrifying black whirlwind. Sun Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he noticed the horrifying black whirlwind. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it. However, the black whirlwind did not leave, nor did it sweep over. Instead, it was constantly rolling on the mountain ridge, filled with strange colors. It's indeed a black whirlwind. Is it intentional? Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. Even he could not see the depth of the black whirlwind. He did not know what was going on. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Jiang Chen's eyes were focused on the black whirlwind. He also felt a trace of a strange feeling. The black whirlwind seemed to be controlled by someone. It was not a natural wind. Let me go and see if someone is deliberately mystifying us. The fire Qilin bravely stepped on the auspicious cloud of flames and soared into the sky, directly flying towards the strange black whirlwind. Not long after, the fire Qilin rushed into the black whirlwind. Its flames were like torches, burning the void and scattering the black whirlwind. At this time, the fire Qilin returned with a satisfied smile. Perhaps we're just too nervous. It's just a gust of wind, nothing else. After the fire Qilin finished speaking, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed down the mountain ridge towards the meteorites. At this time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed an increasingly excited smile. As long as he obtained these meteorites, he would have the opportunity to refine the 108 primordial divine tools. As long as he succeeded, there would definitely be a great change. At that time, the real change would be the Ashura sword formation. Once the sword formation expanded, it would be an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. Once Jiang Chen finished refining the 108 primordial divine tools, he would have the confidence to challenge a divine emperor expert. It was too difficult for Jiang Chen to break through to the divine emperor realm. He did not even know when he would be able to do so. However, once the Ashura sword formation changed again, his strength would definitely be more ferocious. With the fusion of heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would at least be invincible in the divine emperor realm. Even if he encountered a stronger expert, he could still try it. However, what Jiang Chen cared about the most was the heavenly lightning in the rush thunder diagram. If he wanted to break through, the heavenly lightning would play a crucial role. It was likely to make Jiang Chen soar to the sky. By fusing the 4th heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would have the strength to fight against stronger experts for a few months. However, it was quite difficult for him now. The only thing he could do now was to get this extraterrestrial meteorite as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The extraterrestrial meteorite had a radius of 1 zhang and was covered with colorful meteorite powder. However, the most eye-catching thing was the layers of gray powder. The gray powder seemed to be a terrifying metal material. Although it had been burnt, it was still quite terrifying. It was likely that the meteorite had collided with the space of the divine world, causing the meteorite to become distorted. Wow! What a huge extraterrestrial meteorite! Sun Xiaolong was shocked. He even looked at the huge meteorite as if he was looking at a huge treasure. He stroked the huge meteorite and his eyeballs almost popped out. Even if it was only 30%, it was still a huge piece of divine stone. Could definitely be used to refine more than one divine weapon or treasure. Yeah, with so many meteorites, I wonder how many divine weapons or treasure could be forged. It's really a great fortune, a great fortune. Yeah, it would be great if all of them belonged to our fossil sect. This was originally found by our fossil sect. It should be our fossil sect that gets the biggest share. Say. A few disciples of the fossil sect muttered with indignation on their faces. However, they were reprimanded by Wu Zhentian. Don't talk nonsense. Little friend Xianxia has already done his best and should not be immoral. Our fossil sect will never be such a heartless person. Wu Zhentian's words made several people's faces turn ashen. They didn't dare to say anything, let alone talk nonsense. Xianxia's expression was calm. He had already expected all of this. However, it was also a fact that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. No one could understand how much Xianxia had sacrificed. If it weren't for Xianxia, they would already be dead. If it weren't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have been able to obtain even a trace of the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, there would always be people who felt that this was unfair. They felt that what they had lost was far more than what they deserved. Fortunately, Wu Zhentian didn't disappoint Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing everyone because he had to obtain the extraterrestrial meteorite. Giving them 30% was already the greatest kindness to the fossil sect. According to the character of Tyrant and the others, they wouldn't give them even a little bit. They had received Xianxia's kindness, but they didn't care about it. They only cared about their own personal interests. This was the most terrifying thing about a human's heart. Tantai Jingzong silently watched all of this. What Xianxia gave them was a reward for their hard work. Even if he didn't give them anything, it was still reasonable. However, it showed that he still had a trace of morality in his heart. This was what others wouldn't understand. Tantai Jingzong didn't expect that she would ridicule him and look down on him so much, but he still did something unexpected. This was true righteousness, this was a true man. Although he was the leader of this group, Tantai Jingzong still felt unconvinced. What virtue or ability did Xianxia have to make a peerless divine beast like the Fire Qilin and a powerhouse like Tyrant bow down to him? Although it wasn't the kind of relationship between a servant and a slave, it was obvious that everyone treated him as the center. Moreover, he was the most pretentious person every time. This was quite puzzling. Chapter 32:27. But in the end, Tyrant killed the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. This was Xianxia's boldness. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end, as if that guy's death had nothing to do with him. Even the people of the Guangdong sect were killed by him. These people's strength was quite terrifying. One should know that the 7 half-step divine emperor realm experts were equivalent to nearly half of the Guangdong sect's high-level experts, but they still failed in the end. Can you split the meteorite? Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia and asked. You don't have to worry about that. Xianxia said faintly. Being ignored by Xianxia, Tantai Jingzong was even more furious. No one has ever dared to ignore my existence. You're really too annoying. Why don't we bring this meteorite back to our fossil sect first? It's not too late to split it after that. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. Bring it back to your fossil sect first? Hehe, don't blame me for not believing you. Even if you let me out, I might not be able to come out. By then, will I still be able to get the meteorite? Teacher Wu, you won't refute my words, right? Xianxia said with a sneer. Wu Zhentian smiled awkwardly. Indeed, as long as Xianxia wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't bring the meteorite to the fossil sect. In that case, he certainly wouldn't take it out again. Even if they didn't go back on their words, it wasn't impossible for those old bastards of the Qi family to make a scene and act shamelessly. Little friend Xianxia must be joking. How should we split the meteorite? Wu Zhentian said with a smile. At this moment, Xianxia stretched out his hand. The moment the heavenly dragon sword appeared, Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong's countenance changed drastically. They did not expect Xianxia to have such a terrifying peerless divine sword. This sword was too terrifying. It was definitely not any lower than a primal origin treasure. It was not something an ordinary origin divine weapon could compare to. It was really unreasonable to know how strong Xianxia was, but he already had a primal origin treasure. Not even divine emperor realm experts had a good primal origin treasure. Primal origin treasure was very attractive to them. Therefore, it was conceivable that the status of the master refiner in the divine world was very high. Even a master refiner would need at least 1,000 years to refine a primal origin treasure. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low, not even 1/10 of the success rate. However, the most important thing was the materials. The materials to refine a primal origin treasure were quite difficult to find. Some of them even required a mixture of several materials to refine a truly unparalleled primal origin treasure. Good sword, good sword. Wu Zhintian could not help but praise. He did not expect the divine sword in Jiang Chen's hand to make him shudder. Even he did not have a primal origin treasure. Wu Zhintian's heart was filled with admiration, even anticipation and excitement. If Jiang Chen's primal origin treasure was taken out in the central region divine land, it would definitely cause a fight. Do you know how to refine a divine weapon? Tantai Jingzong continued to ask. The divine weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was too shocking. Although they were a true refiner family, there was only one master refiner who could refine a primal origin treasure, and that was the strongest ancestor of their fossil sect. However, what he refined was only a divine weapon between a primal origin treasure and a peak origin divine weapon. It could not be called a true great weapon, and the success rate was also extremely low. I don't. Jiang Chen still rejected Tantai Jingzong with 2 words. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are good looking? I don't buy it. Tantai Jingzong was completely speechless. This bastard really made people speechless. Why was he so against him? Not only was he not romantic at all, he did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards a beauty. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to speak to him, but he did not even care about him. Tantai Jingzong's heart was filled with resentment, but he was helpless. Jiang Chen did have the right to be arrogant. At least Tyrant and the others were willing to fight for him. Even if Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, it had nothing to do with them because Jiang Chen's strength was weak. Even he himself didn't care about it, so what right did they have to criticize him? This divine weapon has probably reached the level of a primal origin treasure, right? Wu Zhintian swallowed his saliva, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. He had to admit that he was tempted, but he could not snatch Jiang Chen's item, nor could he do so. It was exactly what he had said before. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. If such a good thing was seen by any divine emperor, they would definitely snatch it at all costs. Just watch carefully, Yi Zichen said. Jiang Chen said faintly. With a slash of his sword, 1/3 of the meteorite was cut off. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword was still overflowing with brilliance. The meteorite was cut off with just 1 slash. That's 1/3 of the meteorite, no more no less. Take it, that part should belong to you. After all, you are the ones who found this place. Wu Zhintian could not help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen's generosity. Such boldness, such courage, his future would definitely be limitless. It was just that his current strength was still too weak. Gold would always shine, Wu Zhintian firmly believed in this. Wu Zhintian did not hesitate and quickly kept the meteorite, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would regret it. It was really shocking to see so many meteorites. Jiang Chen's harvest was far more than theirs. But there was nothing to be envious of after all, this was what Jiang Chen deserved. Look, what's that? Qing Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the meteorite. Within the meteorite, there seemed to be a constantly churning molten salt-like mud tossing back and forth. Moreover, it was like a long snake constantly rotating liquid into lava. What a terrifying fire attribute energy. Even the fire Qilin felt extremely hot. Within the meteorite, there was actually such a terrifying fire attribute energy. It was really unheard of. What is this thing? Old man Wu, do you know? Jiang Chen was also not too sure what it was. It seemed to be a kind of terrifying magma. Its terrifying heat wave forced the surrounding people to constantly retreat. Only Jiang Chen, who was in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, was able to resist and remain indifferent. It's hard to say, I have never seen it before. This thing is really strange. Wu Zhintian frowned, completely unable to determine what it was. However, the small piece in his hand did not have such a situation at all. It should be the magma from the meteorite. It will probably solidify soon. It seems to be a higher quality material. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. I hope so. Chapter 32-28. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including Jiang Chen's. This terrifying magma was so terrifying that it instantly penetrated Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation. All the liquid magma swept up and wrapped Jiang Chen's body tightly. There wasn't even a single gap. His entire body was wrapped in the liquid magma. The rising and burning magma forced everyone to retreat. No one was able to get within 20 steps of Jiang Chen's body. Even the fire Qilin could only get within 10 steps of him. The terrifying waves of fire burned the surrounding air again and again. Everyone was sweating profusely. "Little Qinzi!" Tyrant furiously shouted out. His expression changed dramatically and he wanted to rush over and save Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't withstand the heat wave. Jiang Chen was like a huge furnace right now and no one could get close to him. His entire body was engulfed by the magma, and no one could see his palms, face, eyes, or even his mouth moving. Tyrant furiously shouted out. Jiang Chen was originally standing, but his entire body was wrapped in the magma. He took a step forward and fell to the ground, motionless. "No! Little Qinzi, stand up! Stand up!" Tyrant roared crazily, but Jiang Chen couldn't hear him at all. The waves of heat from the magma were even stronger than the fire Qilin's sacred fire. This scene shocked everyone. No one had expected such an ending. Jiang Chen was swallowed by the magma. The scene was quite terrifying. Everyone's heart was filled with bitterness and shock. The fire Qilin also wanted to save Jiang Chen, but he couldn't withstand the heat emitted by the magma. "How could this be?" Tantai Jingzong murmured. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Her heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. Although she hated Jiang Chen, she didn't want him to die. After all, he was her savior. The moment Jiang Chen fell into the magma, everyone's heart was hit hard. Tyrant's face was filled with despair. However, he was powerless and indifferent. What a terrifying magma fluid. What is this thing? Everyone was forced to retreat by the heat wave. They couldn't see Jiang Chen's face clearly as he was covered by the magma. Was Jiang Chen really done for? Fortune. What a tragedy. Wu Zhintian's face was pale. Jiang Chen was surrounded by the magma. There was no way he could survive. How could a late hierarch be able to survive? Even with the 5 types of flames, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was instantly devoured. Even Tyrant couldn't escape from this wave of flames. How could Jiang Chen escape from it? "Jiang Chen, you must hold on." Fire Qilin raised his head and looked forward. He trusted Jiang Chen very much. With the 5 elemental divine fire as support, Jiang Chen would not give up easily. Although the magma was terrifying, Jiang Chen was not someone who was easy to deal with. He would not give up easily. Even with the Qilin Saint Fire, Fire Qilin couldn't get close to the magma. It was obvious how hot it was. Fire Qilin had tried everything he could but to no avail. It was the same for Tyrant. "Fire Qilin, will Jiang Chen be alright?" Tyrant said with a pale face. What he said was to comfort himself. Jiang Chen had been swallowed by the magma, and the moment he fell down, it proved that he had suffered a great deal of damage. This was something that everyone could see with their own eyes. "I hope he will be alright," the fire Qilin said in a low voice. He wasn't sure because the flame that Jiang Chen was facing wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a meteorite that came from the boundless firmament. No one knew what it was. Magma was just a name that they called it. Fire Qilin did not even know what kind of existence it was. How could he be sure that Jiang Chen would be alright? "What do you mean by hope? Will he be alright?" Tyrant roared. He seemed to have gone crazy at that moment. Jiang Chen was in danger and he could not do anything. As his brother, how could Tyrant not worry about Jiang Chen's safety? Life and death are up to fate. Our little friend Jiang Chen's strength is too weak. Encountering this magma, it's really... Wu Zhintian was also speechless. He did not know what to say. The magma gradually formed a huge ball. Jiang Chen's body also disappeared in the magma. In other words, Jiang Chen had been completely melted by the magma. Tyrant subconsciously took a step back. One could imagine the torment in his heart. Was Jiang Chen dead? Was he really dead? Impossible. He would not fall so easily. Not for any other reason but because his name was Jiang Chen. At that moment, a pitch-black whirlwind swept over from afar. It carried a strange and gloomy sound and appeared in the surroundings. "What's going on? Is it that strange wind again? Didn't you say that you are all right?" Tantai Jingzong looked at the fire Qilin. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they had not recovered from Jiang Chen's death, they had no choice but to be prepared in the face of that incomparably gloomy and strange wind. The black whirlwind split into 10 and 10 dark figures appeared in the air, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Could they be people from the ghost realm? Wu Xian said in a deep voice. The corner of his eyes twitched. The sorrow in his heart was clearly expressed in his words. It seemed that their situation this time would be incomparably dangerous. These fellows had always been ruthless and merciless. Master Wu, what is the ghost realm? Tantai Jingzong looked at Wu Xian and asked in a low voice. The ghost realm is not considered the strength of the central region divine land. This is because there is an extremely terrifying area at the border between the central region divine land, the northern cold divine region and the ghost realm. It is called the ghost realm. The forces there are extremely evil. They are not only humans but also ghosts. However, no one is willing to provoke them. It is the same for the desolate divine region and the central region divine land. They are like a group of ghosts. Once you provoke them, you will definitely not have a good ending. No one knows how strong they are. Even the sword-drawing sect suffered a loss at their hands in the past. However, they only hide in the ghost realm. The forces in this place have a common characteristic. They can move with the wind and gather ghosts. I'm just guessing. Wu Xian said in a deep voice. I didn't expect an old thing like you to be so knowledgeable. You actually know about the existence of my ghost realm. All of you must die today. Moreover, the meteorite is mine. Chapter 32:29. It's really them. Wu Xian gasped. They're not afraid at all. That black-robed figure seems to be fearless. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Looks like there's going to be another tough battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He was ready to fight to the death. At least they couldn't let Jiang Chen die in vain. At least they couldn't let others have the meteorite in front of them. So what if it's the ghost domain? Hiding your head but showing your tail? What kind of hero are you? If you want to snatch the meteorite, then fight properly. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. There's nothing else to say. Wu Xian said coldly. His eyes stared at the black astral winds. This battle was unavoidable. Whoever dares to touch Jiang Chen's meteorite will have to step over my body. Tyrant's anger had reached its peak at this moment. Since someone dared to cause trouble for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Jiang Chen's fate was unknown. He must protect the meteorite for Jiang Chen. He silently prayed for Jiang Chen, hoping that he would wake up. You're quite courageous. But so what if you're strong? You're still too weak in front of me. A divine emperor expert is something that self-proclaimed half-emperors like you will never be able to reach. Roar roar roar. Divine emperor realm. Sun Xiaolong gasped. This fella is actually a divine emperor? That's too terrifying. No matter how strong they were, they still couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. A divine emperor expert has a realm that a half-emperor expert could never reach. It's something that cannot be changed or crossed. That's why a divine emperor expert or dozens of half-emperor experts couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. Wu Xian and Tantai Jingzong's expression became solemn. Looks like this fella came prepared. A divine emperor expert is a powerful figure even in the central region divine land. Once a divine emperor expert makes a move, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. No one could stop them. Even those major sects like the sword-drawing sect would try their best to recruit divine emperor experts. A divine emperor was not something that could be cultivated easily. It was a combination of talent and strength. Without talent, it would be impossible for a person to reach the divine emperor realm in his lifetime. Once one attained the emperor realm, one would be able to obtain a seat as an advisor even within these large sections. If one possessed a formidable strength, one would even be able to obtain a seat as a revered elder, and even the elders of those sects would have to be respectful and reverent to one. Therefore, every divine emperor expert was not a nobody. Although there were not many half-step divine emperors, there were still more of them than divine emperors. A great sect could easily have dozens of half-step divine emperors, but there would only be 8 to 10 divine emperors in total. A divine emperor expert was already a true major sect. A major sect like the fossil sect only had 2 divine emperor experts, 1 sect master and 1 old ancestor. No one was willing to provoke a divine emperor expert. Even becoming an enemy of one was a mistake. A divine emperor expert wasn't a level that ordinary people could reach. In the central region Divine Land, they would be invited by various forces. This emperor is the Ghost Domain's third domain lord, the evil dragon emperor. If you're smart, kneel before me. Maybe I can spare your lives. The evil dragon emperor rose into the clouds and gently parted the black clouds in front of him. His face was so white that it made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his bone-like hand was scarlet red, as if there were layers of blood-red mucus on it. His slender body gave off an unparalleled might as he stood there. Evil Dragon Emperor. It's actually the Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Zhintian had clearly heard of the Evil Dragon Emperor's majesty. At this moment his expression greatly changed and he subconsciously took a step back. Back then the Evil Dragon Emperor had once slaughtered the northern cold divine region's 7 great sects in a fit of rage. He was a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. Everyone would run away upon hearing his name, not daring to fight. The Evil Dragon Emperor's might spread throughout the northern cold border. Everyone knows about him. Tantai Jingzong silently lowered his head. At this moment, their fossil sect had clearly lost the will to fight against the Evil Dragon Emperor. This guy was too terrifying. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The Evil Dragon Emperor's name shook the northern cold border. His name was renowned in the 3 provinces. No one dared to look down on him. At this moment, who dared to disobey the might of a divine emperor? We're from the fossil sect. We hope that Lord Evil Dragon Emperor can give us a chance. The meteorites, we don't want them. We'll give them all to Lord Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Zhintian knew that this person was completely different from the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. However, if this person was enraged, none of them would be spared. His strength was undeniable. Fighting him head-on now was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. Not bad. You know your limits. I, the Evil Dragon Emperor, am not an unreasonable person. As long as you leave the meteorites behind, you can scram," said the Evil Dragon Emperor with a faint smile. He glanced at Wu Zhintian's group with disdain. The meteorites were already in his hands without any effort. He was too lazy to make a big fuss. Although the Evil Dragon Emperor's name was filled with evil and evil, his path was not filled with slaughter. Tantai Jingzong's expression was incomparably cold. At this moment she chose to remain silent. She did not say anything, nor did she give any suggestions. Wu Zhintian was also forced to do this. He had to think for everyone. He was the elder of the fossil sect and the teacher of those people. If he stubbornly acted on his own, he might cause everyone to die. Wu Zhintian did not want everyone to die here. He was only doing this for the sake of expediency. At the moment of life and death there must be a choice. Although they might not gain anything this time, it was already the best outcome. Teacher Wu is wise, Teacher Wu is wise. Sun Xiaolong was born to be afraid of death. There was no problem with Wu Zhintian's choice at this moment. If they wanted to protect themselves, they must give up on the things in their hands. There was no conflict, and it was also very worthwhile. Because the meteorites were exchanged for their lives. Everyone chimed in. After all, facing a divine emperor expert, they would definitely die. This was a situation that no one could change. What they did not want to see the most was a battle between the two. They would definitely be cannon fodder. What I want to see is a battle between divine emperor realm experts. Let's go. Wu Zhintian said in a deep voice as he looked at Tyrant and the others. Tyrant snorted coldly with a disdainful smile on his face. You want to leave? You can leave, but I won't. Jiangqin is still here and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Someone is trying to take away his meteorite and I will never give up. No one can take away what Jiangqin wants unless I die, said Tyrant firmly. There was no reason. He just wanted to protect Jiangqin. It was that simple. He did not believe that Jiangqin would die just like that. If Jiangqin could wake up, he would be very sad if the first person he saw was not him. Even if Jiangqin saw his corpse when he woke up, Tyrant would still stay here. Qing Xian followed Tyrant. Life and death were fated. He would never run away. The Fire Qilin glanced at Wu Zhintian and the others and said disdainfully. Looks like it was a mistake for Jiangqin to save you guys. He wanted to save you guys from death and let you guys get what you want. However, you guys only know how to retreat. Ah, what a joke. The Fire Qilin Tyrant and Zhou Xian faced the evil dragon emperor alone without fear. They must fight to the last moment. Even if they died, they would die together with little Qinzi. Chapter 32:30. However, heroes had to pay a price. Death could be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. Wu Zhintian didn't want to die without knowing why. He only had one life, and those people were the elite disciples of the petrified faction that he had brought out. If they all died here, even after Wu Zhintian died, he would still be anxious and fearful. Wu Zhintian could only sigh and leave silently. Sun Xiaolong and the others quickly followed. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at the flowing lava with mixed feelings in his heart. The people of Petrified Sect had left. Everyone had left. However, Tyrant was not afraid of the evil dragon emperor at all. If he joined hands with the Fire Qilin, they might not lose completely. Looks like you guys are really courting death. To dare to go against me, the evil dragon emperor. You guys must be tired of living. Great, it's been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. I'll chop you guys into pieces. After I eat them, my strength might even improve. Fire Qilin, Buddhist golden body, green lotus spirit. Interesting, all of you are treasures. If I eat all three of you, my strength might increase greatly. This is really a good fortune bestowed upon me by the heavens. Ayo ayo ayo. The evil dragon emperor clenched his hand. His crimson hand gradually tightened. His eyes were eerie as he spoke in a low voice. Go. Along with the evil dragon emperor's roar, the 10 whirlwinds turned into 10 half-step divine emperors. Each of them held an eerie bone blade that was abnormally sharp. The 10 of them moved in unison and wore masks looking like skeletons. A dark aura instantly spread out in all directions. It was as if 10 dark berserk dragons were chasing after the evil dragon emperor. Do it. Tyrant said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. He had no choice but to fight. He wanted to leave a monument for Jiangchen. He wanted Jiangchen to never have to worry about anything. Tyrant formed a hand seal and charged towards the 5 half-step divine emperors. His attacks were as fast as lightning and his steps were ferocious. His dark aura was the exact opposite of his Buddha aura. Tyrant continued to gain the upper hand while the other 5 took on 3 half-step divine emperors while Zhou Xian took on 2. They did not seem to be at a disadvantage when facing 10 half-step divine emperors. Buddha's light illuminates all, deliver all living beings from suffering. Tyrant's Buddhist seal was too ferocious. Even the evil dragon emperor did not expect this guy to be so hard to deal with. It was a perfect counter to each other, causing the 5 half-step deity emperors to have a hard time against Tyrant. In this battle, Tyrant had the absolute initiative. Good boy, interesting. Looks like I'll have to increase the stakes for you guys. The corner of the evil dragon emperor's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He moved his palm and 10 gusts of astral wind swept out from his body. They turned into 10 half-step deity emperors and closed in on Tyrant. The battle bone puppets were his specialty. Now that he had sent out his full strength, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. In the magma, Jiangchen was using the 5 elemental divine fire to resist the scorching liquid. It was like a terrifying flame. Jiangchen was engulfed in it. His clothes had turned into ashes. Even his flesh had turned blurry at this moment. The 5 elemental divine fire could not resist the magma at all. Jiangchen could not move an inch. It was as if Jiangchen was trapped by an invisible spider web. It was impossible for him to escape. However, it was impossible for the terrifying magma to engulf Jiangchen and destroy him in a short period of time. Although the 5 elemental divine fire was not as powerful as the magma, it was still able to protect Jiangchen temporarily. At this moment, Jiangchen knew that the magma was not an inanimate object. It was a living creature with consciousness. This damned fella. How can I break free from it? Jiangchen had tried countless methods but to no avail. He could only rely on the 5 elemental divine fire in his myriad chi body. If it was someone else, they would have been turned into ashes. Gradually, even Jiangchen felt a great pressure. The magma was about to break through his 5 elemental divine fire once again. Then Jiangchen might be severely injured. Hee little fella, surrender quickly. You can't compete with my star fire. So what if you have 5 types of fire? You can't resist the burning power of my star fire. A childish voice echoed in Jiangchen's ears. At this moment, Jiangchen's body trembled. This fella's consciousness was communicating with him. Fire spirit? You are the fire spirit of this magma? Are you an otherworldly creature? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Who knows what you are talking about? I was born here. Only by devouring you can I grow quickly. You are the nourishment that I have been dreaming of. The childish voice appeared in Jiang Chen's ears again. Jiang Chen knew that this fellow wanted to devour him as soon as possible and make him its own. It seemed that although it did not have a strong spiritual wisdom, it knew how to devour others to strengthen itself. Do you think you can get away with it? Do you think that I will be devoured so easily? Jiang Chen laughed coldly, looking down on the fire spirit. You don't have to worry. It won't be long before you are devoured by me. Although your flames are not weak, they are nothing in front of me. Aren't your thoughts a little too simple? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He would never yield to this little guy. At this point in time, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. Since you want to devour me, then I want to devour you too. Jiang Chen had the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. At this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would definitely play a crucial role. Whether or not Jiang Chen could devour this starfire depended on the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it's up to you. A blazing flame suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's heart. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, this was only a part of the primordial fire of the Red Lotus. The real primordial fire was controlled by the Red Lotus. Jiang Chen did not know if he could succeed, but he had to try to devour the star fire of the Red Lotus as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be devoured by this tiny fire spirit and die. The game is finally about to begin. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. Under the divine fire of the 5 elements, a terrifying wave of fire rose to the sky. With lightning speed, it began to counterattack and devour the star fire of the Red Lotus. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This. What kind of fire is this? How can it be so terrifying? Chapter 32-31. Bastard, what kind of fire is this? I won't give in. The little fire spirit roared furiously. An incomparable resistance rang out from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. The eruption of the spark fire spirit had forced the 5 elemental divine fires back, leaving only the primordial fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire to tangle with it. However, the spark fire spirit was abnormally terrifying. Jiang Chen constantly tried to fuse with it, but the little fire spirit dodged all of his attempts. It had even started a counterattack. It wasn't that easy for the little fire spirit to devour Jiang Chen. After all, the 5 elemental divine fires and the Red Lotus karmic fire could easily protect Jiang Chen. The little fire spirit constantly battered Jiang Chen's body. Even the Red Lotus karmic fire had lost its initial violence under its suppression. The Red Lotus karmic fire lost its initiative and began to retreat. Even the 5 elemental divine fires working together with it was useless. Jiang Chen's danger grew with each step, and the little fire spirit's attacks became faster and faster. Jiang Chen had fallen into an extremely passive state. Damned bastard, I can't let it devour the 5 elemental divine fires and the Red Lotus karmic fire. Jiang Chen kept roaring in his heart, but it was to no avail. At that moment, an even more intense flame was awakened in Jiang Chen's heart. Red Lotus. Jiang Chen cried out. The primordial fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire was greatly suppressed. Hong Lian could naturally sense it. She was extremely shocked when she saw the fire spirit before her. She had never thought that such a strange fire spirit would exist in the world. This fire spirit hasn't finished evolving yet. If it did, I might not even be able to resist it. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary flame. It's like the various forms of lightning. This is an astonishing heavenly flame. I've never heard of a fire spirit like this before, so I can only rely on my current origin energy to devour it. Hong Lian's deep voice filled Jiang Chen with worry. Would this fellow be unable to even control the Red Lotus karmic fire once it finished evolving? How confident are you? Jiang Chen could not help but ask. 30%. Red Lotus whispered. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. But at this moment this was their only chance. You've worked hard, Red Lotus. Jiang Chen said quietly. He knew that he couldn't say anything else. If he failed, then both of them would vanish into thin air. However, at this moment the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had to put its life on the line. If you die, I will die as well. It didn't just devour you, it also devoured my primordial flame, so you don't have to thank me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. She was still as cold as ever. However, he could only place all his hopes on her right now. Jiang Chen was already helpless. If Red Lotus failed, then this would really be his fate. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, there was nothing he could do because he could only place his hopes on Red Lotus. As expected, the fire spirit became fearful when Red Lotus primordial flame appeared. After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was only a trace of Red Lotus primordial flame. Now that Red Lotus had taken action, the two were naturally incomparable. Interesting. It seems that I'm really lucky to have such a primordial flame for me to absorb as soon as I was born. What a great fortune. The starfire spirit smiled coldly as it resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Although the starfire spirit was startled, it did not panic. It continuously collided with Red Lotus, testing each other. In the end, it crazily attacked and devoured the other. Both of them wanted to devour the other completely. However, things did not go as planned. Jiang Chen did not expect the starfire spirit to be so powerful. Even if Red Lotus took action, the battle between the two was still one-sided. The starfire spirit was too powerful. No other flames could rival it. Is this flame even more powerful than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Jiang Chen's heart violently shuddered. He had originally thought that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was the most powerful flame in the world, but he had never thought that the starfire of the meteor would be on par with it. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is indeed the most powerful flame in the world, but my origin energy is still not powerful enough right now. It's also absorbed by the meteor, so even though it's only been born recently, its terrifying origin energy is no weaker than mine, growled Red Lotus. Hong Lian growled. At that moment she was already showing signs of defeat. If she continued to struggle, she would probably be done for. Even though Hong Lian had used everything she had, the suppression of the origin of fire was still unimaginable. It was something that could not be reversed. I'll keep it busy while you clear your mind of distractions. Use the divine fire of the 5 elements to expel the starfire spirit. You might have a chance at survival, growled Red Lotus. This was Jiang Chen's only chance at escaping. This is our only chance at survival, but if I escape, you'll be completely devoured by the starfire, won't you? Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am a coward? Said Jiang Chen Lung. Jiang Chen could not exchange Red Lotus life for his own. But this is our only chance. Otherwise we'll both die. You can't act on impulse. Barked Red Lotus. Impossible. Jiang Chen's determination filled Red Lotus's heart with helplessness and gratitude. If you die, how will we avenge the craftsman god? So you must live. The craftsman god's revenge is insignificant compared to you. Even if the craftsman god was here, I believe he would never allow me to do that. Jiang Chen persisted. You're a fool, a madman. You're courting death. Red Lotus cursed. Jiang Chen wanted to advance and retreat together with her, but the current situation did not allow him to do so. Among the two of them, only Jiang Chen had a slim chance to escape. She would certainly die. So what if I die? It's impossible for me to give up on you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment he persisted with all his strength and began to search for opportunities for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Although the divine fire of the 5 elements couldn't play a decisive role at this moment, it could still slow down the devouring speed of the starfire spirit. But to Red Lotus, no matter how hard she and Jiang Chen struggled, it would only be a slow death. Why are you doing this? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He was loyal, he was indeed worthy of great responsibility. The craftsman god's choice was not wrong. He was more suitable than anyone else to inherit the craftsman god's inheritance. Chapter 32. Wu Zhintian led everyone towards the central region Divine Land. They didn't want to come back to the Wildlands Divine Land ever again. Just as they heaved a long sigh of relief and finally escaped with their lives, Tantai Jingzong said faintly, "Wu Shi, I'll be leaving now." With that, Tantai Jingzong did not even give Wu Zhintian a chance to react. He turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction they left in. Wu Shi, this. Sun Xiaolong looked at Tantai Jingzong's departing figure in astonishment. Wu Zhintian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he had already expected this. If she hadn't turned around and left, perhaps I would have been surprised. The reason why Jingzong did this was because he didn't want to feel guilty in his heart. If he doesn't turn back, she might never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Wu Zhintian said calmly. He had already expected Tantai Jingzong to do this, but he had no reason to stop him. Jiang Qin and the others were in imminent danger. If they left just like that, it would be extremely inhumane. But Wu Zhintian was different from Tantai Jingzong. He had to consider everyone, while Tantai Jingzong only had one belief in his heart: to have a clear conscience. That silly lass. The sutra is bound to be in danger. Teacher Wu, why didn't you stop her? She is the #1 genius of our fossil sect. If the scripture treasury really perishes here, you may receive an even greater punishment when you return. Sun Xiaolong let out a sigh. His face was extremely solemn. Everyone is different. What she pursued was what we disdained, and what we pursued was what she disdained. We cultivate, but she cultivates her heart. The reason why Jingzong was stronger than anyone else was because she had the heart of a fearless expert. Even in the face of an emperor expert, she would not cower. If she chose to escape this time, her heart would never forgive herself and she would never be able to climb to the peak. To her, this is a tempering experience, a metamorphosis between life and death. If she passes it, she will soar into the heavens. If she fails, even if she returns alive, her achievements will probably stop here. Wu Zhintian said earnestly. Sun Xiaolong did not really understand, but he knew that Teacher Wu's words were directed at Tantai Jingzong. The path she walked was different from them, and what she pursued was also something they did not understand. This trip might really be the end of us. I hope you can take care of yourself, Jingzong. Sun Xiaolong kept sighing. Was the goddess in his heart going to die just like that? Sun Xiaolong didn't believe that those fellows were a match for the evil dragon emperor. Even Wu Shi was afraid of the evil dragon emperor. Who would dare to go against a god emperor? Those fellows were just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would eventually pay the price for their foolishness. I hope that you can come back alive, Jingzong. Wu Zhintian turned around with a burning gaze. I hope you can overcome the terror of the desolate divine continent. Even if you cannot come back alive, you did not bring shame to the fossil sect. You are the pride of the fossil sect. Wu Zhintian and the others could only escape at this moment. Tantai Jingzong also chose the path that she should walk, a path that she knew was a path of no return. I, Tantai Jingzong, am not someone who is afraid of death. Jiangqin, I will definitely repay what I owe you. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was finally unsheathed. For Jiangqin, even if it was for his broken body and dead soul, she would definitely let Jiangqin rest in peace. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, the three of them were in an extremely dangerous situation. The 20 tireless skeletal puppets almost made Tyrant suffer. These skeletal puppets were all half-step divine emperors. Most importantly, they were not like the giant spiders from before. They were controlled by divine emperor experts. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Qing Xian and the Fire Qilin advanced cautiously. They had completely lost the initiative. Now they could only passively take a beating. Moreover, they were heavily injured. Only death awaits you if you go against me. Do you think you can fight against me with just a few reckless fools? I don't think you know what the name Evil Dragon Emperor represents. The Evil Dragon Emperor said plainly. Even with the Buddhist seal, 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Moreover, there were divine emperor experts eyeing on them. Tyrant could not continue. Count me in as well. Tantai Jingzong's clear voice resounded. Tyrant's eyes became gentle. She still hasn't given up on Jiangqin. Another one is here to die. Looks like you guys are really reckless. Life is precious, but in your eyes it's like grass. You guys don't know how to cherish it. How sad. The evil dragon emperor shook his head and said. He was extremely disdainful towards Tantai Jingzong's return. Whether you're here to die or not, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Tantai Jingzong charged forward like a dragon soaring in the sky. His sword momentum was graceful and his momentum was overwhelming. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was actually a primal origin treasure divine sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, sweeping across 800 zhang. Tantai Jingzong's swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's, but it was different. Her sword was not as courageous as Jiang Chen's, but it was able to stop the heavens with ease. The moment Tantai Jingzong drew her sword, it was already determined that she would face death calmly. Laughable. How laughable. The evil dragon emperor sneered. Even with Tantai Jingzong's help, they still couldn't contend against the evil dragon emperor. Tantai Jingzong slashed the heavens with her sword, not fearing the battle bone puppets at all. The four of them actually managed to resist the battle bone puppets' attacks. They even seemed to be turning the tables. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Reckless fools, I'll give you a quick death. Going against me is courting death. The evil dragon emperor roared. He held the bone blade in his hand. The 20 silhouettes turned into astral winds and fused into his body. The evil dragon emperor personally took action, displaying the might of a deity emperor. He suppressed the four of them with lightning speed. However, Tantai Jingzong's sword and Tyrant's god-suppressing monument were great obstacles for him. It wouldn't be easy for him to eliminate them. In addition to the fire Qilin's shadow, his Qilin Saint Fire was also able to suppress the evil dragon emperor. As a result, they gradually stabilized the situation. Chapter 32-33. Although Tantai Jingzong was very cold and arrogant, she was not an arrogant person. This time, when she returned to the desperate situation of life and death, she brought with her a fearless heart. She wanted to live a great life and she wanted to die a great death. That was what life should be like. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's domineering aura soared to the peak of the Milky Way. Dragon rises from Xianyuan, rules Sanzang. The Sanzang sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand pierced through the Milky Way and cut through the mortal world. He was invincible among the half-step deity emperors. Even when facing the evil dragon emperor, he was fearless. That terrifying sword shadow shocked the evil dragon emperor, causing him to not dare to be careless. Tyrant immediately went up against the evil dragon emperor. The god-suppressing monument pressed down. Although it could not suppress the evil dragon emperor, it could suppress his strength. Fire Qilin and Qing Xian joined the battle again. The four half-step deity emperors fought the evil dragon emperor. It was earth-shattering like a tsunami. It shook the entire mountain, causing it to tremble. However, the evil dragon emperor was a divine emperor expert after all. Even under the frenzied attacks of Tyrant and Tantai Jingzong, the evil dragon emperor was still able to deal with it easily. After all, the evil dragon emperor was the third domain lord of the ghost spirit domain. He was not a nameless person. Naturally, the evil dragon emperor was able to hold his ground against the evil dragon emperor for the time being. However, the evil dragon emperor's evil aura continued to rise. Their situation could change at any time. They might even suffer a crushing defeat. Compared to the situation of Tantai Jingzong and the others, Jiang Chen's crisis was even more frightening. The current Red Lotus could no longer withstand the devouring of the Starfire spirit. Even though Jiang Chen and the 5 elemental divine fires had joined forces, they could not pose too much of a hindrance to the Starfire spirit. On the contrary, the Starfire spirit had already devoured nearly 1/3 of the Red Lotus origin energy. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. At this moment he had no way to turn the situation around. The Starfire spirit was too strange and terrifying. Not even the Red Lotus could restrain it. It was invisible and formless, and it could do whatever it wanted to Jiang Chen. Damn it! Red Lotus, you must hold on. Jiang Chen's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. Killing the Sparkfire spirit was the most important thing. I can only try my heaven-defying Daoist connotation. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had no other choice but to try. This was the last heaven-conquering Dao connotation. If the heaven-conquering Dao connotation could suppress the Sparkfire spirit, it might be the chance for him and Red Lotus to turn the tables. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the Dao accumulation was born from his heart. The incomparable heavenly Dao accumulation was overbearing and directly wrapped the Sparkfire spirit in it. At this moment, the Sparkfire spirit could no longer sit still because Jiang Chen could feel the rapid oppression of the heavenly Dao accumulation on the Sparkfire spirit. The Sparkfire spirit almost couldn't fight back and instantly became dispirited. It was even difficult for the Sparkfire spirit to use its devouring technique. Bastard! What kind of power is this? Why can't I move at all? What a terrifying realm. What is this? The Sparkfire spirit kept struggling, but Jiang Chen's heaven-conquering Dao accumulation had completely suppressed it and it couldn't move an inch forward. Quick! Red Lotus, this is the time. We can't let him recover. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. This was their only chance. The heaven-conquering Dao accumulation was indeed powerful and it had perfectly suppressed the Sparkfire spirit. However, the time that Xianxia could hold on was too short. Even he could feel the divine origin energy in his body was rapidly disappearing. The myriad chi body couldn't recover in time. All right. Red Lotus was extremely shocked. However, this was their only chance and they must grasp it. It's too difficult for me to devour the fire spirit now. You also have the Red Lotus karmic fire's origin energy. Together with the 5 elements divine fire, it should be easier for you. Red Lotus said in a low voice. You mean you want me to devour it? Xianxia was stunned. Why not? Weren't you very skillful when you devoured the sky thunder in the past? This guy isn't even comparable to the sky thunder. He's just very unruly. Now that he's being suppressed by your Dao accumulation, you're the best candidate. Red Lotus said in a deep voice. Don't hesitate anymore. Xianxia took a deep breath. At this time, Red Lotus had already been severely injured by the fire spirit. It would be extremely difficult for him to devour the fire spirit. He could only rely on himself. You must be careful. This fire spirit is not easy to deal with. How long can you suppress it? You must completely devour it within this period of time. Otherwise, once it turns over, it will be our time of death. Red Lotus said in an extremely serious tone. I can't help you much. You must rely on the 5 elements divine fire and the Red Lotus karmic fire's origin energy in order to devour it completely. If you can use it for your own use, it'll probably be a peerless divine fire that's on par with my Red Lotus karmic fire. Xianxia nodded silently. At this time he knew that he couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, both of their lives would vanish from this world. The starfire spirit in the meteorite made Xianxia feel a great pressure. It was a pressure that he had never felt before. Damn it. I must devour you completely and destroy you completely. Xianxia said confidently. The heaven-defying Dao in his body made it hard for the fire spirit to resist. If Xianxia knew this earlier, he would have used the heaven-defying Dao long ago. The starfire spirit would not have been so arrogant. Xianxia activated the Red Lotus karmic fire and the 5 elements divine fire and began to devour the starfire spirit. He was very fast because the starfire spirit was completely suppressed. At this time, the starfire spirit was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It had no power to fight back. I want to melt you completely. I want you to be suppressed by me for all eternity. Xianxia was extremely angry. The starfire spirit was frantically resisting, but it was powerless because Xianxia's heaven-defying Dao was too strong. The starfire spirit was powerless. At this time it could only let Xianxia control it. What a terrifying starfire. This starfire spirit is indeed not weaker than your Red Lotus karmic fire. The more starfire spirit was devoured, the more shocked Xianxia became. This starfire was almost a complete fire spirit's origin energy. Moreover, it already had its own consciousness. This meant that its existence was an irreversible fact. Who knew how many years it had to cultivate before it could transform into a Dao body and have its own consciousness? This starfire spirit has surrendered. Oh no, it wants to assimilate my 5 elements divine fire and Red Lotus karmic fire. Chapter 32-34. The fire spirit was extremely terrifying. After all, it was a foreign fire. Even Xianxia had no idea what it was capable of. At the very least, it seemed like the fire spirit had erupted with its most terrifying counterattack. Xianxia could not afford to be careless, or it was very likely that he would fail miserably. When the fire spirit was about to yield, it had already been suppressed by Xianxia's heaven-dominating way to the point where it could not put up any resistance. All it could do was retreat and seek a breakthrough. Or. The fire spirit produced a series of ear-piercing shrieks. Without any hesitation, Xianxia used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the 5 elements to devour the fire spirit furiously. Once it devoured him, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. He would definitely be reduced to ashes. Little brat, I refuse to believe that I can't deal with you. Xianxia bellowed out furiously. Even Xianxia had never imagined that the power of the heaven-dominating way would render the fire spirit completely useless. Even if it wanted to devour and assimilate the fire of the 5 elements, there was no way out. As time passed, Xianxia finally subdued the fire spirit. At that moment, the fire spirit's powerful devouring ability completely devoured the fire of the 5 elements and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, it did not devour them this time. Instead, the fire spirit devoured them on its own, completing its evolution in the end. A green-blue blazing flame rose from Jiang Chen's hand. It carried the domineering aura of the Red Lotus World's scorching flame, the charm of the endless starfire, and the blazing impact of the 5 elemental divine fire. Even Red Lotus was deeply fearful of the green-blue flame after looking at it. These flames, are they a fusion of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the 5 elements? Red Lotus took a deep breath as she looked at the blue flame in Jiang Chen's hand. Her face was filled with shock. Even she could feel an invisible threat from the blue flame. The flame was too overbearing and she had never heard of it before. Not bad. However, this foreign starfire is really hard to fathom. However, I can already completely control this cyan blue flame. Moreover, I can also split this flame into 2. Jiang Chen smiled and extended his hand. The 5 elemental divine flames, the foreign starfire and the Red Lotus karmic flame were completely separated. With a thought, the 7 flames merged perfectly without any warning. You're truly too monstrous. This cyan blue flame is even more monstrous. However, it is still your own creation. You should give it a name. Red Lotus slightly frowned. She was quite surprised about Jiang Chen. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. However, Jiang Chen had grown from a nobody in the divine tomb to a late hierarch realm powerful young man. Undeniably, she had never dreamt that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. She had never seen or heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. He was a peerless monstrous genius that could only be seen once in a million years. It was not a mistake for the craftsman god's inheritance to choose him. Then let's call it the Azure Lotus Starfire. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he stared at the cyan blue flame in his hand. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If someone was caught off guard, even an ordinary divine emperor would not dare to face it head-on. His Azure Lotus Starfire was extremely terrifying. It was even more overbearing than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. In just a short moment it was extinguished. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that he had accidentally fused the exotic starfire with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. There was actually such a terrifying flame in the heavens and earth. Any divine weapon or supreme-grade pill forged by this flame must be extremely domineering. Jiang Chen could not wait to forge his 108 origin divine tools. Jiang Chen was looking forward to the effect of merging the meteorite into the 108 origin divine tools. Great name. Azure Lotus Starfire. Looks like my karmic fire of the Red Lotus will have to stand aside in the future. Hong Lian said indifferently with a sliver of desolation. There's no one that can be compared to you. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Lian with a burning gaze as he said solemnly. Hong Lian was slightly stunned, then she smiled. She never thought that Jiang Chen would be so loyal. This fellow will not disappoint her. Her mission was to bring him to find the only disciple of the craftsman god in the divine world, retrieve the inheritance and kill the traitor. However, it was too difficult to wait for Jiang Chen to grow. She thought that it would take millions of years. She never thought that Jiang Chen would have the strength to enter the Central Region Divine Land in less than 100 years. This made her feel gratified. There's finally hope to take revenge for her father. Now it's time to tell you about the traitor of the craftsman god. He's the only person that you can't avoid after entering the Central Region Divine Land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He had long wanted to know who this traitor of the craftsman god was. He's definitely not a nobody. After all, he's the only inheritor of the craftsman god in the divine world. Even though he didn't receive the true inheritance, he's still the true inheritor. Shengguan Hongyan, back then he was already one of the most powerful grandmaster craftsmen in the Central Region Divine Land. Other than the craftsman god, he was the most powerful grandmaster craftsman. Back then his strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Now he must have broken through to the martial emperor realm. It's unknown if he could even reach the martial emperor realm. But now countless years have passed, whether he can reach that realm or not is still unknown. Once he reaches the legendary martial emperor realm, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for us to take our revenge. Shengguan Hongyan is one of the most powerful grandmaster craftsmen in the Central Region Divine Land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Ninth Great Emperor, Venerable Heavenly King Realm, able to create a divine spirit with a single thought. It's not like there aren't any experts above the Emperor realm. He's strong and one day I'll be stronger than him. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he said firmly. Even if he's an Emperor realm expert, he'll never give up on his revenge. Without the craftsman god, Xianxia wouldn't be able to reach such a powerful realm. Without the myriad chi cauldron, without the frightening refinement technique, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. His achievements today were greatly related to the craftsman god. The transformation of the heavenly dragon sword was also created by the craftsman god. Even though the craftsman god didn't teach him much, he was more important than anyone else. Chapter 32-35. Let's hope that he doesn't become that powerful. In the Central Region Divine Land, there was a sect that mainly focused on refining weapons. It was called the Golden Stone Sect. Although the sect was not a true old sect, it was an existence that transcended worldly affairs. It was just that no one knew what the Golden Stone Sect was like now. Millions of years have passed. Time is unforgiving. The sea can dry up, the stone can rot, the sky can collapse, and the earth can crack. Even people and things can change. Hong Lian's words were filled with sorrow. However, as the only successor of the craftsman god, Shangguan Hongyan's status in the divine world would definitely rise. It wouldn't be any weaker than it was now. Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with heaviness. It seemed like he still had a long way to go in his revenge. Back then, the craftsman god was known as the strongest person below the god emperor. He was very powerful, but he still fell in the end. Therefore Jiang Chen had to be careful. Once he was strong enough, he would definitely not let Shangguan Hongyan go. However, he had to be careful after entering the Central Region Divine Land. It wasn't only because of Shangguan Hongyan, but also because of the Slaughter Pagoda. Before entering the Central Region Divine Land, Jiang Chen had already killed a divine emissary, and his grudge with the 8-divisional pagoda had begun. Don't worry. One day I will take revenge for my master. It won't be too long. Jiang Chen said and clenched his fist. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. There would definitely be no problem. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong Tyrant and the others were having a hard time facing the evil Dragon Emperor. Even though they had used all their means, they had yet to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. They could only passively take a beating against the evil Dragon Emperor. Although they managed to stabilize the situation for a while, they were still in a terrible state, which infuriated everyone. Tyrant was covered in injuries, Xian was exhausted, and the Fire Qilin was also heavily injured. Tantai Jingzong was in the best condition, but she had also suffered some minor injuries. There was a trace of blood on her pretty face that was neither deep nor shallow, making her look even colder and more heroic. The four could only passively defend. However, with the evil Dragon Emperor's suppression, he had the absolute advantage. If this continued, Xian and the others would be exhausted to death. What should we do? To run or not to run? We can't hold on much longer. Xian said with great difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. Time was gradually destroying their willpower. It was not easy for them to persevere until now. I won't go. I won't leave until I get that little bastard Jiang Chen out. Tyrant said through gritted teeth. Fuck you, you bastard. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely teach you a lesson. Tantai Jingzong frowned. With Jiang Chen's strength, he wanted to deal with the evil Dragon Emperor? Did he take the wrong medicine? Even you and I can't deal with the evil Dragon Emperor. How can Jiang Chen do it? Are you sure Jiang Chen is not dead? Are you sure he can deal with the evil Dragon Emperor? Tantai Jingzong glanced at Tyrant and said indifferently. Jiang Chen is definitely not dead. He will definitely be able to teach this guy a lesson. Tyrant said without any doubt. His expression was extremely cold. He trusted Jiang Chen unconditionally. Other than Jiang Chen, he had no other way to deal with the evil Dragon Emperor. It's rare for someone to trust me so much. All the more reason for me to not die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and crushed the magma that wrapped around his body. His entire body was glowing with radiance and vigor. Although he only had the strength of a late hierarch realm, Tantai Jingzong felt that this fellow was like a hidden Tyrannosaurus. Could he really defeat the evil Dragon Emperor like what Tyrant had said? Tyrant, Fire Qilin and the others' eyes lit up. Jiang Chen did not disappoint them. I knew it. Kid, you won't die so easily. Haha. Just as I expected. Fuck you, I'm saved. Tyrant laughed and said with his eyes sparkling. With Jiang Chen here, everything could be saved. Tyrant once again got to know Jiang Chen after the battle in the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. That fellow was still the fearless demon king in the immortal world. As long as he was here, there was nothing that could not be solved. You're still alive, Tantai Jingzong said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, it was not something incomprehensible. Why? Are you unhappy that I'm still alive? Jiang Qin shrugged and said. That's not what I meant. Tantai Jingzong said coldly and did not argue with Jiang Qin. Brat, even a hierarch like you dares to challenge me? What a joke. Kid, do you think you can save the damsel in distress from my hands? You're dreaming. Really? Don't think that you'll win until the very last moment. In fact, you're just a pile of mud. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. He did not put the evil dragon emperor in his eyes at all. Even Tantai Jingzong was curious about Jiang Qin. Why are you so disdainful of the evil dragon emperor and so confident? Where's your confidence? I'm also looking forward to you killing the evil dragon emperor. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Qin with interest. You'll get what you want. A faint smile crossed Jiang Qin's lips as he looked into Tantai Jingzong's eyes. In the next moment, his target was locked on the evil dragon emperor. What an arrogant kid. Do you really think a hierarch like you can turn the situation around? You're too arrogant. It's my first time seeing someone as arrogant as you. Kid, you're not even aware that your death is coming. I'll make sure you die in style. I, the evil dragon emperor, will turn into 1,000,000 corpses and blood flow for 1,000 miles. Whoever dares to go against me will be killed without mercy. The evil dragon emperor's roar was deafening. Jiang Qin remained calm as he took a step forward. The mountains and rivers were shattered. That scene was Jiang Qin going against the evil dragon emperor with his hierarch realm body. Tantai Jingzong squinted her beautiful eyes. It was too shocking at that moment. Could Jiang Qin really withstand the evil dragon emperor's attack? Tantai Jingzong did not know. However, Jiang Qin was full of confidence as if he was the strongest existence in this world. Jiang Qin's strength was overwhelming the evil dragon emperor with absolute suppression. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Even the spectators could only quickly retreat in fear of being implicated. Chapter 32-36. Under Jiang Qin's dragon transformation, a powerful airwave surged out as if he was assisted by God. Jiang Qin's physique was extremely strong. Under the dragon transformation, he could completely suppress a half-step divine emperor. He could even fight against a divine emperor like the evil dragon emperor. Just one palm strike was enough to show how domineering Jiang Qin was. A late hierarch fighting against the evil dragon emperor. Both of them retreated. Although Jiang Qin was a little flustered, he was still able to fight against the evil dragon emperor and was not at a disadvantage. Jiang Qin extended his hand and took out the heavenly dragon sword. Tantai Jingzong's eyes became excited again. A terrifying sword, a terrifying person. This fella is much stronger and crazier than she had imagined. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Qin had gained the upper hand against the evil dragon emperor. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong finally realized how terrifying Jiang Qin was. The weakest person in her eyes was actually the most terrifying fella. At this moment, Jiang Qin had finally displayed his extraordinary strength. This fella is actually so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. She had never thought that a late hierarch fella could fight against a divine emperor. It was unbelievable. However, Jiang Qin did it. Moreover, it was that unknown fella that she ridiculed. His appearance was like a peerless monarch that suppressed the evil dragon emperor, causing the evil dragon emperor to be unable to defend himself. Jiang Qin actually gained the upper hand. All of this was too shocking and unbelievable. It had completely overturned Tantai Jingzong's thoughts. However, it made her look at Jiang Qin in a new light. The hierarch fella who did not take action was not because he was weak, but because there was no one worthy for him to take action. At this moment, she finally understood how childish and ridiculous her previous actions were. Jiang Qin could fight against a divine emperor as a hierarch. Was there a need to doubt his combat strength? From the very beginning, he had disdained to make a move, but in their eyes he was weak and arrogant. At this moment, it was like a slap to the face. It made Tantai Jingzong feel like he was blind. He did not expect things to turn out this way. In the past, perhaps he didn't think much of us, right? Now it seems like the one who's being ridiculous is not Jiang Qin but us. Tantai Jingzong said with a bitter smile. Her heart was filled with helplessness. She could only silently watch the battle between Jiang Qin and the evil dragon emperor. With Jiang Chen around, Tantai Jingzong unknowingly felt that Jiang Chen would definitely suppress this matter. Now you know how powerful little Chenzi is. None of us are his match. I'm not his match in the immortal world. Never did I expect that I'm still not his match after training hard for 100 years. Tyrant's words caused Tantai Jingzong's expression to turn solemn once more. Did they ascend from the immortal world? Moreover, Jiang Chen and the enlightened being had only cultivated for 100 years? Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath. If that's the case, then they'll be known as peerless prodigies in the Central Region Divine Land. Cultivating for 100 years to the Divine Emperor realm, it's really terrifying, isn't it? Everyone was in awe and shock. This Jiang Chen is so powerful that it makes people's hair stand on end. Tantai Jingzong had never heard of a monster that could cultivate to the Hierarch realm in 100 years, not even in the Central Region Divine Land. This Jiang Chen, what kind of monster is he? Tantai Jingzong sighed in his heart. He thought that he was one of the peerless monstrous prodigies in the 9 regions and 10 lands of the Central Region Divine Land. However, he was just a nobody in Jiang Chen's eyes. A divine emperor with just 100 years of cultivation. Countless people would be shocked if they knew about this. The evil dragon emperor unleashed all of his techniques. Phantoms of phantoms scattered in all directions. Black fog engulfed Jiang Chen. Illusory dragon shadows followed the evil dragon emperor and pressed down. Jiang Chen ignored the evil dragon emperor and the dragon shadows. He shouted and unleashed sword chi. The evil dragon emperor was forced to retreat. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. This sword intent is so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Her sword was very different from Jiang Chen's. It was impossible for her to reach such a ferocious realm of sword Dao. Jiang Chen's realm and the Dao of sword technique had left her in the dust. Bastard, you're crazy. The evil dragon emperor was forced back again and again by Jiang Chen. He had just broken through to the divine emperor realm using a secret technique. He was not a divine emperor realm expert that relied on his own strength to break through. Under Jiang Chen's strong pressure, the evil dragon emperor was completely exposed. He could not compete with Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's sword chi was shocking. Even Tyrant was impressed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like an unstoppable god of death. No one could stop his sword. As one of the domain lords of the spectral ghost domain, the evil dragon emperor rarely met any divine emperor experts. Therefore no one could go against him. He was used to being arrogant and arrogant. However, he was suppressed by a hierarch. The evil dragon emperor's anger was imaginable. However, it was a fact that he was not as strong as Jiang Chen. The evil dragon emperor could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The aura of the limitless sword was constantly unleashed. The evil dragon emperor knew that he had met a true expert this time. Even if Jiang Chen was just a hierarch, he could still turn the tides. Sword of Solitude. Jiang Chen charged forward and became even crazier. At this moment, after devouring the starfire, the aura in his body became even more violent. The green lotus starfire shot out like a ray of light and was slashed down by the Sword of Solitude. 2 terrifying waves of air surged. A sword and a flame were unleashed. Such a terrifying attack. Tantai Jingzong was extremely shocked. If it was her, she would never be able to stop Jiang Chen's attack. It was too terrifying. The invisible green lotus starfire shot into the evil dragon emperor's body the moment Jiang Chen charged forward. However, the evil dragon emperor was unaware of it. Brat, you dare to kill me. I am the 3rd domain lord of the spectral ghost domain. If you kill me, my 2 brothers will definitely avenge me. They will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the world. The evil dragon emperor was once again pushed back by Jiang Chen's Sword of Solitude. His face turned pale. The surrounding mountain ridges cracked and fell down. The evil dragon emperor was in danger. Facing such a terrifying Jiang Chen, the evil dragon emperor was shocked. His face turned red. Killing you is like killing a pig. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 30-37. Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it's better to let him go. The strength of the ghost spirit domain is extremely strong and extremely strange. They will definitely take revenge for any enmity they have, and they're basically equivalent to the second Buddha's pagoda. Once you kill a member of the ghost spirit domain, they will absolutely not let the matter go. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen. He was not afraid. She was just afraid that Zhou Xian would have too many enemies. Although Zhou Xian killed the divine emissary of the divine pagoda, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once people knew that it was done by Zhou Xian, the divine pagoda would definitely not let him go. If Zhou Xian killed that guy from the ghost spirit domain, they would definitely not let him go. That's a divine emperor expert, the third domain lord of the ghost spirit domain. How could someone with such status die without knowing the reason? That's right, that's right. If you kill me, the people from the ghost realm will definitely not let you off. If you let me off, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, my big brother and second brother will definitely not rest until you die. The evil dragon emperor quickly nodded. His expression was extremely ugly. If Zhou Xian wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His heart was filled with fear. Zhou Xian kill people. Why do I need to hide? If I kill, then so be it. Who can do anything to me? Zhou Xian looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's expression was indifferent. What a reckless fella. Forget that I said anything. You don't have any reason to live since you dared to hurt my brother. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the evil dragon emperor's body was covered in Brother Bear's azure blue flames. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Especially the evil dragon emperor. He never thought that this fellow would have such a terrifying ability. Tantai Jingzong's face was filled with confusion. No one knew how Zhou Xian did it, but the evil dragon emperor had already been burnt beyond recognition by the green-blue flame. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ah! The evil dragon emperor roared and kept running. However, no matter what he did, he could not extinguish the azure flames on his body. In less than 10 breaths of time, the evil dragon emperor was burned to ashes. At this moment, even the fire Qilin swallowed its saliva. This flame could completely erase its Qilin saint fire, killing without a trace. This blue flame was too terrifying. A god emperor like the evil dragon emperor died in less than 10 breaths. They might not even last 5 breaths. You monster. Tyrant could not help but laugh. The stronger Zhou Xian was, the happier he was. This guy had never disappointed him before. He's a lunatic. Tantai Jingzong shook her head and sighed. However, a madman had his own tyranny and forcefulness. This madman had taught her and everyone else from the fossil sect an important lesson. I didn't expect you to come back. Zhou Xian looked at Tantai Jingzong and said with a smile. I just don't want to owe others anything, especially those arrogant and condescending people. Tantai Jingzong said with a serious expression. Now that you're fine, it's time for me to go. Looks like we can be considered as friends of life and death. You're willing to sacrifice your life for me. I'm really touched. Zhou Xian said meaningfully. I'm just afraid that you'll die too miserably and no one will collect your corpse. It's best if we never meet again. Goodbye. Tantai Jingzong snorted coldly and left. Although Zhou Xian was very powerful, he was still very annoying. However, an expert had his own temper. This kind of thing was reasonable. However, Tantai Jingzong did not buy it. Zhou Xian was powerful, but it had nothing to do with her. After Tantai Jingzong left, Zhou Xian also started to refine the meteorite. He wanted to refine all the meteorites into his Yuan God tools. His target was to refine all 108 Yuan God tools into peak Yuan God tools. This was quite a challenge for Zhou Xian. 108 peak Yuan God tools would become a terrifying existence. It would no longer be so difficult to fight against Divine Emperor experts. Today's battle was all because of Zhou Xian's strength that suppressed the evil Dragon Emperor. The evil Dragon Emperor could not be considered as the ancestral Dragon Emperor that relied on his own strength. If the evil Dragon Emperor was a true Divine Emperor, Zhou Xian would have to give it his all to win. I told you that you're lucky. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. This evil Dragon Emperor is nothing. Tyrant patted Zhou Xian's shoulder and said. Zhou Xian could see that Tyrant had exerted all his strength to stop the evil Dragon Emperor and buy some time for Zhou Xian. You're not bad too. You can even stop a Divine Emperor fella. Zhou Xian's lips curled. I'm still far from you. I thought that I could slowly surpass you after entering the divine world. But it's still the same. Comparisons are odious. I don't want to compete with you anymore. Tyrant looked at Zhou Xian with disdain. We shouldn't stay here for long. Go. I need to find a quiet place to refine my divine tool. Protect me. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tyrant and the others nodded silently. The group quickly found a quiet place and Jiang Chen started to refine the divine tool. The meteorite was extremely hard to melt. However, Jiang Chen used the azure lotus star flame to melt it, extracting the hardest meteorite iron. Jiang Chen added meteorite iron into the 108 primordial divine tools, refining 108 primordial divine tools at once. Even for Jiang Chen, the burden on him was quite great. No one could understand how much he had to pay to refine 108 primordial divine tools at the same time. The bitterness and suffering he had to go through was not something that others could understand. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. This time Jiang Chen had already prepared to refine the pinnacle primordial divine tools. He must succeed. This would be one of his greatest trump cards against divine emperor experts in the future. Moreover, the speed of setting up the Ashura sword formation was constantly changed and evolved by Jiang Chen. It could even form a formation in a moment. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron was bearing 108 primordial divine tools. Even Jiang Chen was amazed. It was indeed the craftsman god's proudest treasure. Even the craftsman god could not figure out the bottom line of the myriad chi cauldron. 108 primordial divine tools. I must refine all of you successfully. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. Not to mention 108 primordial divine tools. Even if it was just one, the person who could refine it would already be a true craftsman. However, Jiang Chen was able to refine so many of them at the same time. It was simply amazing, unprecedented. Chapter 30-38. Both of them left. Time passed quickly and 3 years had passed. Spring passed and autumn came. The desolate land was still filled with green willows and cries of birds and beasts. Jiang Chen was still smelting the 108 primordial divine weapons in his hands, but the fire Qilin moved quietly at this moment. Monk, help me tell Jiang Chen that I'm going to the depths of the desolate land to take a look. The fire Qilin said in a deep voice with incomparable determination. At this moment he had been hesitating for a long time, but he didn't put it into action. Tyrant frowned and said, Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait until Jiang Chen is done with the weapon? It's too late. Not long ago I sensed something in the depths of the Wildland Divine Prefecture. There's an invisible force guiding me, calling me. Seems to be related to my parents. I have to pay them a visit. The fire Qilin's voice was extremely deep. Tyrant could clearly feel the pressure and anticipation in his heart. All right then. When little Qinzi wakes up we'll go find you. Tyrant said. The fire Qilin shook his head and said, There's no need. I have the body of a divine beast so it won't be a problem for me to travel in the desolate land. However, you're human so it'll definitely cause a lot of inconveniences. Perhaps it'll alarm some great demons hidden in the depths of the desolate land. You don't have to worry about me, just leave. When I'm done with the matters in the depths of the desolate land, I'll go to the central divine land to find you. Then take care of yourself. Tyrant patted the fire Qilin's shoulder and said. The two of them had fought side by side several times. Although they didn't communicate much, the look in their eyes was enough to explain everything. To the fire Qilin this trip might be a huge change. However, Tyrant couldn't say much. He could only wait for Jiang Chen to wake up. Not long after the fire Qilin left, Qingshuan's heart was also filled with worries. Tyrant knew that she was about to leave as well. Back then, the two of them had ended up together due to a freak combination of factors. If she were to leave now it would be reasonable. I'm sorry, monk. Qingshuan bit her red lips and said in a low voice. Tyrant smiled and said, It's not like we'll part forever. I know you're leaving. You know everything? Qingshuan said in surprise. Before he could say anything he already understood everything. One day I will convince my father. No need. Tyrant said. Qingshuan was shocked and his expression became extremely ugly. One day I will go to your house. Tyrant said domineeringly. Qingshuan was slightly startled. She threw herself into Tyrant's embrace and sobbed uncontrollably. Even the goddess of the past had become so sentimental and sentimental. I'm a monk, I shouldn't have such delusions. I don't care. You said it. One day you'll find me. I'll wait for you for a lifetime. I'll never leave or abandon you. Qingshuan said solemnly as he slowly retreated. His eyes were filled with tears. His lips were as red as blood and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a swallow flying in the sky, silently moving forward. Scope. It's good that they're all gone. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet. Tyrant scolded with a smile. However, there was an indescribable blush at the corner of his eyes. Men naturally had no tears, so he couldn't cry. Little Xianxia, you're the only one left. Wake up quickly. Otherwise I'm going to suffocate to death. Tyrant said in a bored tone. At this moment, Jiang Chen's training had reached the most critical moment. The 108 Origin Divine Tools had already gone through many transformations. Although they didn't need to be refined again, the smelting process was extremely difficult to make the original Origin Divine Tools reach the next level. The extraterrestrial meteoric iron in the meteorite was completely extracted by Jiang Chen. However, he didn't use all of it. He only used half of it. The strength of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was much stronger and sharper than the Origin Divine Tools. This time, when the two were combined into one, it would definitely reach the next level. Another 3 years passed. Jiang Chen finally finished refining the extraterrestrial meteoric iron. The 108 peak Origin Divine Tools directly triggered the tribulation lightning above the 9th heaven. This caused waves of thunder to rise above Jiang Chen and Tyrant's heads. Tyrant was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that Jiang Chen could actually trigger such a terrifying heavenly thunder. The birth of the 108 peak Origin Divine Tools was very likely a great tribulation that would shake the world. With Jiang Chen as the center, the surrounding 100,000 miles were almost enveloped in the tribulation lightning. The heavenly thunder rolled and rippled. The surrounding void was dyed with a layer of red. Between the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, countless birds and beasts fled in all directions. Giant trees that were hundreds of meters tall were split apart layer by layer. Mountains that were thousands of meters tall were crushed. Mountain rocks tumbled down and rivers were broken. This vast land, this desolate domain, was completely enveloped by the tribulation lightning above Jiang Chen's head. Caused all the beasts to flee in all directions. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Little Xianxia, are you trying to make a hole in the desolate divine land? Tyrant couldn't help but shiver. He believed that even divine emperor realm experts would have to avoid such a powerful heavenly lightning. If it was the evil dragon monarch from before, he would probably be smashed to smithereens without leaving a single trace. 108 peak level essence divinity artifacts. It goes without saying how terrifying it was. It should be known that even a divine emperor expert could only have one primal origin divine tool of their own. Therefore, most of the divine weapons of divine emperor experts were peak origin divine tools. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain a primal origin divine tool. However, Jiang Chen had refined 108 peak origin divine tools at once. It was unprecedented. Even he himself was shocked by such a magnificent feat. However, it also consumed a lot of his energy. His entire body was almost emptied several times. If it was not for the recovery of the myriad qi, Jiang Chen would not have been able to hold on for a long time. Even a divine emperor expert definitely did not have the capital to refine so many peak origin divine tools at once. The success rate of refining a peak origin divine tool was extremely low. The most important reason why Jiang Chen could accomplish such a magnificent feat was because of the myriad qi cauldron and the green lotus starfire. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Although Jiang Chen's craftsmanship was also very powerful, it was not enough for him to have such a magnificent performance. Is it finally going to be done? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the void. There were so many and such violent heavenly thunder. In the eyes of others, it was like a killing knife. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was a great tonic. Let the storm come more violently. Chapter 32-39. The heavenly lightning rumbled as Jiang Chen soared into the sky. The 108 peak origin divine weapons followed him like a shadow, rushing into the heavenly lightning. It was a magnificent sight. Tyrant could not help but admire Jiang Chen. This fella is getting more and more monstrous. Jiang Chen stayed in the heavenly lightning for another 3 years. Within these 3 years he had refined all the peak origin divine weapons. Moreover, he had an unexpected harvest, which was to fuse the boundless heavenly lightning into 3 heavenly lightning beads, which could help Jiang Chen complete the fusion of the other 3 heavenly lightning at the crucial moment. Although it was not the heavenly lightning origin, these 3 heavenly lightning beads could still help him relieve a great deal of pressure. Before he found the 4th heavenly lightning, they could be a perfect substitute, allowing Jiang Chen to have no worries. Within these 9 years, Jiang Chen's strength had finally made a breakthrough, reaching the peak hierarch realm. However, it would still take some time for him to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill a half-step divine emperor with a single palm strike, and even force a divine emperor to retreat. With the 3 heavenly lightning beads in hand, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with pride. Even a divine emperor could be killed in an instant if they were caught off guard. The fusion of heavenly lightning would be one of his strongest trump cards. After the 108 peak origin divine weapons were refined, Jiang Chen finally summoned 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. He wanted to refine all 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards into half-step divine emperor realm puppets. With that, his strength would definitely rise. Once the 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards were summoned, they would definitely be invincible. In the end, Jiang Chen cast all the meteoric iron onto the body of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. With this, when Jiang Chen's strength reaches the half-step divine emperor realm, he could refine them with the Azure Lotus Starfire and improve their grade, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, saving him a lot of effort. The meteoric iron, which was as hard as a primordial origin treasure, immediately melted under Jiang Chen's Azure Lotus Starfire, fusing with the 7 Dragon Guards. A low roar erupted from the 7 Dragon Guards. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their golden armor and unparalleled battle strength had already formed a trace of inertia and will. Compared to real puppets, they were much more terrifying. Jiang Chen used the Sword of Solitude to control the 7 Dragon Guards. Even he could feel the violent and domineering aura coming from them. By the time the Dragon Rider Celestial Guard was done, it was already his 10th thought. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, only to discover that 2 people were missing from his side. "You're finally awake. Motherfucker, it's been 10 years, I've been holding it in for so long." Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jiang Chen. "Your strength has improved again? Sai, looks like you'll be able to catch up with me in no time. Then why don't you hurry up and cultivate? As a Buddhist, you can't even do the most basic cultivation, how are you going to make a breakthrough?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. Looking at the disappearing Fire Qilin and Zhou Xian, his face turned solemn and he continued to ask, "Where are the 2 of them? Zhou Xian's family is summoning her, she has to go back." The Fire Qilin said that he felt that someone in the depths of the wild divine land was summoning him, that's why he went there. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Could it be that there's something in the depths of the wild divine land that's summoning him? As an ancient divine beast, there's an ancient memory that has been passed down for billions of years. This is possible. Jiang Chen said after pondering for a moment. The Fire Qilin told us not to worry about him. He won't be in danger in the depths of the wild divine land, but we humans might be in danger, so he told us to go to the central region divine land and wait for him. Good. The Fire Qilin isn't a reckless person. Since he has the confidence to enter the depths of the wild divine land, there should be something guiding him. Let's go to the central region divine land first. Jiang Chen nodded. The 2 looked at each other and made up their minds. They were ready to set off for the central region divine land. However, right at this moment when Jiang Chen and Tyrant turned around, they saw a gigantic beast that blotted out the sun and sky. With a stomp of its foot, the beast created a huge crater in the surrounding 30 meters of space, causing the surrounding rocks to crack. It was a ghastly sight. "Damned humans, how dare you step into my territory and injure my descendants? You all deserve to die." A deep roar resounded and the surrounding sky was completely blocked. 2 ferocious giant spiders completely blocked the path of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. These 2 giant spiders were 100 zhang in size and were extremely terrifying. Their strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. They were many times more terrifying than the giant spiders from before. Their golden claws were extremely sharp and dazzling. They were extremely ferocious. These are 2 golden pincer spider kings. They must be the ancestors of those giant spiders from before. Damn it, we're really unlucky this time. Tyrant scolded. He didn't expect their luck to be so bad. They were about to leave the wild divine land, but such terrifying creatures appeared. "I think these 2 golden pincer spider kings are very cute. These 8 pairs of golden pincer spider kings are definitely good stuff." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. The strong were bold. At this moment, after his strength broke through again, he became even more domineering. "Damn it, little Chinzi, what are you trying to do?" Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Why do I feel that this guy is treating these two golden pincer spider kings as his lunch? Nothing much. These 8 pairs of golden claws are comparable to divine weapons. They're definitely good stuff. Why don't I cut them all off? Moreover, these divine emperor golden pincer spider kings are all treasures. It's a pity that they're too big. Otherwise I'll definitely take them away. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Arrogant fella, I'll definitely let you die without a burial place today. Roar. The golden pincer spider king's roar was deafening. Such a huge savage beast could no longer be measured by common sense. Its roar shook the earth. It was probably the king within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Otherwise it wouldn't be so unscrupulous. A cold murderous intent flickered in Zhou Xian's eyes. Since these two fellas are so ferocious, I'll give it a try and see if I can defeat them with my strength. Come, let me see if the two of you are really trash. Zhou Xian sneered and said. He didn't take it seriously. Kill him and avenge our descendants. Chapter 3240. Zhou Xian wielded the heavenly dragon sword and unleashed his qi. He was fighting 2 spiders at the same time. Tyrant did not even need to attack as he was already having a good time fighting the 2 spiders. Zhou Xian retreated in order to advance. Under the fierce attack of the 2 spiders he did not feel pressured at all. The heavenly dragon sword left deep marks on their bodies, causing their flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Tyrant's blood was boiling as he watched the scene unfold. Zhou Xian fought against 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts with the power of his flesh and blood. How could Tyrant not be shocked by such a scene? If it was someone from the petrified sect, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Zhou Xian's strength was undeniable, especially after his strength had increased once again. His sword qi was shockingly powerful. Rays of chilling light pierced through the sky. 13th sword. 14th sword. 15th sword. A sword that shook the sky shattered the void. Thunder rumbled and clouds rolled across the sky. Zhou Xian was fearless as he fought with his life on the line. However, the 2 golden pincer spider kings were not easy to deal with. Thick and capricious gossamer covered the sky and completely trapped Zhou Xian. Even Zhou Xian's heavenly dragon sword could not cut through it. The endless spider webs covered the sky. It was impossible for Zhou Xian to cut through them. Moreover, the limitless sword of the heavenly dragon sword was powerful. However, the power of the attack was greatly weakened by the spider webs. This was something that Zhou Xian did not expect. Layers upon layers of spider webs completely trapped Zhou Xian within. It was even more powerful than a formation. Zhou Xian struggled left and right, but was unable to break free. As long as you stay in my spider webs for 48 hours, you will be turned into thick water. Boy, just wait for your death. The golden pincer spider king sneered. Zhou Xian was wrapped in layers of spider webs like a cocoon. He had completely lost his freedom. Damn it, little Qianzi, you must be all right. Tyrant's heart was burning with anxiety. He shouldn't have let Zhou Xian fight the 2 golden pincer spider kings alone. He quickly dashed forward and unleashed numerous Buddhist seals, but when they landed on the golden pincer spider king's body, they seemed to be very light, as if they couldn't inflict any serious damage on it. You want to kill me? 48 hours? Even if it's 49 breaths, I will not give you the time. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. A green-blue flame broke through the air and rose slowly. In the end, all the spider webs were burned to ashes. The 2 golden pincer spider kings' trump cards were easily broken by Zhou Xian. The terrifying flame was really shocking. Even their spider webs could not do anything to Zhou Xian. There were divine emperor realm experts who came to invade, but they were all sealed to death by the power of the spider webs. Zhou Xian was like a great rock flapping its wings when he broke free. The heavenly dragon sword shadow turned into layers of sword rain, forcing the 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts to retreat. The scene was extremely explosive. Tyrant was already very excited. Zhou Xian always made him worried. However, the most shocking thing was that he was able to resist 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts. Damn it, how dare you break my spider webs? Let's see how you're going to deal with my 8 golden pincers. The 2 golden pincer spider kings flew down once again. 16 golden pincers slashed down continuously, shattering the surrounding mountain rocks. The terrifying aura caused Tyrant's scalp to go numb. This group of fellows was simply too abnormal. Zhou Xian did not care. He strolled leisurely. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down one after another, intertwining with the golden pincer Spider King's golden pincers. The clanging sound was incessant. Jiang Chen's sword was like a swaying swan, completely blocking the impact of the 16 golden pincers. It's time to show you the power of my heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes were sharp and as cold as frost. Sword shadows fell from the sky and directly slashed down on the mortal world. The golden pincer Spider King could not resist at all. All 16 golden pincers were cut off by Jiang Chen, leaving it alone. The 16 golden pincers were directly kept by Jiang Chen. The golden pincer Spider King was furious and retreated in defeat. Now that they had completely lost the initiative, a sense of crisis arose in their hearts. Run. This guy is too abnormal. The golden pincer Spider King shouted in a deep voice and retreated. However, without the golden pincers their speed was completely reduced. It was impossible for them to escape. Trying to run after acting tough? How could it be so easy? If all of you stay here. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became more and more brilliant. These two guys were the touchstones for him to enter the Central Region Divine Land. Bastard, we have already escaped. Why are you still killing us? The golden pincer Spider King roared. Really? Then I have already wanted to leave. Why are you still chasing me? Jiang Chen asked and sneered. The golden pincer Spider King was speechless. Jiang Chen did not intend to provoke them, but they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. In that case, Jiang Chen could only give them a taste of their own medicine. This was his nature. Let these two golden pincer Spider Kings go? No way. Jiang Chen was not a kind person. Do you think begging for mercy will work? The two golden pincer Spider Kings began a crazy counterattack. Jiang Chen wanted to kill them and they were not easy to deal with. They swore to fight to the death. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wanted to leave a fatal wound on Jiang Chen. However, how could Jiang Chen be fooled so easily? Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He held the azure lotus spark in his hand and did not confront them head-on. The scorching flames of the azure lotus spark made it almost impossible for them to rush forward. Moreover, the suppression was getting more and more difficult. If this continued, they might even be roasted alive by the azure lotus spark. Brutal, too brutal. But I like it. Ah. Tyrant was cheering for Jiang Chen from the side. He was able to help Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen obviously wanted to test out his current strength. This battle should be fought by Jiang Chen himself. His previous worries were all for naught. Tyrant had no choice. Jiang Chen's blazing fire seals kept hitting the two golden pincer Spider Kings. The screams lasted for a long time. Jiang Chen laid out the ghost prison Ashura sword formation in the surroundings. The two divine Emperor realm demonic beasts were completely suppressed by the azure lotus spark and lost their 8 legs. Now they were attacked from all sides. 108 pinnacle essence divine tools were split apart. At that moment, the two golden pincer Spider Kings finally showed a look of despair. Burst out, let me see how powerful you are. Chapter 3241. Once the azure rises, a sword light shines through the 14 prefectures. Jiang Chen's sword shadow and Azura's sword intent had reached an unparalleled level. The two golden pincer Spider Kings were mercilessly killed by Jiang Chen in just 10 breaths of time, losing all of their vitality. The two giant kings of the golden pincer spider slowly fell beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also sweating profusely and his face was a little pale. The Ashura sword formation that was controlled by 108 primordial divine tools was a great burden for Jiang Chen. After all, the Ashura sword formation could kill a divine emperor expert. This was really shocking. A loud sound was heard and the mountain rocks were smashed. Tyrant looked at this scene and his heart trembled. Little Chinzi, you bastard. If this goes on, I won't be your opponent for the rest of my life. From the beginning to the end, the two kings of the golden pincer spider never thought that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to let out a miserable cry before they were killed by Jiang Chen. It was just too fast. Little Chinzi, I'm not convinced. Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. Why? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Tyrant suspiciously. Why are you so abnormal? It seems that even if I enter the divine emperor realm, I will still lose if I fight with you. Can you not be so abnormal? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen helplessly and said while gritting his teeth. Then you can only cultivate as soon as possible. When you have the ability to level the West Pole Divine region, you might be able to fight with me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. I can't be bothered to compete with you. As long as I can defeat Xian next time I will be satisfied. There's still De Huang and Han Yan. Even if I can't defeat you I can still defeat them. Tsk. Tyrant was very confident in himself. He did not plan to compete with little Qinzi in the future, but Xian still had to compete with De Huang and the others. I am hailed as the reincarnated Buddha. Kid, you have to be careful in the future. Tyrant said with a prideful expression. Although he wasn't a match for little Qin right now, he still wanted to boast about it. There's Overlord Spider fluid in the Golden Pincer Spider King's body. It's definitely good stuff for cultivation. Wait for me to extract it and we'll have one each. As he spoke, Jiang Qin directly used the Heavenly Dragon Sword to cut open the bodies of the two Golden Pincer Spider Kings and extracted the Overlord Spider fluid from their bodies. The incomparably sticky Overlord Spider fluid was a good thing. It could be used for cultivation, alchemy, and it could even be used to refine some strange divine weapons. Looks like this thing is really good. These two Golden Pincer Spider Kings are really here to deliver warmth, huh? Tyrant laughed heartily as his eyes shone with a brilliant light. Are you going to the Central Region Divine Land? Little Qinzi? Tyrant suddenly asked in a low voice. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Why? You're not going? Jiang Qin frowned. Could it be that this guy had his own plans? Tyrant shook his head. He still had many things to do and he had no choice but to do so. I also want to go to Xianxia, but I have to return to the West Pole Divine Land. Why? Jiang Qin asked. It was already very difficult for them to leave the West Pole Divine Land. If Tyrant still wanted to go back at this time, it would be no different from courting death. I said my roots, my soul and my beliefs are all there. Do you believe me? This was the first time Tyrant spoke to Jiang Qin in such a serious manner. Even Jiang Qin was not used to it. It seemed like this guy was serious this time. Jiang Qin was silent because there were some things that he could not persuade. Just like what Tyrant had said, his roots and his soul were all in the West Pole Divine Land. How could he give them up? This was a kind of understanding of life. If he really left the West Pole Divine Land, he might completely become like a walking corpse. I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. I thought you'd come with me to the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Qin said with some disappointment. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Before they grew to the point where they could be feared by others, they had to move forward bravely and not sit and wait for death. Previously we have killed almost everyone. If you return to the West Pole Divine Land, I reckon that all the forces in the entire West Pole Divine Land will target you. At that time you will not be able to move an inch. Jiang Qin frowned. It would be nonsense to say that he was not worried. A place like the West Pole Divine Land would definitely be in a state of panic. They had caused a great disaster there previously, so they would definitely be wanted by all the forces. Jiang Qin could imagine what kind of place the West Pole Divine Land was now. As long as he entered it, he would definitely be targeted. Amit Ba. Didn't Buddha say that? If I don't go to hell, who will? Ah, little Qinzi, when we meet again I will definitely make you look at me in a different light. I will make the West Pole Divine Land kneel under my feet. Tyrant said in high spirits. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, this was also in line with his character. No one could suppress him. If he wanted to do something, he would definitely do it. Even if his body was crushed into pieces, he would not frown. Tyrant, don't make me look down on you. This is what you said. One day I will stand at the peak of the Central Region Divine Land and look down on all living beings with you. Ah. Jiang Qin said with an arrogant expression. However, his arrogance wasn't without reason. This was his dream and it was also the requirement he had for himself. One day he would make those guys who didn't know what was good for them disappear from this world. Jiang Qin's face was filled with arrogance and pride. His arrogance wasn't without reason. Ah, good. I will wait for that day. I will leave now. Tyrant turned around and left. He was afraid that he had some regrets in his heart. With Xianxia and little Qinzi, he was reluctant to leave the Central Region Divine Land. However, if he did not grow stronger, he would not even have the qualifications to see Xianxia again. How could Tyrant not make himself stronger? He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave. A person's path was destined to be lonely. Tyrant was like this, so was Jiang Qin. However, they had no other choice. They had to fight for themselves, for their family and friends. They were not fighting alone. Jiang Qin could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. The fire Qilin had left him and so had Tyrant. At this moment he had become a loner once again. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing for a person to travel alone in the Central Region Divine Land. If that was the case, he would not implicate anyone. Even if he caused a great disaster like what happened in the West Pole Divine Land, he could just leave. He did not need to worry about whether others would be implicated or not. If one person was full, the whole family would not be hungry. Right now Xianxia was in such a state. He had to enter the Central Region Divine Land as soon as possible. He had to find Yan Qingqing, and he had to find his master's enemy, that evil disciple. He had to avenge his master. Chapter 3242. Above the Luo River, on the peak of 1,000 mountains, there was a handsome youth with the appearance of a heavenly demon. He held a long spear in his hand, treading on the waves as he charged towards the mountain gate. The youth's clothes were as white as snow. He was thin, but he was like a pillar that could support the heavens and the earth. His temperament was cold, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The youth was enraged, his hands were constantly trembling. There was only one belief in his heart: to fight his way out of the mountain gate, to fight for a sky that belonged to him, to make everyone submit to him. That way no one would be able to stop him. No matter who it is, those who obstruct me will die. The young man's cold voice reverberated above the Luo River. The 10 experts surrounded him, but they were forced to retreat again and again. These 10 experts were all elite disciples of the god Luo clan. Each of them had reached the half-step divine emperor realm, and the young man in front of them was also a half-step divine emperor. He fought against 10 of them alone, and his spear was extremely ferocious. No one could beat him. Stinking brat, don't be too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my Luo god clan, I've long found you an eyesore. I'll fight you. King Luo Bin roared, his eyes were sharp as he stared at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth gave King Luo Bin a cold glance and flicked his spear. Like a goddess scattering flowers, waves of air rolled and water arrows flew, completely sealing off King Luo Bin's path of attack. King Luo Bin's body trembled and the spear was flicked away. Almost in an instant, the space beneath King Luo Bin's feet was shattered by the white-clothed youth. King Luo Bin was smashed into the void by the youth, blood gushed out and his face was pale. This fella has actually become stronger. Cough cough. King Luo Bin spurted out a mouthful of blood as he murmured. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. How could he be so powerful? How could he occupy the source of the Luo River? If it wasn't for the source of the Luo River nourishing his body and helping him to break through, how could he stand at the peak of the Luo god clan? This was an extremely unfair matter. Get lost. The white-clothed youth went berserk once again. With a silver spear he flicked away the 10 experts. None of them were spared and all of them were heavily injured. The youth charged towards the mountain gate with unstoppable momentum. Let's return. A low and deep voice rang out. The white-clothed youth's face changed. He felt an incomparably powerful force that directly sent him flying. The white-clothed youth retreated 100 steps before stabilizing his body. His face was as gloomy as water. Why won't you let me leave? You are imprisoning me, this is revenge. The white-clothed youth roared. His eyes were completely bloodshot. At this moment, his heart was cold without a trace of warmth. You're still not strong enough. When you break through to the Divine Emperor realm, you'll have the strength to dominate the Central Region Divine Land. At that time I'll let you leave. But if you leave now, won't you be throwing the face of my Luo god clan? A series of shouts came from the sky again, but there was no one to be seen. The white-robed youth knew that with the Grand Elder guarding the mountain gate, he would not be able to leave no matter what. Not enough, not enough. When will I be considered strong enough? Do you want me to die of old age in this broken place of yours? Damn it, I've had enough of this Luo River. It's been over 100 years, I've been bored out of my mind. For my goddess I've endured again and again. But in the end, even my brother's identity is still unknown. I don't know if he's still alive, but you guys still won't let me leave. You bunch of selfish bastards, I hate you guys to death. The white-clothed youth's eyes were extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they could penetrate through the void. Get lost. Don't even think about leaving the Luo god clan before you reach the Divine Emperor realm. I'm doing this for your own good. Unfilial son, don't disappoint me. The voice in the void gradually disappeared and eventually turned into nothingness. At this moment, Goddess Luo raised her head and flew towards the white-clothed youth. Her eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. I'm sorry. Big brother, perhaps he's really gone. Even if you go out now, it's useless. I know that I can stop your body, but I can't stop your heart. I know that you guys have a deep relationship, but if you leave the Luo God clan now, you won't be able to cause any harm to them. You'll only be in danger. The Grand Elder's words should be for your sake. No matter what happens in the future, I'll follow you. But I hope that you won't hurt yourself. Even if Big Brother is really gone, I'll still be by your side if you want to take revenge for him. Goddess Luo murmured. The white-clothed youth grabbed Goddess Luo's shoulder tightly. If it wasn't for her, he would not be willing to stay in the Luo God clan. But in the end, he was imprisoned here. Even if he wanted to leave, it would be an extravagant hope. Although Goddess Luo was here, he knew that he had lost his freedom. Now that Jiang Chen's life and death was unknown, his heart was filled with sorrow and pain. Although Goddess Luo said that she saw Jiang Chen being buried in the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusion, De Huang still believed that Jiang Chen would not die so easily. Unless he saw his corpse, otherwise he would never believe that little Chenzi would die so mysteriously. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had never seen him. If Jiang Chen dared to die so early, he would definitely dig Jiang Chen's corpse up no matter what. I understand. De Huang turned around and left. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Little Chenzi, you better not die. Otherwise, even if I have to challenge the entire West Pole divine region, I'll make them all die with you. None of those sanctimonious monks are good. After escaping from Goddess Luo's embrace, De Huang turned towards the source of Luo River. Goddess Luo's heart was filled with sorrow and pain. She knew how much pain De Huang was feeling at this moment. His brother's life and death were unknown, but he could do nothing. He could not even leave the God Luo clan. The anger and self-blame in his heart would definitely engulf him gradually. De Huang's departure was like escaping from her hands. Goddess Luo's heart was also in pain. The kind of heartache that she had never felt before. De Huang did not blame her, but her heart was filled with remorse. His heart needs peace. There are some things that you can't understand. No one can understand his pain. I just didn't expect that the omnipotent guy that he was talking about was actually such a disappointment. A faint moan came from beside Goddess Luo's ear. She wore a green dress that was like a waterfall. Her black hair was like the abyss. Her face was like jade. She had an extraordinary temperament. She was cold and elegant. She had bright eyes and white teeth. The lady's red lips moved slightly. Even King Luo Bin, who was far away, was afraid of her. One glance could topple a city and another glance could topple a kingdom. Sister, it's not like what you think. Big Brother is really strong. Unfortunately, that divine emperor realm expert was too terrifying. With his late hierarch realm strength, he could not turn the situation around. In the end, he could only disappear into nothingness. The illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple was a dangerous place to begin with. He had almost killed everyone there. With his strength alone, he was able to support the heavens and the earth. He could even handle a divine emperor expert with ease. All of this is due to time and fate. Goddess Luo said with a bitter smile. She was filled with guilt for Jiang Chen's death. Not to mention that she could not do anything. Even De Huang was trapped in God Luo clan when he wanted to avenge his brother. Trash will always be trash. Trash will always be trash. No words can erase it. Death is the end of it. You and he are not wrong. It's this ruthless and cold world that's wrong. You should also cultivate hard. Don't come out until you reach the divine emperor realm. You've wasted too much time because of love. You've already wasted too much of your time. This time you should go into seclusion. The lady said faintly. Goddess Luo's expression changed. In the end, she nodded her head helplessly with an indescribable bitterness in her mouth. Chapter 3243. Central Region Divine Land, Broken Dragon County, Slate Blue Boundary, Duyin Mountain. Thousands of miles of grass and trees form a slanting peak. 10,000 miles of mountain valleys do not see you. The winding mountain road turns to the end of the spiritual spring. A step into the sky crosses the mountain. The Duyin Mountain stretched as far as the eye could see and was surrounded by flowers and grasses. Jiang Chen had walked for half a year before he finally entered the boundary of the Duyin Mountain from the Wildland Divine Region. From here onwards, the real Central Region Divine Land could be considered. But even so, this was only the edge of the Central Region Divine Land. Jun Luohua, what do you mean? Do you want to fight to the death with me? Do you really think that I, Wang Fingqi, will be afraid of you? You want to attack me in the boundary of Duyin Mountain? Aren't you afraid that the people of Duyin Mountain will come out and kill you? A tall young man holding a heavy ruler said coldly. His eyes were cold. Beside him there was a young girl in her 20s. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. There were more than 10 Hierarch Realm experts surrounding them. They were firmly trapped in the middle, blocking all their escape routes. Why do I, Jun Luohua, need others to judge what I do? Who do you think you are? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. You're really beautiful. Feng Yan is getting more and more beautiful. I like it. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Fingqi, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Even if I kill you, does your Wang clan still have the guts to attack my Jun clan? If you're courting death, today Feng Yan is mine. I didn't expect you to be so lucky with women. However, from today onwards, Feng Yan is my woman. After he finished speaking, Jun Luohua turned to look at the timid girl hiding behind Wang Fingqi. His eyes became brighter and brighter. This girl was slim and graceful. The Feng clan actually had such a talented girl. Why didn't he realize it before? He was really unlucky, extremely unlucky. Wang Fingqi had actually beaten him to it. Even if she wasn't a virgin, he still wanted to have some fun with her. If he, Jun Luohua, wanted a woman, there wasn't a single one he couldn't get in the blue plate world. Feng Yan, if you follow me in the future, your Feng family will definitely rise along with me. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of my Jun family. Jun Luohua snickered and looked at Feng Yan with an extremely lustful gaze. However, at this moment Wang Fingqi was protecting Feng Yan behind him. Brother Qi, I'm scared, Feng Yan whispered. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let this bastard bully you. Wang Fingqi said in a deep voice, protecting Feng Yan with all his might, not giving Jun Luohua any chance at all. You trash. Let's see if you can protect your beautiful lady. Jun Luohua sneered and waved his hand. More than 10 Hierarch Realm experts swarmed towards Wang Fingqi and instantly drowned him. Wang Fingqi's strength had already reached the early Hierarch Realm. However, it was impossible for him to catch up to 10 Hierarch Realm experts. He could only defend himself passively. However, the opponent's attacks were too fierce. It was difficult for him to defend himself. In just a moment, Wang Fingqi was forced into a desperate situation. The top 10 experts made it difficult for Wang Fingqi to move an inch. They had continuously injured Wang Fingqi. At this moment, Feng Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Brother Qi, Sister Feng, leave first. Don't worry about me. Wang Fingqi shouted angrily. He wanted to stop the top 10 experts, but he was powerless. He was forced to retreat again. His face was pale and his strength was suppressed to the extreme. Feng Yan did not leave. Instead, she helped Wang Fingqi up with difficulty. The two of them supported each other and leaned on each other. Kaka, what a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Your father loved to break up lovebirds. In the future, little sister Feng doesn't need you anymore. I'll take care of her. I'll definitely make sure she's happy. Jun Luohua said with a beaming smile. His eyes were filled with lust as if he wanted to take her for himself. Damn it. You bastard. I'll kill you. Wang Fingqi roared angrily and rushed forward. He was extremely unwilling. He would not let this bastard taint his sister Feng even if he had to risk his life. With your strength, you're no match for me. Even without my guards, you'll still be defeated by me. Jun Luohua said disdainfully and directly faced Wang Fingqi. Wang Fingqi held the heavy ruler in his hand and slashed it down with a ferocious aura. His moves were extremely ferocious. However, it was nothing in front of Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's strength had already reached the middle hierarch realm. Even the Wang clan's patriarch might not be stronger than him. How could this self-proclaimed genius of the Wang clan, Wang Fingqi, be his opponent? In front of the Jun clan, this guy was just a piece of trash that was not worth mentioning. Jun Luohua's palms struck continuously. Wang Fingqi's heavy ruler almost fell out of his hand. He was heavily injured by Jun Luohua again. The scene was extremely chaotic. Wang Fingqi was on the verge of death. You're a piece of trash. You dare to snatch my woman? Are you worthy? Jun Luohua spat at Wang Fingqi and said with a gloomy face. He was disdainful towards Wang Fingqi. In front of the Jun clan, even 10 Wang clans were not enough. Did this guy really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the blue plate world? He was really shameless. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth, unable to restrain his anger. However, he was not as skilled as Jun Luohua. He could only be so passive. He hated that his strength was not as good as Jun Luohua's. He hated that he could not even protect the woman he loved. Then how could he face Feng Yan? Go and die. No dog of the Wang clan dares to bark at me. Jun Luohua struck out with his fist. Wind and thunder surged. Wang Fengqi's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. Was his life going to end at this moment? He still had endless revenge that he had yet to execute. He still had countless wishes that he had yet to fulfill. He still had to bring his clan to the top. He still had to protect the woman he loved for the rest of her life. However, at this moment, everything turned into a fleeting cloud. Because his life was actually going to be ended by Jun Luohua at this moment. Plang. Once the heavy ruler appeared, it directly blocked the momentum of Jun Luohua's attack. At this moment, Wang Fengqi also escaped from danger. Wang Fengqi looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The heavy ruler was originally in his hands. Why did it suddenly fall without any warning as if it was helped by the gods? It even blocked Jun Luohua's fatal attack. What's going on? Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked around in surprise. Who is it? Get out here. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will make you wish you were dead instead of going against my Jun clan. Jun Luohua shouted angrily as he looked around with a gloomy expression. On the treetop, Jiang Qin was lying there, swaying along with the sound of the wind. What a tragic story. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you interfere in the matters of me, Jun Luohua? Who are you? Jun Luohua said angrily. There's something wrong with your surname. I just don't like you. Can't I? Chapter 3244. I just don't like you. Wang Fengqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is too overbearing. However, this expert in front of him did have the right to say such words. Strength is the hard truth. Jun Luohua did not expect Jiang Qin to be so direct. Can't you be a little more reserved? Am I that annoying? I'm still the young master of the Jun clan. You don't give me any face, I'm really annoyed. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of such a powerful expert. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than him. He might have reached the peak hierarch realm or even the half-step divine emperor realm. Even if a dozen of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. This senior's strength is tyrannical. We are not as good as you. However, if senior wants to go against us, I think our Jun clan is not to be trifled with. If senior is willing to give face to our Jun clan will be grateful and treat you as our distinguished guest. Jun Luohua said proudly. As the descendant of the Jun clan, the young master of the Jun clan, he naturally had his own pride. Even when facing someone stronger than him, Jun Luohua did not have the slightest bit of fear. After all, the Jun clan's strength could not be changed by ordinary people. His clan was very famous. Even in the Broken Dragon County, it was one of the best. You dare to say such words in front of me? Looks like you're threatening me? I don't care about your clan. You bully others and even want to snatch a woman. You scum, you're really something. How can you be so righteous? I'm just going to take care of the injustice in the world. What are you going to do about it? Jiang Qin said coldly. He looked at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's expression turned ugly. He subconsciously took a step back. He could clearly feel the endless killing intent from Jiang Qin. If he took another step forward, he might be killed mercilessly. Jun Luohua did not doubt that this arrogant senior in front of him was really unpredictable. Since he appeared here, how could he not know how strong the Jun clan was? Senior, you have to think this through. My Jun family is very powerful. Even in the plate blue world, we are one of the top existences. Jun Luohua continued with a cold expression. He had tried to use the Jun family to force Jiang Qin to back off, but he obviously didn't expect the other party to be indifferent. Jun Luohua didn't believe that there was anyone in the blackboard world who wouldn't give face to the Jun family. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he struck out with his palm. Thunder and wind moved and a wave of air rolled out. Jun Luohua and the others were all sent flying. Jun Luohua and the others fell not far away like dogs eating shit. Each of their faces turned pale. However, none of them dared to act blindly without thinking. The expert in front of them was too strong. They didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. Senior, do you really want to make my Jun family your enemy? Jun Luohua said while gritting his teeth. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He didn't know if this Jun family was related to Jun Tianchou, but those with the surname Jun were all bad guys. This was an indisputable fact. Since he had encountered such a dirty thing, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Otherwise, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp like icy sword qi. It shot out, causing Jun Luohua and the others to retreat subconsciously. Each of their faces turned pale, not daring to have the slightest bit of resentment. My Jun family will remember this matter. We will meet again someday. Jun Luohua's expression changed. He snorted coldly and quickly retreated. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Jun Luohua didn't dare to continue challenging Jiang Chen's bottom line. He was afraid that he would die a violent death. That wouldn't be worth it. Jiang Chen didn't kill him because he was thinking about the other two. If he killed Jun Luohua and the others, he could just leave. However, they were also from the Blue Plate world. If the Jun family came to find trouble with them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill them. To him, Jun Luohua's death didn't mean much. But he could harm others. So Jiang Chen didn't kill him. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Wang Fingqi's face lit up. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He looked at Jiang Chen respectfully. He admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. With just a wave of his hand, he forced that beast Jun Luohua to retreat. When would he have such strength? If he had such strength that Jun Luohua wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The moment Wang Fingqi looked at Jiang Chen, he was like a god. He looked at Feng Yan, who was scared out of her wits. Only by becoming strong could he protect the people around him. Only by becoming strong could he have the right to command the world. He wanted to become strong. He had to become strong. It was nothing. Alright, I have something to ask you. Is this the Bluestone world? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Fingqi. Senior, this is indeed within the boundaries of the Bluestone world. It belongs to the Broken Dragon County and is within the territory of the White Tiger sect. I am a disciple of the Wang family of the Bluestone world. This is my fiancé Feng Yan. Quickly greet senior, Wang Fingqi said very respectfully. Thank you for saving me, senior, Feng Yan said in a low voice. Feng Yan said in a low voice. Her weak look reminded Jiang Chen of the first time he met her. She was so weak as if a gust of wind could blow her away. No need to be so polite. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Then do you know the Fossil sect? The Fossil sect? That's the Kunshan County that's millions of miles away. It's much bigger than our Broken Dragon County. Sir, where are you going? Wang Fingqi asked in surprise. That's right. I'm going to the Fossil sect. Although Wang Fingqi didn't understand the situation of the Petrification sect, he knew that the Fossil sect was a big sect. The senior dared to say that he was going to the Fossil sect, then his strength must be very strong. Jiang Chen thought for a long time. He didn't know anyone in the Central Prefecture Divine Land. He had only interacted with the people of the Fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong and the others weren't the kind of people who would curry favor with those in power. If he wanted to find information about Shangguan Hongyan and the Buddhist pagoda, the Fossil sect was the only place he could trust. The Central Plains Divine Land was vast and boundless. A distance of millions and millions of li was truly not close at all. Even with senior's speed, I estimate that it will take more than half a year to reach the Fossil sect. I have a plan. I wonder if senior would like to hear it? Wang Fingqi said in a low voice. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Chen. Just say it. Chapter 3245. Wang Fingqi was delighted when he heard this. He continued, half a year later, there will be 100 sect conference at the White Tiger sect. It is held once every 1,000 years, and the 100 sect conference is to select experts to be sent to the Fossil sect. As an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect, once you have the opportunity to enter the Fossil sect, you will be like a fish in the sea, a bird flying in the sky. Countless experts dream of entering the Fossil sect. Wang Fingqi said with yearning. He also looked forward to such a day, but his strength was too weak. It was impossible for him to become an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you want to stand out in the 100-sect conference and enter the fossil sect, there can only be 30 people. These 30 people must be from the powerful sects of the White Tiger sect. Moreover, it is said that the Broken Dragon County was chosen as the selection location after careful consideration. Although the strength of the White Tiger sect is not weak compared to the fossil sect, it is much weaker. The fossil sect is one of the sects directly under the sword drawing sect in the Kunshan County. These experts who enter the fossil sect will have the opportunity to advance to the next level and enter the sword drawing sect. If they enter the sword drawing sect, they will be the true pride of the realm of the gods. This is something that I did not even dare to think about in my lifetime. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement, but so what if he was excited? Even if he entered the fossil sect, he probably had no chance at all, let alone the sword drawing sect. The sword drawing sect was an extremely powerful and invincible existence. To Wang Fengqi, even to his entire Wang family, it was an extremely terrifying existence. The sword drawing sect was one of the supreme sects in the realm of the gods. How could he imagine it? The sword drawing sect, the pride of the realm of the gods? Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. He was not interested in the fossil sect, but if it was the sword drawing sect, perhaps he would be a little interested. Even the strongest disciple of the fossil sect, Tantai Jingzong, might not be his opponent. What was the point of entering the fossil sect to him? As long as Senior enters the petrified sect, everything will become extremely simple. With Senior's strength, you are definitely qualified to enter the top 30. 1,000 years ago I was only a half-step ultimate god. However, I'll try my best this time. If it's possible, I'll enter the fossil sect. That's where the true experts gather. If I'm lucky enough to go to the fossil sect with you, it'll be my dream. Wang Fengqi said with a straight face. That's a good idea. I'll wait here in Broken Dragon County. There's no need to rush for half a year. Jiang Qin nodded and said. If Senior doesn't mind, you can stay at my Wang clan. How about it? Wang Fengqi continued. How could Jiang Qin not understand what he meant? However, he did not have much to do in the Plate Blue world. Going to the Wang clan would save him some trouble. Alright, I'll go to your place then. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Wang Fengqi became wild with joy. Being able to gain the favor of Jiang Qin was definitely a very exciting thing. Jiang Qin's strength was even more terrifying than the patriarch of the family. Wang Fengqi was very sure of this. Even the patriarch didn't give him such a huge pressure. I don't like noise. Just treat me as a friend. There's no need to cause too much commotion in your clan. Otherwise I won't go. Jiang Qin said faintly. Wang Fengqi understood. Senior must be an expert who sought truth from ordinary people. He was definitely not an arrogant person. The Wang clan was considered to have some reputation in the Plate Blue world. Although it could not be compared to the Jun clan, it was still one of the strongest clans. It was also qualified to participate in the 100-sect gathering. At least this time Wang Fengqi was full of confidence. He wanted to enter and try his luck. Wang Fengqi was very smart. He knew that Jiang Qin did not like noise. Therefore he did not tell anyone. He only arranged for Jiang Qin to stay in his own guest room to train quietly. Every day he would go boating by the lake, drinking wine and practicing with his sword. Every time Jiang Qin trained, Wang Fengqi would stand at the side and watch Jiang Qin train without blinking. The splendor in his eyes grew more and more intense. But he never said a word. Moreover, he did not disturb Jiang Qin even once when he was training. He only watched attentively and then trained hard. Although he could not achieve Jiang Qin's swordsmanship, he could feel that Jiang Qin's swordsmanship was of great help to him. It was also very effective for him to improve. To be precise, although he was known as one of the top talents in the Wang clan, Wang Fengqi was really not smart. On the contrary, he was very clumsy. This made even Jiang Qin sigh. Fortunately, he was very resilient. If the first time did not work, he would do it a second time. If the second time did not work, he would do it a third time. In short, every time he trained, he seemed to concentrate all his strength as if the sword was his life. But the results were still very little. Perhaps this was a problem of talent. Jiang Qin did not care about it, but his hard work was seen by Jiang Qin. The sword and the ruler were different tunes, but the heavy ruler was like a giant sword. The heavy sword had no edge, but it was more difficult to master the ruler than to master the sword. This was something that Jiang Qin understood better than anyone else. 3 months later, Wang Fengqi's strength had made great progress. His realm had also become sharper. The heavy ruler in his hand had also become lighter. Of course, all of this was due to Jiang Chen's boundless sword. The power of the boundless sword was something that even Jiang Chen could not completely understand. It could be said that the power of the boundless sword lay in the fact that it could strengthen the realm of the sword to the point of being invisible. The ultimate sword was endless and without end. It's still a little interesting. So hardworking but still unable to comprehend the boundless sword. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile. This guy is really stupid. How could he be called a supreme genius by the Wang clan? Of course, Jiang Chen did not know that in this world, how many people could reach the realm of his sword principle. Even the sword saint said that Jiang Chen was more terrifying than him. The boundless sword would definitely shine in the hands of Jiang Chen. Looking at others with his eyes, it was natural that there was no one who could enter his eyes. Kid, you're too stupid. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Being called stupid by Jiang Chen, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, the realm of the sword was too profound and he could not understand it in a short period of time. He could only see it on the surface and it could not be compared to the sword that Jiang Chen practiced. I'm sorry, senior. I didn't mean to learn your sword technique. I was just curious. Chapter 3246. Jiang Chen didn't blame him. He just waved his hand and said, I'm not saying that you shouldn't learn my sword technique, but you're too embarrassing. Is the sword principle realm so difficult to learn? I'm worried for you watching you practice the heavy ruler. How about this, I'll give you some pointers so that I can watch more comfortably. Wang Fengqi's eyes lit up. If he could get Senior Jiang Chen's pointers, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. He would be more confident in the 100 sect gathering. Thank you, Senior. Wang Fengqi said excitedly. Still calling me Senior? Shouldn't you be calling me Master? Feng Yan appeared behind Wang Fengqi. Jiang Chen could not help but smile. This little girl often came to look for Wang Fengqi and they were quite familiar with each other. She was indeed smarter than Wang Fengqi. At this moment she directly asked Wang Fengqi to call Jiang Chen master. Even Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that I'll take him as my disciple. I, Jiang Chen, have never taken in a disciple. Jiang Chen said coldly. Senior, please accept him. You don't know how much effort Brother Qi puts into his cultivation. It's all because of his hard work that he was able to reach where he is today. He managed to break through from the peak Divine King realm to the Hierarch realm in just over 1,000 years. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to achieve that and they wouldn't be as determined as Brother Qi. Feng Yan said with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to see the two of them looking at him with such a pitiful expression. He sighed. Feng Yan was delighted and gave Wang Fengqi a meaningful glance. Wang Fengqi blushed and said anxiously, Master. I didn't want to take in a disciple. You're really strange. Alright, I'll take in a stupid disciple. Let's see if you have the ability to comprehend. If you don't, this sword technique will be meaningless to you. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Wang Fengqi knelt down and kowtowed heavily. I will listen to Master's teachings. The limitless sword has no realm. Your sword is your heart and your heart is your sword. Your sword follows your heart and your heart follows your heart. The limitless sword doesn't have any moves, but according to your understanding of the sword, it can continuously evolve attacks that are stronger than the previous one. This is the state of the sword realm. It can't teach you every move, but you can evolve endless sword techniques in the limitless sword. Understand? Jiang Chen said coldly. This was his first time being a teacher. I don't understand. Wang Fengqi's concise and comprehensive words almost angered Jiang Chen. Feng Yan snickered at the side. Jiang Chen glared at her. If it weren't for this damned girl, he wouldn't have been forced to accept Wang Fengqi as his disciple. Although Jiang Chen valued his perseverance and unwavering confidence, there was still a huge gap between these things and talent. It's true that an iron rod can be ground into a needle, but if you don't even know how to grind it, it's a bit unreasonable. Jiang Chen guided Wang Fengqi for a day. During this day, Jiang Chen almost cried because of Wang Fengqi's stupidity. This guy didn't look stupid, but he couldn't understand the essence of the limitless sword at all. Maybe he took it for granted. The complexity of the limitless sword wasn't something that anyone could understand. The sun was setting. Jiang Chen glared at Wang Fengqi and said, Master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to you. Master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. Before you can use the third sword, Don't say that you're my disciple. Yes, master. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. He knew that he was too stupid. The exact same sword, when used by his master, possessed an endless amount of power, but when used by him, it was like an exhausted old woman. It didn't have any destructive force at all. No wonder Jiang Chen was so angry after teaching his disciple for just one day. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. After Wang Fengqi and Feng Yan left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur. He really brought this upon himself. To be this stupid, he needs to be in a different realm. What? This bastard Jun Luohua is too shameless. I'm going to fight him. Wang Fengqi's face was pale and he said in a deep voice. Feng Yan pulled Wang Fengqi tightly. She was afraid that he would do something impulsive. Brother Qi, I know you're very angry about this matter, but I had no choice. My grandfather was intimidated by the Jun family's pressure, so he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. It's not like you don't know that even if our two families joined forces, we could at most tie with the Jun family. In this 100-sect conference, whichever one of you can enter the petrified sect to cultivate, can marry me. My grandfather has tried his best. I'm sorry, Brother Qi. Feng Yan bit her red lips and her expression was ugly. The Feng family and the Wang family were no match for the Jun family, and the Jun family had even directly entered the Feng family to propose marriage, which made the Feng family look extremely bad. Wang Fengqi knew that this matter had nothing to do with little sister Feng, and even the Feng family could not do anything about it. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Jun family for going too far. Don't worry, Brother Qi. I will definitely not leave you. Although we are not together yet, I, Feng Yan Xing, am your woman and fourth is your ghost. Feng Yan said firmly. Wang Fengqi pulled Feng Yan into his arms. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't let little sister Feng down. If he was stronger than Jun Luohua, that guy probably wouldn't be so arrogant. At this time he actually forced him into a dead end and forced little sister Feng into a dead end. Jun Luohua's strength is indeed stronger than mine. However, I will definitely train hard in the sword technique that Master taught me. I will definitely not embarrass Master. Jun Luohua, I will definitely make you my defeated opponent. Wang Fengqi fiercely punched the stone pillar. The reason why the Feng family made such a request was to protect both the Feng family and the Wang family's face. After all, this was the biggest concession they had made, and they had finally gotten the Jun family to compromise. However, the final result would depend on whether he could defeat Jun Luohua. At least for now, Jun Luohua was stronger and more terrifying than him. Wang Fengqi only had 30% confidence at most. Why am I so stupid? Why can't I learn the limitless sword that Master taught me? Wang Fengqi hated himself. He hated iron for not becoming steel. Senior Jiang Chen is too strong. The limitless sword is definitely one of his strongest techniques. It's not easy for you to obtain Senior Jiang Chen's inheritance. Therefore you must cultivate well. I am also unable to understand the true essence of the limitless sword. This isn't something that can be changed overnight. However, once you understand the limitless sword, you will definitely be valued by Senior Jiang Chen. Feng Yan said softly. Don't worry. I won't let anyone snatch you away from me. Not anyone. Wang Fengqi clenched his fist tightly. His face was incomparably gloomy. Jun Luohua, I will definitely not lose. Chapter 3247. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, but Wang Fengqi's strength still did not improve much. The limitless sword seemed to have lost its soul in his hands. He could not even perform the first level of swordsmanship, the first sword. It showed how stupid Wang Fengqi was. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He really should not have listened to Feng Yan's advice and accepted such a stupid disciple. Jiang Chen knew that Wang Fengqi was stupid, but he was persistent and indomitable. However, he did not expect him to be so stupid that Jiang Chen could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. The strength of the limitless sword was that everyone had a different understanding of the realm of swordsmanship, so the horror of each sword was more difficult to grasp. The first sword was only the beginning of the limitless sword. To break through the barrier of the limitless sword and comprehend the real limitless sword, this step was extremely difficult for too many people. In the end, Jiang Chen did not expect this guy to complete the transformation of the limitless sword in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was also speechless. However, the 100-sect gathering had arrived, so Jiang Chen did not bother to argue with Wang Fengqi. The master showed the way and the cultivation was up to the individual. He had already passed the limitless sword to him. As for how much he could comprehend, it was unknown. He could comprehend the sword one by one. The power and mystery of the 15th sword was not something that ordinary people could understand. Even the 7th sword, Wang Fengqi could not understand it. In the realm of swordsmanship, there were too many changes and mysteries. Even Jiang Qin could only be regarded as a beginner. Because he understood swordsmanship, he could constantly break through the peak of swordsmanship. However, when Jiang Qin looked at this burdensome disciple, he really did not know what to say. In the end, he gave him a pinnacle primordial divine tool as a token of his appreciation as a master. When Wang Fengqi held the pinnacle primordial divine tool in his hand, his heart seemed to have sunk. He had never seen a pinnacle primordial divine tool. Even his own master only had an upper-grade primordial divine tool. In the entire slate blue world, there were probably not many people who could have such a terrifying divine tool. With this pinnacle primordial divine tool, his strength would definitely rise. If he met Jun Luohua again, he would not be defeated so easily. Thank you, master. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement. To Jiang Qin, this pinnacle primordial divine tool was nothing. However, to Wang Fengqi it was a priceless treasure. Now Wang Fengqi was even more curious about his master's identity. Even the master did not have such courage because he himself did not have a pinnacle primordial divine tool. However, his master could give it to someone else so casually. This courage was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Moreover, he did not participate in the 100 sect gathering to join the fossil sect. He only wanted to enter the fossil sect and negotiate with the people in the sect. Don't be blinded by external things. Don't use this primordial divine tool unless you have no other choice. Unless you are in a life and death situation. When your strength can reach the late hierarch realm, then you can take this primordial divine tool out. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a gentleman's innocence will arouse the envy of others. Sooner or later you will be targeted by others. Jiang Qin said, I will remember master's teachings. Wang Fengqi said with a solemn face. He was extremely fond of the pinnacle primordial divine tool Heavy Ruler. It was personally refined by Jiang Qin. It could be considered as tailor-made for Wang Fengqi. Although he was not very satisfied with this disciple, they met by chance and it was fate. In the future he might not be able to help Wang Fengqi much, but he had done his best to teach Wang Fengqi the limitless sword and the heavy ruler. If you have the opportunity to enter the fossil sect, you might have a greater opportunity. However, by then don't tell others that I am your master. Jiang Qin said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked at Jiang Qin with a strange expression. Why is that, master? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, you blockhead. Feng Yan pinched Wang Fengqi from the side. Jiang Qin did not say anything, but Feng Yan could see the seriousness in Jiang Qin's eyes. If it wasn't because he had something important to do, then he had many enemies. Otherwise, why would Jiang Qin be so afraid? Feng Yan knew that Jiang Qin was protecting Wang Fengqi and not letting him be in any danger. Folded Dragon County White Tiger Sect. The 100 sect gathering was being held here. The experts from hundreds of sects were all waiting here with their heads raised. As one of the biggest sects in Folded Dragon County, White Tiger Sect was considered to be quite powerful. They must be quite capable to be able to host the 100 sect conference. Of course, Folded Dragon County was just a small county. It couldn't be compared to a big county like Kunshan County. The entire White Tiger Sect was bustling with people. Hundreds of sects had gathered. The scene was spectacular. Hundreds of hierarch realm experts were making their own preparations. Hundreds of sects were just a concept. The number of people participating in the 100 sect conference was no less than 200. Among them their strength varied. There were half-step hierarch realm experts and early hierarch realm experts. There were only a few middle hierarch realm experts, which was already very eye-catching. After all, some of the sect masters were only middle hierarch realm experts. Looks like the people participating in the 100 sect conference are all very powerful. Who said so? Sai, the competition is also very intense. We have to work hard again. We failed the last time. This time I will not be beaten back to my original state. Haha, you're right. We've already been here once. It would be too embarrassing if we were defeated by a newcomer. That's not necessarily the case. There will always be talented people in every generation. They'll lead the way for hundreds of years. Who knows, there might be a few devil incarnate. People like us should give up our positions. A group of Hierarch realm experts laughed and said. However, the drive in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. Wang Fengqi stood among the crowd, feeling incomparably proud in his heart. This time, no matter what, he would not fail. Moreover, he had to suppress Jun Luohua. Otherwise, little sister Feng might be snatched away by others. Once he entered the petrified sect, he would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of pressure. When facing the Jun family, he would not need to be so timid. Chapter 3248. Brother Zhang, hehe, I didn't expect you to lead the team again. Thank you for your hard work. The leader of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, said with a smile. Sai, this is nothing. This little bit of tiredness for the sect is nothing. But as the leader of the sect leader Bai, you have worked hard. Hehe. Zhang Tingxiu said with a smile. However, the person leading the team this time is really not me. It's my senior brother. It's just that he was delayed, but he will be here soon. Zhang Tingxiu said. That's good. However, I have a request this time. I hope Brother Zhang will agree to it. As for the reward, it will definitely satisfy Brother Zhang. Of course, I'm just a middleman. The one who really needs Brother Zhang's help is the Jun family. Jun family? Which Jun family? Zhang Tingxiu's eyes narrowed. Of course, it's the all-powerful Jun family. It's just a branch of the Jun family. Bai Wenliang said with a playful look. Well said, well said. Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu looked at each other, and both of them revealed a knowing smile. The 100 sect tournament, to put it bluntly, was to select elite disciples and send them to the fossil sect. In the end, they would be selected layer by layer, and they might even have the opportunity to enter the sword drawing sect. However, that was 1 in a million, and it was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Selecting 30 powerful genius disciples from more than 200 people was not difficult, but it was not easy either. Although Wang Fengqi had not comprehended the true meaning of the limitless sword, his strength was very strong. At least among these people, it was easy for him to enter the top 30. That was why he was full of confidence this time. Jiang Qin did not see anyone from the fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong would not show up in public. As for Sun Xiaolong, he did not see him either. Hence, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Wang Fengqi had been diligent in his cultivation and was indomitable. His strength had been cultivated step by step until now. He had achieved it through his own tenacious efforts. Therefore, he had overcome all obstacles along the way. He only needed one last battle to have the chance to obtain one of the 30 elite disciple spots. And in this last battle, coincidentally or not, the person Wang Fengqi met was Jun Luohua. It was as if the heavens had arranged it. Between the two of them, there was no turning back. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. It seems like you're destined to die with a grievance this time. Jun Luohua said with a sneer. This battle was specially arranged by him. His purpose was to make Wang Fengqi's plan fail. In that case, Feng Yan would be his woman. However, he didn't expect that this coward hadn't gotten Feng Yan yet. It seemed that this time it was quite worthwhile for him to win the heart of the beauty. He would definitely anger Wang Fengqi to death. Jun Luohua sneered. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. At this moment he didn't have much confidence in himself. In half a year's time his strength was still far from being able to catch up to Jun Luohua. However, as long as he unleashed the pinnacle-grade primordial divine tool, he would definitely have the absolute advantage. However, his master had said that unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't unleash the pinnacle-grade primordial divine tool. This was his master's warning to him. Although Wang Fengqi was stupid, he could still guess some of the pros and cons. Overconfident fellow, do you really think that you can have the last laugh? Haha, if it wasn't for someone saving your life in the forest, do you think that you can still live until today? You're really an idiot. Humph. Jun Luohua snorted. Wang Fengqi was defeated by him. There was no doubt about this. With Wang Fengqi's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Therefore Jun Luohua had absolute confidence. Moreover, if he were to kill Wang Fengqi in this battle, no one would say anything. Even the person in charge of the fossil sect, Zhang Tingxiu, was bribed by him. What did Wang Fengqi have to fight against him? Jun Luohua held the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Wang Fengqi. He was extremely arrogant. Come, loser. Let's see if you can last 10 rounds in my hands. Then let's wait and see. Wang Fengqi said to Leng Leng. He did not know how confident he was in this battle, but he would definitely not give Jun Luohua any chance. Both of them wanted to kill each other. However, Wang Fengqi obviously knew that it was impossible for him to kill Jun Luohua. Even if he was lucky enough to defeat Jun Luohua, he would at most suffer a great loss. To him, the difficulty of this battle was self-evident. Alright. Jun Luohua sneered and took the initiative to attack. His sword swept down and a gust of wind broke through the waves. Gentleman's sword first style sword descends to the level sun. Jun Luohua's aura was like a rainbow. Among the experts who participated in the White Sect conference, he and Wang Fengqi were the best. The battle between the two had attracted many people's attention. Many people had gathered around. The battle between Hierarch Realm experts was quite intense. Jun Luohua from the Jun family is too powerful. I think he can definitely enter the top 3 this time. That's hard to say. There is no ranking in the 100 Sect conference this time. It's a real battle of life and death. Some people will only show more experts when they fail and fall. Jun Luohua is so powerful. Isn't it because of the Jun family's strong foundation? If I'm given enough resources, I can definitely become a dragon among men. Pfft. Strength and luck are indispensable. Plus you need to reincarnate. Otherwise it's hard to say. After all, there's only one Jun Luohua in our Broken Dragon County. Countless people were filled with questions and curiosity about the battle between the two. The genius of the Wang family, Wang Fengqi, is not someone to be trifled with. The battle between the two will be a real battle between tigers and wolves. You're right. However, I still favor Jun Luohua. After all, the Jun family's strength is there. Wang Fengqi will most likely lose if he fights against Jun Luohua. Jiang Chen looked at the scene silently. The surrounding people began to comment on it. He would not take any action. All of this was Wang Fengqi's luck and fortune. Whether he succeeds or fails, he has his own path to walk. This was not something that Jiang Chen could help him for a lifetime. If he could comprehend the limitless sword, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Jun Luohua. However, it was a pity that his talent was too weak. With Jiang Chen's swordsmanship, it was natural for him to cultivate the limitless sword. However, how many people in the world could reach his and the Sword Saint's realm? The two of them appreciated each other. Their understanding of swordsmanship was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hence, even if the Sword Saint died, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to perform the limitless sword to its peak. That was the most terrifying thing. Chapter 3249. I think the Jun family's nephew will be able to kill that Wang family's kid in this battle. Bai Wenliang said with a cold expression. Don't worry. No matter what, as long as I don't agree, he won't be qualified to enter my fossil sect. Zhang Tingxiu stood with her arms crossed and said faintly. This battle had attracted everyone's attention. Wang Fengqi held the heavy ruler in his hand as he unleashed one attack after another. However, he was still unable to grasp the might of the limitless sword. On the other hand, Jun Luohua seemed to be at ease at this moment, forcing Wang Fengqi into a situation where he could only retreat. It was rather difficult. Wang Fengqi lifted something heavy as though it was light. His sword stance changed again, but Jun Luohua's attack was obviously stronger than his. Everyone knew that Jun Luohua's cultivation technique, the family's glory, and all the Jun family's resources were all poured into him. If he wasn't strong enough, he definitely wouldn't be standing here. It could be said that Jun Luohua was the favored son of the heavens that everyone paid attention to. Although Wang Fengqi was not weak, he was still inferior to Jun Luohua in every aspect. Although Jun Luohua was extremely arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant. At least in this remote place in the Plate Blue world in the Folded Dragon County, he was still considered a rather powerful person. The Hierarch Realm experts clashed. The people around were all amazed. Wang Fengqi's heavy ruler was much stronger than before. Although he had yet to comprehend the power of the limitless sword, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had helped him a lot. Although Wang Fengqi was still not as good as Jun Luohua, he was already much better than before. The heavy ruler was like the wind. Jun Luohua rose with his sword and the gentleman's sword chi shook the world. Both of them fought back and forth, but in terms of momentum Jun Luohua was more than a few times stronger than Wang Fengqi. Feng Yan clenched her fists tightly and looked forward to it. If Wang Fengqi failed, then she would be occupied by the Jun family. The Feng family would not be able to turn the situation around. Facing the strong Jun family, they could only compromise and compromise. Brother Qi, you must hold on. Feng Yan bit her red lips. At this moment her expression was getting uglier and uglier. Because Wang Fengqi was being forced back step by step by Jun Luohua, it was already showing signs of defeat. Jun Luohua was like a hot knife through butter. His sword slashed down horizontally and a shocking wound appeared on Wang Fengqi's back. It was more than a foot long, and it slashed again in the air, tearing Wang Fengqi's long robe. His shoulder blade was completely penetrated and Wang Fengqi was clearly at a disadvantage and he retreated again and again. Trash like you isn't fit to fight me. Ha! Jun Luohua said with a wild laugh. Now that the victory had been set in stone, when he saw Wang Fengqi's damned face, he felt incomparably comfortable and carefree. Brat, you dare to snatch my woman? You're still too young. I can't lose, I can't lose. Wang Fengqi gritted his teeth and immediately swung his blade. Even if he had to fight to the death, he had to protect his dignity. If he lost, then little Feng would become someone else's woman. How could he bear such a blow? He definitely couldn't leave any regrets in his life. Jiang Chen silently looked at Wang Fengqi. The competitive spirit in Wang Fengqi's eyes had already let Jiang Chen see through his thoughts. He couldn't lose, he didn't want to lose, and he didn't want to become a loser. Wang Fengqi was forced to retreat step by Jun Luohua. Finally he completely exploded in an instant. With a furious roar, Wang Fengqi held the pinnacle primordial divine tool in his hand and swept it horizontally. Terrifying waves of air rolled out unceasingly, and with an absolutely oppressive aura, Jun Luohua was sent flying. At that moment Wang Fengqi's roar was like thunder as he rushed forward, crazily suppressing Jun Luohua. All the grievances he had suffered before, the anger that was suppressed, had finally erupted. Wang Fengqi was like a crazy bull holding the heavy ruler in his hand. With the divine weapon in front of him, his aura suddenly increased by several folds. The terror of a pinnacle primordial divine tool shocked even him. The terrifying heavy ruler danced out continuously. Although Wang Fengqi couldn't comprehend the limitless sword, he had learned a bit of Jiang Chen's swordsmanship. Under the suppression of the pinnacle primordial divine tool, Jun Luohua was completely defeated. The heavy ruler made Jun Luohua unable to breathe. Jiang Chen sighed. This Wang Fengqi was still too young and impatient. Even if he couldn't enter the fossil sect, he wouldn't just watch him stay here. However, he still used the pinnacle primordial divine tool without any hesitation. Wang Fengqi's obsession was very deep. Jiang Chen didn't know whether this was good or bad for his cultivation. At least at this moment, Jiang Chen felt that Wang Fengqi was too young and impetuous. But in the end he was still his disciple. Although his disciple died, there was already a master-disciple relationship. He couldn't shirk the responsibility. This Wang Fengqi is not simple. He actually forced Jun Luohua to such a state. Looks like we've all misjudged him. That's right. Looks like the Jun family's genius and the Wang family's genius have been decided. This Wang Fengqi is really not simple. In the end it still depends on who has a stronger foundation. This Wang Fengqi actually has such a terrifying divine weapon. Although I don't know how powerful that divine weapon is, it's definitely not an ordinary weapon since Jun Luohua couldn't resist it. Countless people had not expected that in the end Wang Fengqi, who had been suppressed to the extreme, would actually launch a crazy counterattack. Jun Luohua had completely turned into a drowning dog, and was suppressed by Wang Fengqi. Interesting. He actually has a pinnacle primordial divine tool. He's not simple. Zhang Tingxia's eyes brightened. Even she didn't have a decent pinnacle primordial divine tool. This guy is really too greedy. Anyone would be tempted by it, right? A pinnacle primordial divine tool was really too tempting. This kid relied on the power of a pinnacle primordial divine tool to suppress Jun Luohua to such a state. It was reasonable. Originally, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't too big. Looking at it now, it was completely the fault of a pinnacle primordial divine tool. Yeah. This kind of divine weapon shouldn't be owned by a weakling like him. Bai Wenliang laughed and said. There was a hint of coldness in the space between his brows. This guy actually defeated Jun Luohua. It's really hateful. Jun Luohua was extremely depressed. He was actually suppressed by Wang Fengqi. Moreover, he was in such a miserable state and had to flee. At this moment, Wang Fengqi displayed all of his skills and didn't leave any room for Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua was heavily injured by Wang Fengqi. In the end, Zhang Tingxiu came out and stopped the fight. Chapter 3250. Killing people like scything flax, bloodthirsty. Your thoughts are too heavy. It's just a competition, why take someone's life? You are indeed a vicious and merciless person. I'm afraid my fossil sect will not tolerate such a stubborn person like you. Zhang Tingxiu protected Jun Luohua and said lightly. The corner of Jun Luohua's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Zhang Tingxiu's words made Wang Fengqi's expression change. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the same as sentencing him to death? Was he fated to enter the fossil sect just like this? Senior, you can't be like this. Why did other people also have a life and death battle? There were at least 20 if not 50 who died. Why are others fine? Yet when it comes to me, I become a vicious, merciless and evil person. This is not fair. Previously he had killing intent towards me several times, but you were indifferent. Why is that? Isn't he the same? Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. He was very anxious in his heart. He defeated Jun Luohua, would he still be sent out? What a sharp-tongued kid. Are you questioning me? Whether you can enter the fossil sect or not, it's up to me. You look like a sinister and cunning person. Furthermore, you are so crazy. In the future you will definitely not become a true genius. Even if you have some achievements in the future, you will most likely enter the evil path. My fossil sect definitely does not welcome such a person to enter the sect. You being able to defeat Jun Luohua was completely a matter of luck. If you didn't have this peerless divine weapon, how could you have one? You completely relied on external objects, it can't be considered your own strength. Furthermore, you actually dared to question me. This is simply an insult to me. You make me very unhappy, very unhappy. If I let you enter the fossil sect, what would happen? Therefore, you are not qualified to enter the fossil sect. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice as if she was pronouncing a death sentence. Wang Fengqi's figure staggered, his face paled and he almost fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Fengqi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. I don't know where you obtained this divine weapon from. Just you alone, how could you be qualified to possess such a treasure? You must have stolen it or snatched it from somewhere. How could you be qualified to possess it? Give it to me. Zhang Tingxiu took the pinnacle primordial divine artifact from Wang Fengqi's hands. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes lit up. This trip to the Broken Dragon County was definitely worth it. She did not expect to get such a reward. This is my... Wang Fengqi was incomparably anxious, but Zhang Tingxiu still managed to snatch the peak-grade primordial divine tool away. He was furious and anxious in his heart. That was a gift from his master. Just as he was about to say these words, he suddenly recalled what his master had said before. If he couldn't comprehend the true essence of the limitless sword, he would absolutely not be allowed to say that he was his disciple. Return my divine weapon. Wang Fengqi took a step forward and was knocked back by Zhang Tingxiu's palm strike. His face was ashen and he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. I don't know where you stole it from, but you actually want to take it back. What wishful thinking. Even if the patriarch of the Wang family was here, he would not dare to be so rude to me. I declare that you will never be qualified to enter the petrified school. It's the same now, it'll be the same 1,000 years later, and it'll still be the same 10,000 years later. Zhang Tingxiu said angrily. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with despair. He didn't listen to his master's words and now he had finally caused trouble. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. Zhang Tingxiu obviously wanted to take it for herself, but he was powerless. At this time, how could he still have the face to look for his master? Even his master would not dare to offend the petrified school. Feng Yan rushed forward and helped Wang Fengqi up, but Wang Fengqi still spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. His efforts were all in vain. His sister Feng would definitely become someone else's bride. He was unwilling, but he was still suppressed mercilessly. Jun Luohua was obviously defeated, but she could still replace him and enter the petrified school. He only used a pinnacle primordial divine tool. What crime was that? But all of this was too unfair. Who could he find to complain to? Wang Fengqi was filled with despair. Feng Yan looked at him with tears in her eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. She wanted to leave with Wang Fengqi to the ends of the earth to fly together. But she could leave, but the Feng family couldn't. Once the Feng family left, They would definitely be destroyed and they would become ghosts under the iron hooves of the Jun family. She couldn't sacrifice the lives of thousands of people in the family for her own selfish desires. If she did that, how different would she be from an executioner? I'm sorry, Sister Feng, I've let you down, Wang Fingqi murmured. His heart was filled with loneliness and helplessness, but he had no face to see his master. The weak are not qualified to be my disciple. Stand up. Jiang Chen walked over step by step and shouted in a deep voice. Under the shout, Wang Fingqi's expression changed again and again. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stood up slowly. He lowered his head and stood behind Jiang Chen. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple, Jiang Chen. You are the first and I'm not sure if you will be the last. But as my disciple you can't just fall like this. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy as he looked at Wang Fingqi coldly. Wang Fingqi nodded silently and set up a benchmark in his heart again. You don't have enough talent, but your strength is still passable. Besides training, you can make up for your lack of talent with diligence. This is the reason why I value you. But the things that I give you, others are not qualified to take them away. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Tingxiu and said indifferently. Things that you give me? It's funny. Can I say that the entire folded dragon county is mine? Zhang Tingxiu squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Although the person in front of her was not weak, it was not to the extent that she was afraid of him. As the messenger of the fossil sect, even the lord of the White Tiger sect, a half-step divine emperor realm expert, had to give her some respect. Where did this young man come from? How dare he try to take away the things in her hands? He had nothing better to do and wanted to die. It seemed that he had found the wrong person. You are truly a little disappointing. It seems that your petrified sect is also a place that harbors evil. You are clearly siding with someone else, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words and seize someone else's things. This so-called envoy is truly impressive. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment, the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, also stepped forward. His face was gloomy as he looked at Jiang Chen. The 100 Sect Conference is our most important event. How dare you come and cause trouble? Brother Zhang, I don't know where this guy came from. He dares to cause trouble in the 100 Sect Conference. Looks like he's tired of living. Chapter 3251. That's right. Senior, this kind of evil person should die without a burial place. This person is not a good person. He almost killed me before and he still dares to pretend to be a good person. He has no sense of shame, Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Chen and Wang Fingqi with a gloomy expression. At this moment he wished that he could kill both of them and send them to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen he would have succeeded previously. Why would he wait until now? The Feng clan had to give in after the Jun clan heavily pressured them. Jun Luohua knew that it was impossible for him to fight against Jiang Chen with his strength. However, the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect were different. These two sects would not be afraid of Jiang Chen. He did not belong to any sect and was alone. Even if the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect wanted to kill him, there would not be any danger. They actually almost killed nephew Jun. Seems that these two people are not easy to deal with. Bai Wenliang said faintly. He was indeed qualified to say such words. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. As the leader of the Broken Dragon County and the master of the White Tiger sect, his strength was at the half-step divine emperor realm. It was quite terrifying. Apart from him, no one else at the scene could reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Even Zhang Tingxiu, who came to participate in the 100 sect gathering, was only at the late hierarch realm. If you want to frame someone you can always find a pretext. Looks like the word fairness can only be shown when one's strength is strong enough. Jiang Chen sneered. Although Wang Fingqi had betrayed his own thoughts in this battle, he did not violate the rules at all. From Zhang Tingxiu and Bai Wenliang's point of view, it was simply too much. Jiang Chen did not want to participate in this at first. However, the other party was not fair at all. Jiang Chen would not let his disciple be bullied like this no matter what. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame my petrification sect for being impolite. Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. Although Jiang Chen was very strong as the envoy of the petrification sect, he naturally would not be afraid. Moreover, this was the territory of the White Tiger sect. If something happened, Bai Wenliang would not just stand by and do nothing. Why should he be afraid? Such arrogance. Not afraid that the wind will cut your tongue. The name of the petrification sect is really famous. Jiang Qin sneered, showing an indifferent look. He did not put fossil sect in his eyes at all. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes were incomparably cold. Jiang Qin had slandered and even ignored the fossil sect in public. He absolutely couldn't sit back and do nothing. Previously, Zhang Tingxiu could still ignore Jiang Qin's existence, but now that Jiang Qin had taken the initiative to find fault with them, it was a little unjustifiable. If the fossil sect continued to remain silent, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the crowd? Most importantly, Zhang Tingxiu came here on behalf of the petrification sect. How could he not be angry when this person was openly looking down on the petrification sect? How could he not teach this guy a lesson? However, the person in charge had not returned yet. Therefore, Zhang Tingxiu was not in a hurry to make a move. However, he could not tolerate it. In his opinion, the prestige of the petrification sect was unattainable. Since Jiang Qin dared to look down on it, he could only bestow death upon him. It seems that you have made up your mind to become enemies with the petrification sect. What an imposing manner. May I know which sect my master is from? Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. No sect. However, I really don't put your petrification sect in my eyes. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. Zhang Tingxiu's face had already turned completely gloomy after being provoked by his words. Where did this guy come from? Could he be the savior of the Wang clan? He actually dared to look down on the envoy of the petrification sect. This is too stimulating. Who knows? There are all kinds of people in this day and age. However, this person's strength seems to be quite good. If he wasn't someone with some ability, he wouldn't dare to challenge the petrification sect. Even if he has strength, what can he do? Although the petrification sect's foundation isn't here, isn't it easy to deal with a kid who doesn't belong to any sect? Also, don't forget that this is the territory of the White Tiger sect. Do you think that the people of the White Tiger sect will just stand by and watch? That's true. It seems that this guy is destined to provoke the enmity between the petrification sect and the White Tiger sect. More and more people began to discuss the matter. Even Wang Fengqi's expression became extremely ugly. He stood behind Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. Master, how about we forget about it? We can't fight against the petrification sect. For me, it's not worth it. That way, Master will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation." Wang Fengqi's heart was full of guilt. His master had stood up for him, but the strength of the petrification sect was not something they could imagine. Right now, not only was he unable to enter the petrification sect, but he had also dragged his master down with him. This caused Wang Fengqi's expression to become even uglier. If something happened to his master, wouldn't he become a sinner for all eternity? Although his master was very strong, the opponent was the petrification sect. Furthermore, he had the support of the White Tiger sect. At this moment, Wang Fengqi could already feel Zhang Tingxiu's dense killing intent. He was completely targeting his master. Jiang Qin glanced at Wang Fengqi indifferently and said, "Life only lasts for a single lifetime. If you want to live, you must be magnanimous and unrestrained. You must kill the weak as soon as possible. You can't bow and scrape, and you can't belittle yourself. If you do that, it will only make it impossible for your Dao heart to grow. But the one we offended is the petrification sect. Master, this matter was caused by me alone. Master, you don't have to stand up for me. This will definitely implicate you." Wang Fengqi was full of guilt towards Jiang Qin. Not only did he not give his master any face, but he had also become the target of public criticism. This was a very cruel thing for Wang Fengqi. So what if it's the petrification sect? Not to mention these small fry, even if it's the petrification sect's elders, I, Jiang Qin, can come and go as I please. Jiang Qin coldly looked at Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu. These two fellows were jackals of the same tribe. Not a single one of them was good. Whether it was the White Tiger sect or the petrification sect, it seemed like there was a foul atmosphere in both of them. This is the first time I've heard someone as arrogant as you. Your tone is really not ordinary. You want to step into the petrification sect's hall? What a fool's dream. You don't know what's good for you. Today I must teach you a lesson. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes shone brightly. His eyes met with Jiang Qin's. His battle intent was high, ready to erupt at any moment. "You're too trash. You're not my opponent." Jiang Qin said, "Lung Lung. I think you're tired of living. The dignity of my petrification sect cannot be violated. Zhang Tingxiu angrily shouted. Holding the heavy ruler, a peak primordial spirit artifact, he charged at Jiang Chen. He took a step forward and his momentum was like a rainbow. As he charged, he was like a huge dragon rolling in the sky. What a terrifying momentum. Yes, I'm about to suffocate. This elder of the petrification sect is simply too strong. This ignorant fellow is seeking his own death. What a joke. Humph. It seems that the dignity of the petrification sect is really not something that anyone can ignore. At this moment, Zhang Tingxiu, with a strong momentum, closed in on Jiang Chen in one go. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously retreated, his eyes filled with despair. I'm sorry. However, Jiang Chen did not move at all. His expression was calm and his aura was calm. Under Zhang Tingxiu's incomparably domineering attack, Jiang Chen stretched out his palm. With a light movement, an incomparable power instantly erupted. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it destroyed everything in its path. In an instant, Zhang Tingxiu was forced to retreat. The latter's momentum was instantly submerged, and her aura was completely gone. Her expression was extremely gloomy. Defeated in one move. It was too horrible to look at. Chapter 3252. Defeated in one move, crushing everything in its path. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant fossil sect's envoy would be defeated in one move by Jiang Chen? It was simply unbelievable. Just how strong was Jiang Chen when he was still alive? Zhang Tingxiu couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. The great Dao was simple, one palm smashing the sky. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void in an instant. The crowd within 100 feet all retreated as they were shocked by the power of Jiang Chen's palm. Zhang Tingxiu, who bore the brunt of it, was even more so. The impact she received was simply unimaginable. Wang Fengqi was stunned, Jun Luohua was stunned, even the strongest Bai Wenliang was completely stunned. They had thought of countless ways to end the battle, but they never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to conquer the world with just one palm. It was a resounding slap to everyone's face. Even Bai Wenliang did not expect the ending to be like this. Although he knew that his master was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. Wang Fengqi's view of his master was constantly changing. His master's strength was already strong enough in his eyes, but he still could not understand how he could defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. How many means and abilities did he need to do that? Wang Fengqi suddenly felt that his master had become incomparably tall and majestic. He knew that his master was definitely stronger than anyone else here. The only one who could be compared to him was probably the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, who was as steady as Mount Tai. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Zhang Tingxiu. He originally planned to make the fossil sect proud, but who would have thought that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? When he returned to the fossil sect, he must not let his senior and junior brothers know about this. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to continue living in this world. Was Zhang Tingxiu weak? That was impossible. The fossil sect's envoy was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he must be a true expert to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility by the fossil sect. Even an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert might not be stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. He still had this bit of confidence, but he was so weak in the hands of Jiang Chen. Bai Wenliang asked himself. Even he might not be able to defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? His strength was clearly inferior to his own, yet he possessed such shocking explosive power, causing everyone's expressions to change. It was to the extent where a huge uproar broke out. This wasn't a coincidence. Jiang Chen's strength left Zhang Tingxiu completely dumbfounded. She had been knocked back by Jiang Chen with a single palm and was severely wounded. What face would she have left? How could her fossil sect maintain its foothold? Zhang Tingxiu held it in for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't hold it in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This move had caused Zhang Tingxiu to completely lose his combat strength. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were cloudy. Zhang Tingxiu had already done his best, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life, a great mockery. At this moment even he himself felt ashamed. What a strong fellow. It seems that we've all misjudged him. Who said it wasn't? He defeated Zhang Tingxiu in a single move. I'm afraid that only the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, can suppress this fellow. The fossil sect's envoy was forced back by a single palm. Interesting. It seems that this time none of them will retreat nor will they give in. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's figure didn't change at all. He retracted his hand and stood there. Wang Fengqi was simply dumbfounded. Wasn't his master too godly? This move was simply enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. What kind of palm was it to be able to instantly defeat Zhang Tingxiu, to the point where he didn't even have the courage to attack again? Moreover, he was madly spurting out blood and was seriously injured. At this moment, the fossil sect's face had been completely thrown away by Zhang Tingxiu, and he himself had sunk into silence. To Jiang Chen, this move was relatively simple. However, when it hit Zhang Tingxiu, he was filled with despair. Jiang Chen only used 50% of his strength in this palm. If he used 70% to 80%, Zhang Tingxiu would already be dead at this moment. Jiang Chen still wanted to enter the fossil sect, so he didn't need to kill Zhang Tingxiu. If he killed him, the fossil sect would more or less feel resentment towards him. Hence, Jiang Chen gave him a heavy blow, making him unable to stand up again so that he could still fight. Sect Master Bai, it's all up to you now. My senior brother has yet to return. Please help me to capture this fiend. Zhang Tingxiu will surely be grateful. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice. Now he could only place his hopes on Bai Wenliang because Bai Wenliang was the strongest among the people present. He was a half-step divine emperor. Capturing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Bai Wenliang also nodded silently. He knew that befriending Zhang Tingxiu was the same as befriending the fossil sect. In the future he would surely be able to gain some benefits from the fossil sect. So why not? Jiang Chen was only a peak hierarch. How could he be his opponent? Taking action against Jiang Chen at this time would leave a good impression on Zhang Tingxiu. This deal was really worth it for Bai Wenliang. However, to Bai Wenliang, a real promise would make him feel more at ease. Brother Zhang, there are 4 genius disciples in my White Tiger sect. All of them are very talented. It's a pity that they are still young. Bai Wenliang transmitted his voice. No problem. Leave this matter to me. I hope Sect Master Bai will do your best to capture this fiend for me. Zhang Tingxiu glanced at Bai Wenliang. He's really a greedy person. He won't do anything without benefits. This request wasn't too much for him. Although it was a bit far-fetched, Zhang Tingxiu wanted to give Jiang Chen a heavy blow right now. Only by doing so could he regain his face. If not, he would lose all his face in this remote place. Zhang Tingxiu didn't know what to do. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. With Zhang Tingxiu's promise, he could deal with Jiang Chen without any scruples. After all, he had the strong backing of the petrified sect. He must not drop the ball at this time. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. Kid, you're too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my White Tiger sect's territory. Looks like you're tired of living. You don't even put the fossil sect's envoy in your eyes. Interesting. Humph. Let me give you a good lesson today. Bai Wenliang harumphed coldly and strode towards Jiang Chen like a meteor. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The attack of a half-step divine emperor made everyone's countenance fall. They might not even have the chance to witness such an expert's attack in their lifetime. Of course, they would not dare to miss out a single bit of it. A half-step divine emperor's power was unparalleled. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Chapter 3253. Looks like this guy won't give up until he sees his coffin. Now even the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight. He's definitely going to die. This guy invited by the Wang family is too arrogant. He has offended the fossil sect and the White Tiger sect. How can he have a good life? Plus, this is not just a 100-sect conference. How can the Wang family establish themselves in the folded dragon county in the future? What a failure. Are the heads of the Wang clan's people squeezed by the door? Now that the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight, it should be easy. Jiang Chen was the one who was the least optimistic. Even Wang Fengqi was holding his breath at this moment. Could his master really fight against the master of the White Tiger sect who was at the half-step divine emperor realm? In his memory, the master of the White Tiger sect was the strongest existence in the entire folded dragon county. Other than him, it would be the Jun duo of the Jun family. However, the Jun duo obviously did not show up. In Wang Fengqi's knowledge, the half-step divine emperor realm was an unattainable existence. It was a kind of loneliness of being invincible. His master's strength should not have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. His master would probably lose this battle and he might even lose his life. Wang Fengqi took a deep breath. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to take this lying down. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. This battle would most likely cause his master to be consigned to eternal damnation. His death wouldn't be regretted, but his master would be trapped because of him. This made his heart filled with shame. Everyone was watching this scene. Jiang Chen was still standing there without moving an inch. Bai Wenliang's aura was ferocious. It was more than 10 times stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. Such a terrifying impact had shocked everyone. They sighed in their hearts. A half-step divine emperor is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Imminent peril. Between life and death, a single thought is eternal. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth and dashed toward Jiang Chen. He wanted to stand in front of his master and block this attack for his master. This was all because of him, and he would never let his master become a scapegoat. Even if he had to die, he wanted to walk in front of his master and complete the final ceremony for his master. Brother Qi, Feng Yan cried out in surprise. No one had expected that Wang Fengqi would actually stand in front of Jiang Chen. Furthermore, no one had seen that scene at all. Bai Wenliang did not even expect that Wang Fengqi would be so reckless and actually dare to stand in front of him. In that case, he would kill Wang Fengqi first. Anyway, both of them had to die. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but a trace of gratitude flowed through his heart. Seemed that this guy was quite loyal. He actually wanted to help me block Bai Wenliang's earth-shattering attack at this time. If he blocked it, then Wang Fengqi would undoubtedly die. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, how could he let Bai Wenliang have his way? 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's expression changed and a terrifying seal was directly struck out. This caused Bai Wenliang's expression to change, and he was forced to retreat forcefully. The divine dragon's roar was deafening. At this moment, it completely became a terrifying scene. Bai Wenliang was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. Although the outcome of the battle was still unclear, this move had saved Wang Fengqi and prevented him from being killed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. After a moment, the dragon's shadow dissipated. Wang Fengqi looked at this scene in disbelief. His master actually blocked the earth-shattering attack of the sect leader of White Tiger Sect. How was this possible? Moss. I'm sorry, Wang Fengqi stammered. His expression was also extremely ugly and he did not know what to say. Do you have so little confidence in your master? If I still need you to save me, wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Get lost, go to the side and watch carefully. I will only use it once. Sword 1, the starting sword of the limitless sword. If you still can't comprehend it, I have nothing else to say. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had to admit that Wang Fengqi's action had touched him a little. Jiang Chen wasn't a man who would easily fall in love, but this silly guy had shown him that there was true love in this world. Not everyone was cold-blooded and heartless. Jiang Chen's words touched his heart. I will only use it once. Can that silly guy learn it? Pa, what a joke. Senior Bai, you must make this kid pay the price he deserves. He dared to behave atrociously in the White Tiger Sect and disregarded the Fossil Sect. He deserves to die without a burial place. Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Although I am not your opponent, the leader of the White Tiger Sect can kill you easily. Jiang Chen took a look at Jun Luohua. He did not even bother to lower himself to his level. He only used it once because the leader of the White Tiger Sect could only take one of his swords. Sword 1 was the starting sword of Jiang Chen's limitless sword. It was also the origin of the Great Path, a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. Although this sword looked simple, it included everything. Although it was not as strong as the 10th and 15th swords, it contained endless sword intent. You can actually take one of my attacks. It seems that I have underestimated you. This time I will not give you any more chances. Bai Wenliang took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. This time he wanted to set an example for the White Tiger Sect. He wanted the Folded Dragon County to submit to him. Bai Wenliang's strength was the strongest in the Folded Dragon County. You don't have much time left. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Bai Wenliang let out a roar and charged forward. He held the 9-foot silver ring saber in his hand. The saber radiance shone brightly. His aura was ferocious like a dragon or a tiger. The huge saber slashed horizontally. Along with Bai Wenliang's charge, it descended from the sky with the power to split the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand. The tree branch in the distance was picked up by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin reacted immediately. In an instant the limitless sword swept out in the form of a tree branch. The sword chi broke the long saber. The shadow of the saber was invisible. The sword chi was unparalleled. It directly shattered all of Bai Wenliang's saber shadows. This sword seemed to have descended from the sky. Wang Fengqi was dumbfounded. The saber broke, the person fell, and his heart was shattered. Countless people around were shocked by this shocking sword intent. Bai Wenliang's aura was weak. His face was pale. Both of his hands were trembling. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Qin in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic. Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Qin in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic. Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin? Never in his wildest dreams would Bai Wenliang have imagined that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. Just like Zhang Tingxiu, he had almost no power to fight back. Chapter 3254. The bitterness and struggle made Bai Wenliang realize how weak he was in the hands of Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was clearly not as strong as him. How could this be? Wang Fengqi cried tears of joy. His master was really too powerful. This was his pride and glory. That sword just now contained too many things. He was confused, but he remembered a lot. The shock that that sword gave him was the most real. He could feel that his master didn't even bother to use that sword. If it wasn't to show it to him, that sword might be the weakest sword in his master's hands. And it was performed with a tree branch. Wang Fengqi could empathize with his master's good intentions. His heart was filled with gratitude. To truly be without a sword is better than having a sword. To truly let the sword in one's hand become one with the heavens and earth. The spirit of the sword technique was nothing more than this. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. The sword was originally invisible. Only when one truly understood the existence of the sword, then having no sword in one's hand would be better than having a sword. One sword could stop millions of masters. Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword, like an immortal monument. Everyone's heart was filled with awe towards him. However, panic, trembling, fear, and various other emotions appeared in the hearts of Zhang Tingxiu and the others. Even Jun Luohua took a step back. This Jiang Qin is too abnormal, right? Is he still human? He's simply a monster. Who could defeat him? A tree branch defeated a half-step deity emperor. Such a hilarious scene had appeared in front of them, causing everyone to feel a lingering fear. Jiang Qin glanced at Bai Wenliang. The latter could not help but shiver. That gaze was too terrifying. It was filled with endless killing intent and even more so, endless disgust. Don't kill me. This is all Zhang Tingxiu's idea. Don't kill me. Bai Wenliang took a step back subconsciously. His face was extremely ugly. He pointed at Zhang Tingxiu and said. He did not want to die, but Jiang Qin seemed to have sentenced him to death. No one can provoke me. Jiang Qin said faintly. He struck out a palm with an overwhelming aura. Bai Wenliang's pupils shrank and his entire body trembled. Have mercy. A loud shout was heard. Everyone looked at the white-robed young man who was shuttling through the void. However, Jiang Qin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Under the great soul-forming light, Bai Wenliang's soul was sucked away and both his spirit and body were destroyed. Sigh. The white-robed young man sighed and his expression was a little ugly. Senior brother, you're finally back. It's him. He killed the sect master of the White Tiger sect and ignored the existence of my petrified sect. I was also humiliated by him, but the petrified sect cannot be tarnished by him. Senior brother, you must kill him. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Qin. Pa! The young man in white slapped Zhang Tingxiu's face hard. Zhang Tingxiu looked at her senior brother with a dumbfounded expression. This, what the hell was going on? Senior brother, why are you still not kneeling down and kowtowing to brother Jiang? Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Bai Wenliang of the White Tiger sect asked for it. If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed young man shouted angrily. His face was as gloomy as water. He was Sun Xiaolong, who was saved by Jiang Qin in the desolate divine land over 10 years ago. In the past he had acted tough in front of Jiang Qin countless times, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. You bastard, you dare to act tough in front of brother Jiang? Zhang Tingxiu was instantly dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to disobey. Even his senior brother wasn't standing on his side. He had no one to rely on. Do you know that brother Jiang risked his life to save the people of my petrified sect? Even senior sister Tantai kept it a secret, and even teacher Wu treated him with respect. How dare you be disrespectful to brother Jiang? Do you think that the petrified sect will keep a stupid person like you? Sun Xiaolong shouted angrily, causing Zhang Tingxiu's face to turn pale. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. There was a great anger burning in his chest. The entire White Tiger sect, the tens of millions of disciples, and all the people who participated in the 100 sect gathering were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the petrified sect's ambassador would be so afraid of Jiang Qin and keep it a secret. Could be imagined that this Jiang Qin must be extremely terrifying. Even his background was like a mountain that they couldn't pry into. He killed the sect leader of the White Tiger sect with one hand, yet he could still walk so leisurely and was treated as an honored guest by the petrified sect's ambassador. Who would dare to act rashly? Those who originally didn't think highly of Jiang Qin all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue can cause trouble. No one wanted to be like Bai Wenliang, dying without knowing the reason. He was originally a guy who used the tiger's skin to pull the flag, but in the end he became a scapegoat. It really made people's hearts cold. The entire White Tiger sect was now in a state of panic. Under Sun Xiaolong's angry rebuke, Zhang Tingxiu hurriedly knelt in front of Jiang Qin and kowtowed to admit his mistake. He didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. The petrified sect's ambassador, who was previously arrogant and high-spirited, actually changed his attitude towards Jiang Qin, causing everyone's jaws to drop. Jiang Qin could naturally see that Sun Xiaolong was venting for him. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would kill Zhang Tingxiu in a fit of anger. Although Zhang Tingxiu was in the wrong, he was still a disciple of the petrified sect and a late hierarch realm expert. An elite disciple with such strength couldn't be easily killed. In the future, there was a high chance that he could become a deacon or even an elder of the petrified sect. It went without saying how much effort was needed to nurture a late hierarch realm expert. Even for the big sects like them, it was not something that could be replicated. Brother Jiang, do you still want to vent your anger? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill this bastard for you right now. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. No need. Killing him won't help anything. My purpose is to go to the petrified sect. Jiang Qin glanced at Sun Xiaolong indifferently. This guy was now very respectful to him, completely different from his previous pretentious attitude. After Tantai Jingzong went back and told them everything, they finally understood how powerful Jiang Qin was. He was the real core figure of that group of people. Although the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, was not the strongest, Sun Xiaolong knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat him. Jiang Qin defeated Bai Wenliang in a single move. His terror was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Ah, that's great. Brother Jiang, it's been more than 10 years since we parted in the barbarian divine land. My heart is filled with shame. Brother Jiang, you must come with me to the petrified sect this time. Let's catch up. Sun Xiaolong said with a laugh. As for Bai Wenliang's life or death, he didn't care at all. If he died, then he died. It was no big deal. It was just a change of leader for the White Tiger sect. Broken Dragon County would have some simple power turbulence. Everything was not a big deal to the petrified sect. I must go to the petrified sect, but there are some things that I have to deal with. Chapter 3255. At this moment, everyone in the White Tiger sect was in danger. Everyone was looking at Jiang Qin carefully. His next move would definitely affect everyone. Only Jun Luohua had a feeling of extreme fear. He had an ominous premonition that Jiang Qin was going to deal with him. Although it was just a premonition, Jun Luohua had to prepare in advance. He had already thought it through and wanted to retreat quietly. However, at this moment he was still slowly stared at by Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jun Luohua felt his whole body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A feeling of deathly stillness shrouded Jun Luohua's heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. It was like the hand of the Grim Reaper was approaching him step by step. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Jun Luohua's face. He felt that even if he wanted to leave now, he wouldn't be able to. The feeling of sitting on needles made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Do you want to leave? Looks like you haven't realized your sense of crisis yet. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to deal with me? Jun Luohua took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say. Because compared to Jiang Chen he was just too weak. I have no enmity with you. Why did you let Zhang Tingxiu and the leader of the White Tiger sect kill me? Jiang Chen asked back. Jun Luohua's breath stopped and he was speechless. This sentence just happened to poke at his weak spot. Jun Luohua smiled bitterly and his face turned pale. Senior, my Jun family is also considered a famous family in the Broken Dragon County. I hope that you won't make a mistake. If you kill me, my Jun family will not let you go. Jun Luohua had no other choice now. He could only use his own family to defend himself. Otherwise he really couldn't do anything. But self-preservation was the only way for Jun Luohua. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Did this guy have shit in his head? At this moment you still dare to threaten Jiang Chen? You really deserve to die. Ha ha ha, interesting. There aren't many people who would dare to threaten me. But you're still so unyielding even in the face of death. I like it. The Jun family can be considered quite untamed. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Jun Luohua knew that he had been completely sealed by Jiang Chen. Was this guy really going to kill him? He didn't want to die. He was the genius disciple of the Jun family. He still had to bring the glory of the Jun family to the Petrified sect or even the Sword Drawing sect. He would leave his mark on the entire divine realm. He was a monster who was the enemy of the entire world. He couldn't die without knowing why. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. Otherwise my Jun family will never forgive you. Jun Luohua subconsciously retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to become a genius respected by thousands of people. The Jun family. What a Jun family. I hate the Jun family the most. Do you know Jun Tianqiu? Jiang Chen took a step forward and stared at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua staggered. He was pushed back by Jiang Chen's aura. His face was ugly. You know the strongest genius of my family? Jun Luohua's heart trembled. He knew that Jiang Chen and the genius of the Jun family were not friends of life and death. They were enemies. Otherwise Jiang Chen wouldn't be so persistent. The strongest genius of the Jun family? Then where is he? Jiang Chen sneered. The Jun family in the Broken Dragon County is just a branch of the real Jun family. It's not the real Jun family. Jun Tianqiu is indeed the strongest genius of the Jun family. Do you know him, Brother Jiang? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. This guy was everywhere. There was no sign of him in the Jianghu, but there were legends about him. Even the powerful genius of the Jun family was inextricably linked to him. Was this really the first time this guy came to the Central Region Divine Land? It seems that this is just a branch of the Jun family. If I kill you, won't I anger the Jun family? Jiang Chen's smile became more and more serious. Don't. Before Jun Luohua could finish his words, Jiang Chen's palm had already landed. Jun Luohua turned into ashes in front of everyone's eyes. Even Sun Xiaolong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant and overbearing. Previously he had acted arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't hold a grudge against him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape from his misfortune. Everyone at the scene was shocked. No one was not afraid. Jiang Chen killed the White Tiger with a raise of his hand, killed Jun Luohua with a raise of his hand. He was in high spirits and his murderous aura was overwhelming. No one could stop him. Bastard! Give me back my Jun heir's life. A loud roar resounded in the void. Two silhouettes broke through the void with a powerful aura. They were two half-step divine emperors, blocking Jiang Chen's way. The Jun family's heroes. It's the Jun family's heroes. Both of them are here. It seems that it will be difficult for Jiang Chen to leave today. The strength of the Jun family's heroes is quite terrifying. Although they are no match for Bai Wenliang in a one-on-one fight, when the two of them work together, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He only has himself to blame. As long as Jun Luohua is not dead, the Jun family duo will probably not show themselves. At this very moment he has already sealed off all his escape routes. From the looks of it, this will be another bloody battle. He's too full of himself. He could have left, but he insisted on making things so awkward. Now that the Jun family's heroes are here, it won't be so easy to get away with it. The group of people looked at the two heroes of the Jun family who were pressing down from the void with incomparable shock. Could Jiang Qin withstand 2 half-step divine emperors? Although he wasn't afraid of Bai Wenliang alone, it wouldn't be easy to deal with 2 half-step divine emperors at the same time. The Jun family's heroes usually worked together seamlessly. In this battle, Jiang Qin would definitely be forced into a passive position. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly when the mighty duo of the Jun family appeared. As someone who was born and raised in the Plate Blue world, Wang Fengqi knew how frightening the mighty duo of the Jun family were. They were practically one of the most powerful existences in the entire Folded Dragon County. Although the two of them had not left the mountain for a long time, even Bai Wenliang feared them like a tiger. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary person could deal with. Although the power that his master had displayed just now was extremely powerful, in Wang Fengqi's eyes, his master was also facing a great enemy. Master, be careful. These two people are not ordinary people. Wang Fengqi said worriedly. The Jun family's bloodline has been passed down for generations. How dare you cut off my inheritance? I will make sure you die without a burial place, Jun Qi said in a deep voice. Jun Qi said in a low voice. That was his own grandson. He had to avenge Jun Luohua. Big brother, why are you still being courteous with him? Use his life to exchange for Jun Heir's life. Although his life isn't that valuable, Jun Karen and Leng Leng said. Jun Karen said coldly. Jun Luohua's death was a great blow to both of them. It was their chance to return to the Jun family's ancestral shrine. Jun Luohua was their most beloved junior, but all of this was destroyed by Jiang Qin. How could they not be angry? If that's the case, then all of you can die. At least you can accompany him. After destroying your Jun family, I will go and find Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Qin said lightly. Chapter 3256. Jun Tianqiu is the #1 genius of the Jun family. As a member of the Jun family, I am extremely proud. Pa, forget it. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compete with the #1 genius of the Jun family? Pa, what a joke. Today I will send you to the 18th level of hell. Boy, go to hell. Jun Qi roared angrily. His heart was already filled with anger. His own grandson, his own hopes, all of it had gone down the drain. What else could he not let go of? If he did not kill Jiang Qin today, he would not be a man. Why do you have to do this? Sun Xiaolong sighed. According to Tantai Jingzong, Jiang Qin could even be compared to a divine emperor expert. These 2 half-step divine emperors were just there to die. There was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Xiaolong's guess was right. Jiang Qin quickly made his move. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand seals linked together. His qi controlled the universe. His palms were like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. The two heroes of the Jun family didn't even last 10 rounds in Jiang Qin's hands. They were defeated by Jiang Qin in a domineering manner, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. When the two of them wanted to escape, they finally realized the threat of death. But at that moment, everything was too late. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape from Jiang Qin's palm. In the end, they were killed by Jiang Qin mercilessly. The Jun family had almost completely declined. The death of their genius disciple and the 2 old ancestors of the Jun family was a great blow to the vitality of the Jun family. They might not be able to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. No one dared to go against Jiang Qin's words. At this moment, Jiang Qin was like a peerless divine emperor that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with. Even Sun Xiaolong had no choice but to stand beside Jiang Qin and act as a foil. The most fortunate person was none other than Zhang Tingxiu. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong's timely arrival, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the fossil sect, perhaps he would have died more miserably than anyone else. Even the 3 half-step deity emperors were killed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin could control their life and death with just a flip of his palm. It was truly a blessing in misfortune to be able to survive. Jiang Chen's methods and the shadows of his spear were terrifying. At this moment no one dared to say a word. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a strong cultivator was in existence that ruled over the world. No one in the entire Broken Dragon County dared to go against him. Even the envoys of the petrifying sect were willing to stay behind. How domineering was this? Wang Fengqi's eyes flickered with a strange light, his gaze was burning. One day he would become like his master, an existence that was the focus of everyone's attention. He wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't a piece of trash, he wanted to become a man of indomitable spirit in this world. Brother Qi. Feng Yan held Wang Fengqi's hand tightly. Their eyes were filled with emotions and excitement. Jun Luohua was dead and the Jun family duo was also killed by Jiang Chen. There was no longer any hindrance for them to be together. This was the most fortunate thing. Sister Feng, there will be a day when I become the strongest man in this world. At that time I'll come and marry you. This time I'll definitely enter the petrified sect. I'll become someone above all others. I'll protect you forever and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Wang Fengqi said solemnly. The determination in his heart and the determination in his eyes made Feng Yan very happy. The smile at the corner of his mouth was also sincere. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Now he was preparing to enter the fossil sect with him. Only by entering the fossil sect would he have the opportunity to show his strength and find Qingcheng. Only then would he be at ease. Otherwise Jiang Chen would never be at peace. Brother Jiang, this time I am not the only one who came. Tantai is also here. However, she is not here now. She is somewhere else. If Brother Jiang is interested, you can go together with her. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and said in a low voice. What place? Jiang Chen asked. The relic of a great emperor. More accurately speaking, it is the temporary imperial residence of an ancient great emperor. It is located in the south of the Broken Dragon County. However, this time two people came. Tantai and the number one genius of our fossil sect by Qi Huayu. That fellow treats Tantai as his exclusive property. No one can be compared to him. He is also known as one of the three successors of the fossil sect. You can imagine how powerful he is. Compared to Tantai, he rose up faster and earlier. Moreover, after knowing that you saved Tantai, he seems to be very interested in you and wants to meet Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. It could be considered a kind reminder. Great Emperor's temporary imperial residence? What is that place? Jiang Chen frowned. If there was nothing to attract him, what was the point of going there? It is said that it is the remains of an extremely powerful great emperor. It is called the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. The Five-Direction Imperial Residence is the last great emperor of the divine world. Ever since the ancient era, the number of sovereigns became fewer and fewer. Even after billions of years, there were still a lot of people who couldn't break through to the sovereign realm. They were infinitely close to the sovereign realm, but they couldn't break through. The five great sovereigns were the last great sovereign of the divine world 60 million years ago. No one knows where he went, but after him no one else broke through to the sovereign realm. Sun Xiaolong's words completely evoked Jiang Chen's thoughts. The last great emperor of the divine world? If that was the case, it was indeed worth going there. After all, no one had broken through to the great emperor realm for millions of years. This kind of difficulty and mystery was worthy of Jiang Chen's investigation. Emperor realm. The step he had to work hard sooner or later. Therefore, it was reasonable that it attracted countless experts at this time. This time, as far as I know, there are 4 great sects that have sent out their strongest experts. The Extraordinary Will sect, the Water Charm Sword sect, and the Resurgence sect are all among them. The remaining one is my Petrified sect. These 4 great sects are also part of the 10 great sects of the Kunshan sect. I don't know where they got the news about the 5-direction imperial residence. Although there are no divine emperor realm experts, there are some genius experts whose strength is not inferior to divine emperor realm experts. After all, divine emperor realm experts are the pillars of the sect. It is impossible for them to be sent out casually. However, this time, the sect is also very concerned about the 5-direction imperial residence. Otherwise, they would not have sent out 2 out of the 3 supreme geniuses of the sect. This is enough to show that the 5-direction imperial residence will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. Whether we can get some good treasures will depend on our luck. However, What everyone wants to know the most is the reason why the Emperor Realm experts are unable to break through. If we can get the answer, I'm afraid that even the people in the Slaughter Pagoda and Marshal Dan Hall will rush to get it. Chapter 3257. How much do you know about the 5-direction temporary residence? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know about the rest. The 5-direction temporary residence was discovered by a half-step divine emperor expert, but he was already dead when he came out of it. I'm afraid Tan Tai and Bai Chi Huayu will have to find out the real secret. But if you don't want to go, you can follow me back to the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The 5-direction Great Emperor is the last Great Emperor of the divine world. It's worth it for me to find out. You fossil sect want to borrow my strength to help Tan Tai Jingsong, right? Jiang Chen said faintly. Brother Jiang is really Brother Jiang. You've seen through it. I know you'll be interested. Sun Xiaolong didn't try to hide it anymore. It was reasonable that Jiang Chen could guess it. However, Jiang Chen's help to the fossil sect was quite huge. An expert who wasn't any weaker than Tan Tai Jingzong would be a great help to the fossil sect. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong's help this time was an unexpected surprise. He would definitely report this to the sect when he returned. It was indeed a great contribution to the sect. Oh right. Brother Jiang, are your enlightened being friend and the Fire Qilin not here? Sun Xiaolong asked in surprise. They have something important to do. They're not here. Show me the way. We'll set off immediately. Jiang Chen said and looked back at Wang Fengqi. He's my disciple. You don't have to tell others about him. Just take care of him for me. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Jiang Chen took out a Peak Origin Divine tool and gave it to Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he was overjoyed. Even for him, a Peak Origin Divine tool was quite precious. Jiang Chen was so generous. The value of a Peak Origin Divine tool was definitely beyond his imagination. Above the Peak Origin Divine tool was the Primal Origin Treasure. Not everyone could have a Primal Origin Treasure. Even a Divine Emperor expert might not have a chance to get a Primal Origin Treasure without a great fortune. Of course. Many thanks, Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong accepted Jiang Chen's Primordial Spirit tool without hesitation. He glanced at Wang Fengqi and nodded slightly. I'm leaving now. Enter the fossil sect and cultivate well. In the future, your path of cultivation will depend on yourself. I hope you can comprehend the limitless sword soon. Jiang Chen took a deep look at Wang Fengqi and transmitted his voice to him. Wang Fengqi nodded his head vigorously, then kowtowed heavily in the direction that Jiang Chen had left. This kowtow was his greatest gratitude to his master. Broken Dragon County Guidebook, Chiefing Mountain. The boundless secular world was filled with continuous mountains and thorns for thousands of miles. The road was at the end of the mountain and the river was scarce. It was filled with ancient trees and great rivers. It was incomparably barren. In this barren land, even birds and beasts were extremely rare, lacking vitality. The Chiefing Mountain is just ahead. In the 300 miles of Chiefing Mountain, there's a roundabout place. That's the entrance to the 5-direction pavilion. I still have to bring people back to the fossil sect to report, so I can't continue with you. Sun Xiaolong said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Sun Xiaolong turned into a stream of light and left. Looking at the vast mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen quickly flew forward. The sky above was gloomy as if a storm was coming. Jiang Chen crossed the mountain and saw an inconspicuous valley. In front of the valley there was a small door. There were no carvings of dragons or phoenixes in front of the door, nor were there any luxurious decorations. There was only an unlatched door. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the front. It seemed like the door was forcibly opened. It seems like they've been in there for a long time. Jiang Chen frowned and murmured. Just as he was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out to him. Fellow Daoist, please wait. The person who came was a chubby Daoist. He wasn't tall and wore a Daoist robe. He had a smile in his eyes, a mustache and a pair of triangular eyes. He didn't look annoying and even a little funny. He swaggered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Where did this person come from? He didn't seem to have anything to do with him, nor was he familiar with him. Amateus Buddha. Fellow Daoist, you have a full forehead and an imposing appearance. I can tell that you're the chosen one. The chubby Daoist said with a smile. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he didn't look like a kind person. It's fate to meet each other. The fate between us has just begun. If you don't believe me, you'll definitely understand it in the future. This humble Daoist name is Wuda. Greetings. Wuda bowed slightly, looking very respectful. Wuda? Could it be Wuda? Zhang Chen thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. After all, he had no enmity with this Daoist. This Daoist name is not very good. It's very easy for people to misunderstand. He. Zhang Chen also said with a smile. Sigh, this humble one's name before I became a monk was very nice. Unfortunately, my master gave me this Daoist name. However, I didn't dare to reject it and kept using it until now. In the past I was Wu Liang. How is it? Nice, right? Wuda said with a smile, looking very proud. Zhang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you serious? Big brother, it doesn't sound as nice as Wuda. It's also a name that makes one's imagination run wild. I'm not interested in what you're called. What do you mean by calling me? Zhang Chen asked. Nothing. I just want to go in with you so that we can take care of each other. Fellow Daoist, I can tell at first glance that you are a pure-hearted person. Compared to those murderers who kill like flies, you are much better. Wuda said seriously. Do you know what this place is? Zhang Chen said calmly. I know. Isn't this the Five-Direction temporary residence? It's rumored that the Five-Direction Great Emperors are the last great emperors of the divine world. Someone must have entered this place before. For safety reasons, I'll go with you. I won't disappoint you, Wuda said seriously. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy seems to be very familiar with the Five-Direction temporary residence. I wonder where he's from. Alright, let's go together. We can take care of each other. Please. Zhang Chen said with a smile. He didn't know where this fat Daoist came from, but he wasn't afraid of him. At least he wanted to see what this guy had up his sleeve. Please. Wuda said. After you. Zhang Chen said. Please go first. If there's any danger, I can help you. Wuda said. All of a sudden, a white light flashed in front of the door. Looked like a spirit fox. Zhang Chen subconsciously took a step back and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Wuda was already on top of a mountain 1,000 meters away. Chapter 3258. Zhang Chen gazed at Wuda coldly. Nothing dangerous had happened yet, but this guy had already escaped 1,000 meters away. What the hell was going on? This is too much. Just a moment ago he said that he wanted to help Daoist friend. In the next second he ran away. There's no danger. Come down. Zhang Chen said faintly. This fella is really a clown. However, with his cowardly character he might not be able to escape. Daoist friend, are you serious? If that's the case, I will open a path for you. Wuda said with a serious face. However, he did not have the slightest intention of opening a path for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was too lazy to care about him. As long as this fella did not pose a threat to him, it would be fine. Moreover, this fella did not seem to regard Zhang Chen as an opponent. This fella's strength should be at the half-step divine emperor realm. Zhang Chen directly entered the Tufeng Palace. Within the palace, there was a thousands of miles long underground tunnel. Zhang Chen walked forward step by step while Wuda followed behind him slowly. Daoist friend, you're really bold. I was just one step away from seizing the opportunity. However, Daoist friend was still one step ahead of me. Let's go together. We can go to the Tufeng Palace easily. Daoist friend, wait for me. Zhang Chen completely ignored this fat old man. This fella has no ability, but he is the #1 coward. However, Zhang Chen was always on his guard against this fella. He had to be careful against an unknown person. After all, he did not know what the fella wanted to do. After passing through 1,000 meters of tunnel, Zhang Chen and Wuda appeared in a huge underground square. It was 1,000 meters wide and it was quite calm. On the ground, there were many stone pillars with armless people carved on them. There were nearly 1,000 armless people on the entire underground square. They were divided into two sides and it seemed to be a huge formation. Zhang Chen could not see the end of it. Zhang Chen took a step forward and wanted to enter the formation. However, he was stopped by Wuda. Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. This armless man seems to be an incomparably huge array formation. It's very strange, so it's best if you don't take any risks. Let me take a look first before making a decision. Wuda said in a serious manner. Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this old Daoist to be so kind. It was rare. It seemed like this old Daoist wasn't a narrow-minded and despicable person. Can you see the strangeness of this formation? Xianxia glanced at Wu De and said. Currently, even he could not see the strangeness of this formation. However, Xianxia had to test it himself in order to gradually understand this formation. With the no-beginning formation, he naturally had no reason to be afraid. Although this formation was complicated, he should be able to deal with it. I've been studying formations since I was young. It's been 79,000 years. Even though I can't say that I've achieved much in the field of formations, there are probably less than 5 people in the Central Plains who can surpass me in the field of formations. I'm confident that I can do it, Wu De said with an arrogant face. His entire being was filled with incomparable confidence. He had the demeanor of a great master. Just follow me. I've indeed lost my composure before. I must get back at this formation. Watch how I break this formation. Wu De nodded at Xianxia, appearing very confident. Alright, great master, please. Xianxia smiled. Wu De was in front. The two of them began to enter the stone formation of the armless man. Wu De looked around and mumbled something. After walking for half a day, they finally lost their way. Why is this formation so strange? I actually lost my way, Wu De said awkwardly with a solemn expression on his face. This formation is quite terrifying. I actually couldn't see any clues from it. I originally thought that it was just a small formation, but after entering I realized that it's actually so strange. In other words, Great Master has given up? If we get lost in this formation, won't we just be waiting for death? Xianxia said. Impossible. With this poor Daoist's attainments in formations, there's definitely no formation that we can't get out of. It's just a matter of time. Believe me, if we don't get out of this formation, this poor Daoist will not rest until I die. Although Wu De was lost, his slogan was still very loud. No matter what, they had to get out of this formation. This formation was just a maze. It didn't cause any harm to them. Therefore Wu De was not anxious at all. 3 days later. Can I still believe in you, Great Master? Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. Wu De's face was slightly embarrassed. Obviously he had failed once again. This formation was too difficult. He had no way to reverse the situation. Even if he wanted to break it, it would probably take a few thousand years. Moreover, he might not even be able to break it. Believe me one more time. This is definitely an accident. Once I've thoroughly studied it, this formation will be a piece of cake. Wu De had boasted twice, but he had failed both times. At this time he could only study the formation silently. Wu De's bragging did not stop. Xianxia was too lazy to count on him. After entering the formation, he had been studying the formation. However, he still needed a few more days to completely understand the armless stone formation. However, he was not in a hurry. The no-beginning formation needed time to evolve, and he needed even more time to understand the formation. Look, Jiang brother, there's someone over there? Wu De suddenly pointed to the front and said. He could feel a strong fluctuation of life. Xianxia also frowned. He took a step forward and went towards the corner of the stone pillar. At this moment a flying kick arrived. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He punched out and forced the flying kick to retreat. A blue-clothed figure followed and continuously kicked more than 10 times. The terrifying leg technique was like lightning. Every kick was filled with an incomparable pressure. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would probably be kicked to death. Xianxia's expression was calm with a cold expression. Both of his fists were like tigers, and he forcefully forced the blue-clothed figure to retreat. From the beginning to the end, his attacks did not manage to force Xianxia back. On the contrary, he was the one who took 2 steps back. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The blue-clothed young man's long hair was tied behind his back. His face was sharp and his eyebrows were like stars. He could be considered as a handsome man. However, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be incompatible with Xianxia. When their eyes met, a shocking battle intent could be seen. Stop. A low voice resounded. Xianxia frowned. The voice was extremely familiar. A figure flashed past behind the stone pillar. A beautiful figure appeared. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. Her eyebrows also showed a hint of surprise. It's you. The person who came was Tantai Jingzong. Her eyes were obviously filled with a hint of surprise, but she did not show it. Xianxia's appearance had undoubtedly increased the strength of the fossil sect. Although this guy was not very amiable, his strength was undeniable. The blue-clothed young man's expression also turned cold. He looked at Zhou Xian with sharper eyes. You two know each other? Not familiar. Not familiar. Zhou Xian and Tantai Jingzong said at the same time and looked at each other. Ah, what a match made in heaven. How can we not be familiar with each other when we speak so tacitly? Wuda said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with a strange color. His beaming face made the blue-clothed young man even more unhappy. Smelly old man, I'll tear your mouth if you talk nonsense again. Chapter 3259. Zhou Xian also took a step forward and blocked Wuda's path. He said coldly, Wuda. If you don't want to go out, you can kill him. Zhou Xian knew that they must be trapped in the stone formation of the armless men and couldn't find a way out in a short time. The two of them stared at each other with coldness in their eyes. Enough, Baiqi. Enough. Baiqi, he's the benefactor who saved our petrified sect in the wilderness, Zhou Xian. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. The blue-clothed youth's cold face revealed a faint smile. The killing intent in his eyes was also restrained as he said with a smile. So it's the benefactor of my fossil sect. It's true that we don't get to know each other without fighting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Under Qi reign. Zhou Qian's expression was calm. Under Qi reign, he had already guessed it. His strength was not bad. Although he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, he had to admit that it would be difficult for him to win against his talent and battle strength. The Central Region Divine Lands geniuses were really arrogant. Zhou Xian nodded slightly and said no more. You guys are also trapped here, right? This stone formation is really strange. With my qualifications, I couldn't find the exit in a short time. It's really shameful. Although I dare not say that I'm the most powerful formation grandmaster in the entire Central Region Divine Land, I'm still famous. In terms of the strength of formation, I'm afraid that it's hard to find someone who can surpass me in the Central Region Divine Land, Wuda said with a serious face. Wuda said with a solemn expression. He was extremely calm and composed. He glanced at Zhou Xian, but he was actually panicking inside his heart. Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This old Daoist really cherished his reputation. Forcefully showing off was the most fatal. Now that he couldn't find the way out, he still wanted to show off in front of others. According to Grandmaster's estimation, how much longer do we have to get out of here? Tantai Jingzong asked softly. Since Zhou Xian had stood in front of him to protect Wuda, even Tantai Jingzong completely trusted Wuda. He was filled with anticipation for Wuda. After all, they had been trapped here for several months, but they had yet to find a way out. At the same time, the other sects were also in the same situation. All of them were trapped in the stone formation. No matter how powerful their strength was, it was hard to break the formation. So, in the end, they gave up on the idea of using force to break the formation. Instead, they used a roundabout strategy and began to slowly search for the flaws in the formation. However, none of them were real formation masters. They couldn't find the way out at all. In the end, they were even completely separated. I can't guarantee that, but I'll do my best. Maybe in 10 days, maybe in 10 years, maybe even in 100 years. It all depends on our luck. Wuda said faintly with an extremely profound attitude. I hope you won't lie to us. Otherwise, I'll let you have a look at the 18 levels of hell first. Baiqi Huayu sneered. At this moment, they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. However, they had no idea when they would be able to get out. Zhou Xian glanced at Baiqi Huayu. This fellow was full of arrogance and had his eyes on the top of his head. It seemed like he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong, I wouldn't have been able to come here, Zhou Xian said. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong was even more relieved. At the very least, this fellow wasn't a person who would go back on his word. He was still trustworthy. So it's that fella Sun Xiaolong. It seems like he really doesn't know what's good for him. The 5 palaces aren't a place where just anyone can come in. Brother Jiang, don't you think so? Baiqi Huayu said with a faint smile. It was obvious that he was mocking and pointing the spearhead at Zhou Xian. In his opinion, Zhou Xian was very unhappy. Even Tantai Jingzong's mood fluctuated a little when he appeared. Usually, Tantai Jingzong rarely showed any emotion. Whether it was good or bad, Zhou Xian was a fella that he hated very much. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry will definitely be trapped here. Only those who can get out are true heroes. Zhou Xian said sarcastically. Bai Chi Huayu didn't say a word and just smiled slightly. However, he was choked by Jiang Chen's words. In other words, you're not even comparable to a nobody. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? If you have the ability, get out of this formation first. Grandmaster, I hope you can give us some pointers. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Grandmaster, you have a long way to go this time. Everyone's hopes and lives are all tied to you. Jiang Chen patted Wu Da's shoulder and said with a smile. However, Wu Da knew what Jiang Chen meant. He smiled and nodded awkwardly. Then he started to study this obscure formation again. 3 days had already passed, but no one knew what was happening within the stone formation. A terrifying shockwave continuously spread out, and the surrounding stone pillars also began to shake. As they shook, they began to crazily collide with each other. The stone pillars of the armless people collided with each other, and in the end they were bounced back. The thousands upon thousands of stone pillars of the armless people were like giant stones dancing in a chaotic dance. Rumble, what's going on? Didn't you say that it wouldn't take long to break the formation? Bai Chi Huayu said while glaring at Wu Da. When did I say that? I said that it might take 10 days. It might also take 10 years. How would I know when I can break the formation? Wu Da rolled his eyes and said with a face full of disdain. Smelly Daoist, I think you're tired of living. Bai Chi Huayu's face was as gloomy as water. However, at this moment the surrounding stone pillars were constantly colliding with each other. The power was quite great. Even with their strength, they didn't dare to be hit by the stone pillars. They rushed forward and backward, taking advantage of the situation. However, as the collision between the stone pillars became more intense and faster, everyone's face changed. The indestructible stone pillars were like giant sticks being waved by someone. The friction between them constantly created sparks. Danger was everywhere. I can't take it anymore. I'm scared to death. Wu Da screamed again and again. However, his speed was extremely fast. Even Jiang Chen could not catch up to him. At this moment, Wu Da had already disappeared from the trio's sight after a few turns. He had completely avoided the impact of those stone pillars as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at Wu Da's departing figure. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ran away just like that. This Wu Da was really, a dog can't stop eating shit. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that Wu Da would share the tribulation with them and search for the exit of the stone formation. However, Wu Da had actually slipped away. However, Jiang Chen knew that Wu Da wouldn't be able to find the exit in a short time. He just didn't want to be hit by the huge stone pillars. Chapter 3260. The stone pillars were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That kind of earth-shattering collision gave Jiang Chen a headache. However, at their level, their skin and bones were as hard as copper and as hard as steel. If the collision wasn't strong enough to shake them, they wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. However, the strangeness of this formation was something that Jiang Chen had never heard of before. He initially thought that it was just a maze, but now it seemed that the formation's lethality was very strong. If this went on, they would probably die of exhaustion here. Half a day had passed, but the giant stone pillars did not show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen kept using all sorts of techniques to protect himself. The 100 Qi Rain technique was out of everyone's expectation that Jiang Chen could withstand such a powerful attack with his peak hierarch realm strength. The speed of the stone pillars transformation was getting faster and faster, and the impact force was getting stronger. If this goes on, we'll all die here. 100 Qi Huayu frowned and said in a deep voice while glancing at Tantai Jingzong. It seems that it's impossible to enter the 5 palaces. Tantai Jingzong also said softly. They were constantly resisting the strange stone formation around them, and their strength was constantly being suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be exhausted to death. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no distractions. He must find a way to break this stone formation as soon as possible. Previously, when he used the no beginning formation to evolve this stone formation, there was a huge change. However, he still needed 3 more days. Looking at the current situation, he must hurry up. A day had passed. Jiang Chen finally understood this stone formation. The formation also required a great impact. After all, this was a formation set up by an Emperor Realm expert. If it was not for Jiang Chen's no beginning formation, they would probably all die here today. This stone formation was too terrifying. It was closely linked with each other, and these stone pillars would eventually be completely destroyed, explode and die. It was just that the final formation hadn't been formed yet. However, the price that Jiang Qin had to pay in order to break the array was also relatively high. He needed 1 day and 1 night to control the core of the array with his mind. At that moment, his soul force and essence qi would be completely locked by the stone array. In other words, he would have to become one with the array. Otherwise, all of them would die without a doubt. Jiang Qin had no other choice, because not only was he saving others, he was also saving himself. If he did not break this stone formation, he would be trapped here until he died. The 5 great monarchs sure are ruthless. To think that they would use such a terrifying formation right off the bat. They really don't want anyone to enter their temporary residence. Even a divine emperor would be crushed to death here if he's not strong enough. Jiang Qin inhaled a breath of cold air, but he did not dare to be careless. He quickly began to break the formation. Once the formation was broken, it would be a great loss for both sides. Time passed by. Jiang Qin began to use his soul force to control the stone formation and finally to break the stone formation bit by bit. This step was too difficult for Jiang Qin. If he didn't have an Emperor Realm soul, he wouldn't be able to do this. Jiang Qin endured the danger of being heavily injured and began to break the formation. The stone formation gradually stopped colliding and returned to its original position. At this moment, Jiang Qin's face was covered with sweat, and his veins were bulging. The divine origin qi in his body was almost completely used up. Because controlling the stone formation consumed too much of his soul force and essence qi. However, in order to save himself, Jiang Qin could only do this. He would rather die than rely on those guys to break the formation. Break it! Jiang Qin shouted. All the stone pillars were pushed into the ground by his soul force. At this moment, Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had almost used up 80% of his soul force and his strength was also exhausted. However, the stone formation was finally broken. However, a white shadow quickly disappeared from the stone formation. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He didn't know what that guy was. He only saw it once at the entrance. It looked like a fox. However, he didn't get to see its face and it disappeared from his sight in an instant. It was too fast. Jiang Qin knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. When he slowly raised his head, the public square in front of him had already turned into a flat ground. More than 10 people were standing on the public square. Although they were all in a sorry state, Jiang Qin was the one who suffered the most. Jiang Qin let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seemed like his efforts weren't in vain. I've finally broken this formation. I'm really ashamed. I actually used so much time to break this formation. Wuda shook his head and sighed. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking calm and composed. The people around him cupped their hands towards Wuda and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. I can't thank you enough. Daoist is really good. Daoist is too polite. I won't forget the favor of saving my life. Everyone admired Wuda and was overjoyed. If it wasn't for Wuda, they might have been trapped here until they died. The horror of this stone formation made everyone feel the pressure of being on the verge of death. Fortunately, they met a benefactor. Breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. If I broke the formation faster, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Wuda hurriedly ran over and helped Jiang Qin up. He said with a face full of shame. Jiang Qin almost vomited blood. Big brother, I risked my life to get the method to break the formation. How dare you say that you're the one who broke it? Don't you have any shame? However, Jiang Qin was too lazy to argue with him. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. After all, his strength was only at the peak hierarch realm. He should be the weakest among the crowd. Since Wuda wanted to show off, he would let him do it. Daoist Wuda is really good. You said you'd break the formation in 10 days and you actually did it. I'm impressed. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Wuda slightly nodded with confidence as if he was enjoying it. Brother Jiang, you're overpraising me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Compared to a real formation grandmaster, it's not worth mentioning. Jiang Qin stared at Wuda fiercely. Looks like this fella is really thick-skinned. He's not hesitant when he's flattering himself. Looks like Brother Jiang's strength has yet to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. You almost died here. Such a tragedy. However, Brother Zhang's courage is really commendable. Even I admire you. Bai Chi Huayu gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. You're just a hierarch realm fella. Why are you here? Now that he almost died here, he deserved it. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The smile in his eyes was full of sarcasm. You don't have to worry about me. I'm still alive. I won't die yet. Chapter 3261. Jiang brother, why don't you go back? This place is not suitable for you. You haven't even reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. If you continue to move forward, you might lose your life. It's not worth it. Wuda said seriously. Since I'm already here, why should I go back? Even if I'm going to die, I want to die here. Otherwise, I'll be a joke to others. Jiang Chen laughed and said. These words were meant for Bai Chi Huayu to hear. This fella can't wait for me to die. Jiang Chen could naturally see that this person hated him because of Tantai Jingzong. Women are really femme fatale. However, this Tantai Jingzong did not seem to be interested in him. Obviously, Bai Chi Huayu was not in the right to be jealous. He should just eat shit. Haze, even if you're going to die, Brother Jiang must die by my side. Wuda said in a deep voice. Why? Jiang Chen looked at Wuda in doubt. Because even if you die, your treasures will belong to me. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Sai, why are you glaring at me? Brother Jiang, what I've said is the truth. Your treasures cannot be taken away by others. Wuda said with a wronged face. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen's look would have killed Wuda thousands of times. This fella doesn't look like a monk at all. He's so shameless and pretentious. It's a miracle that he could live until today. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen shouldn't be this weak. When he was fighting against the evil dragon emperor, he was much more powerful than he was now. How could he be in such a miserable state? He almost lost his life. I won't die for now. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth arched slightly as he looked at everyone coldly. These people should be the experts from other sects that Sun Xiaowang mentioned. Each of them was at least a half-step divine emperor. However, Jiang Chen could feel the domineering aura of a dragon and a tiger from them. Each of them was at least 100 Chi Huayu. Moreover, each of them looked like a raging bull. That kind of terror was not something that ordinary people could achieve. These guys were all peerless geniuses. Each of them was an outstanding figure even in the Central Region Divine Land. He wasn't a deity emperor, but he was stronger than one. A hierarch dares to come here to die? Looks like he's tired of living. That's right. Looks like this kid really thinks that this is a good place to go. If I'm not strong enough, there will come a day when I'll be blinded by greed. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Kid, you better get lost. This place is not suitable for you. Everyone mocked and ridiculed Jiang Chen with extreme disdain. After all, they were all at the half-step divine emperor realm. However, their talents were not comparable to hundreds of millions of people. Their status in their clans was not any weaker than a divine emperor expert. An ordinary divine emperor was not even a match for them. This was a genius, a 1 in a million genius. This kid is quite fated with me. This poor Daoist will bring him along. There's no need for you guys to worry. Now that the door is open, we should all have our own plans. Why don't we go in and have a look? Wuda said with a smile. Only then did everyone stop targeting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Wuda. Although this fella likes to show off, he's not a bad person. He's not a selfish person like the rest of them. Only Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen silently. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would be so weak. Otherwise, would he still be the Jiang Chen that she knew? Bai Chi Huayu, is this kid from your petrified sect? You look so weak and you're still struggling at death's door. Do you think you'll be able to walk out alive later? A bulky man said with a loud laugh. He seemed to be full of hatred towards the petrified sect. Jahadonglu, don't think that I, Bai Chi Huayu, am afraid of you. The matters of my petrified sect do not need outsiders to intervene. Your Shuiyun sword sect should take care of yourselves first. Shut up if you don't want to die. Bai Chi Huayu said with a sneer. You don't have to worry about that. Bai Chi, looks like you've forgotten what happened 3,000 years ago. Back then you were chased by us two brothers all over the world. How dare you talk to me like this? Jahadonglu curled his lips and looked at Bai Chi Huayu with disdain. Back then, if it wasn't for you two brothers being so shameless and fighting 2 against 1, would I have lost to you? Don't flatter yourself. Is your Shuiyun sword sect only capable of this? Bai Chi Huayu retorted sarcastically. You, Jia Donglu said in a deep voice. His face sank and his eyes became colder. However, he was stopped by his elder brother. Why are you so angry? Haha, it's not a good sign for us to kill each other before entering the Five Palace. Brother Baichi, don't you think so? Jia Quanshan smiled indifferently. He was dressed in white and looked like a modest gentleman. That's more like it. It's better than some people who don't know what's good for them. If the Shuiyun sword sect falls into the hands of Jia Donglu, it's estimated that it will deteriorate day by day. Baichi Huayu Leng said. Jia Donglu was so angry that his face became extremely gloomy. Let's see who the 5 great emperors are first. What's the point of getting entangled here? Wu De said with a smile. He came out to smooth things over. However, the people around him didn't say much. Except for the people of the Shuiyun sword sect, the remaining 5 people were watching the show silently. It seemed that no one was willing to say a word. I hope I won't be a stumbling block for everyone. Humph. Bai Chi Huayu sneered and turned to walk deeper into the underground square. Everyone followed closely behind. These words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't care at all. If it wasn't for him, they would all be trapped here. However, he was also trying to save himself, so there was nothing much to say. It seemed that this Bai Chi Huayu was really a narrow-minded person. He's just a little perverse. Don't mind him. Tentai Jingzong saw Ling Yi in Jiang Chen's eyes and said in a low voice. Which one of you people from the fossil sect isn't perverse? Jiang Chen's words made Tentai Jingzong stunned. Only then did Tentai Jingzong realize that Jiang Chen was actually talking about her. You can think whatever you want. Those who are clean will be clean, and those who are turbid will be turbid. After Tentai Jingzong finished speaking, he followed the group into the depths of the underground square. Jiang brother, are you really ready? You should know that it's not that easy to enter this place. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. You have to think about it carefully. Wu De said very solemnly. Don't worry. I'll give you all the treasures after I die. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Phew, I'm relieved after hearing Jiang brother's words. Chapter 3262. Jiang Chen and Wu De walked at the back. More than 10 people had already entered the depths of the square. At this moment, a vast underground square appeared in front of everyone. The further they went, the narrower the width of the square became. Finally, it was only 20 meters wide. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet with 8 words engraved on it. Great Emperor's Imperial Abode, trespassers will die. These things were only used to scare people. For them, it didn't have any effect at all. They came here to look for the divine relics and treasures left by the Great Emperor. Walking further ahead, there was a majestic palace. The palace was 1,000 meters long with exquisite carvings and painted pillars. There were also some small pavilions and a gurgling stream of water flowing slowly. However, this underground palace seemed to be very cold and desolate. In front of the palace, there were 5 weapons, each with a divine weapon. Even Jiang Chen frowned. Although the 5 divine weapons were covered with dust, their terrifying power still made him feel a strong fluctuation. All of them are primal origin treasures. Incredible. Jiang Chen was shocked. The 5 divine weapons were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone's breathing was heavy as they walked forward step by step. The light in their eyes was hard to conceal. Blade, spear, rod, halberd. The 5 divine weapons were separated on the 5 weapons platforms. Countless years had passed and they were covered with a layer of dust. However, it was still difficult to cover their unparalleled killing aura in the past. What a terrifying aura. These 5 divine weapons must be the collection of the great emperors of the past. Holding a divine weapon in one's hand, one's strength can fight against the heavens. No wonder they're called great emperors. These 5 divine weapons are actually placed in the main hall. Jia Quanshan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The covetous look in everyone's eyes could not be erased. Right now, none of them had made a move because no one had thought of which one they wanted. Once someone made a move, it was very likely that they would flock to snatch it. Even Jiang Chen was a little tempted. However, he didn't approach the 5 divine weapons immediately. After all, they were the possessions of the great emperors. How could it be so easy to take them? Jiang Chen looked around and didn't find any danger, but there was nothing strange either. This was the strangest thing. Previously, when they were in the underground square, they were almost trapped to death by the terrifying stone array. Entering the main hall, there was no danger at all. It really made one's imagination run wild. Jiang Qin didn't move, but he discovered that the greedy Wu De didn't move either. He was just beside Jiang Qin, drooling as he looked at the 5 divine weapons, but he didn't move at all. His steps were as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't move a single step forward. This guy looked greedy, but his heart wasn't swallowed by greed. This divine spear, I want it. Jia Huayu took a step forward and became the first person to rush out. At the same time, Jia Quanshan and Jia Donglu of Water Charm Sword Sect also moved. Tantai Jingzong also didn't want to be outdone. The 4 of them each obtained a divine weapon. A black shadow burst out and also obtained the last divine staff. Jia Huayu obtained the divine spear as he wished. Jia Quanshan of Water Charm Sword Sect obtained a divine blade. Jia Donglu obtained a divine halberd. And finally, Tantai Jingzong obtained a mace. A mace is good. Maybe I can still use it. Wu De smiled with an evil smile. Jiang Chen's mouth slightly twitched. This smelly Daoist really made him look at him in a new light. A monk was actually so shameless. However, after thinking about it, he didn't care about such a strong pretense. Why would he care about these things? Only Jiang Chen knew the whole story and didn't expose him. This guy was really a weirdo. It's him. Jia Donglio's eyes turned cold. He looked at the black-clothed man and said in a deep voice, "Bailey Zhangyang, it seems that the extraordinary Will sect has also arrived." Jia Huayu said lightly. The black-clothed man was the top genius of the extraordinary Will sect, Bailey Zhangyang. Changyang has arrived. Xinyang should also be here. Jia Chuanshan's eyes slightly narrowed. Brother Jia really has good eyesight. Unfortunately, I'm a step late. All the good things have been taken away by you. My heart is really itching. A burly man arrived in the air. It was Bailey Xingyang of the extraordinary Will sect, also Bailey Zhangyang's twin brother. Bailey Xingyang directly landed in the center of the hall. He glanced at Jia Donglu and the others with cold eyes. It seemed that his eyes were filled with greed. It seemed that he would snatch the divine weapons in their hands at any time. Who can you blame for being a step late? But it seems that you don't have a chance. Jia Huayu shrugged. He extended his hand and gently wiped away the dust on the spear. His eyes were extremely blazing. The owner of the spear seemed to be extremely domineering, as if the spear was tailor-made for him. You're right. You can only blame yourself for not living up to expectations. This time I agree with Jia Huayu. Bailey Shiyang, next time when you want to drink milk, try to come earlier. Jia Donglu laughed and looked at Bailey Xingyang with disdain. Jia Donglu, you're courting death. Bailey Xingyang's eyes turned cold. He shouted in a deep voice with a threatening, killing intent. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jia Donglu did not care about Bailey Xingyang's dissatisfied eyes at all. He held the divine halberd in his hand and seemed to have an unparalleled domineering aura. With a divine weapon in his hand, what was there for him to be afraid of? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Your divine halberd is mine. Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglio's eyes met, creating a series of sparks. Their battle intent completely burst out at this moment. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Why don't you go and snatch the divine weapons?" Wu De looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He had the chance to snatch the divine weapons, but Bailey Zhangyang was one step ahead of him. Wu De was very surprised. Wasn't the divine weapons attractive enough for Jiang Chen? Then why don't you go? Jiang Chen asked as he squinted his eyes and stared at Wu De. The smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter and brighter. However, Wu De felt guilty and evaded his gaze, which made Jiang Chen even more suspicious. I'm afraid of being besieged by them. My strength is only at the middle hierarch realm. I'm not their match. As long as they snatch the divine weapons, I can get something else. Others eat the meat while I drink the soup. Wu De said with a silly smile. However, Jiang Chen did not think that this guy was harmless. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that Wu De's strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. He did not feel anything at all. However, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuation. Why would he lie? Chapter 3263. With the divine weapon in hand, the world is mine. Jia Donglio's combat strength was unparalleled. His half-step divine emperor strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their strength. This was indeed the gap between geniuses. The Central Region Divine Land was indeed the center of the entire divine world. Even these monstrous geniuses who had yet to enter the super sects were already so powerful. If they were monstrous geniuses from the Buddha Pagoda's Marshal Dan Palace, how powerful would they be? People were most afraid of comparison. In comparison, Jiang Chen felt that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, many people would surpass him. It was impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Therefore, Jiang Chen just wanted to find Yan Qingqing as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity to rescue her. It seemed impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless person. He knew what he should do. Therefore, he didn't make a big move until now because he knew that the palaces of the 5 great sovereigns were not that simple. The strength of an emperor realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could guess. At this moment, Jihad Donglio's strength was obviously superior to Beili Xingyang's. He held the divine halberd in his hand and brandished it in a domineering manner. His strength was comparable to Beili Xingyang's. Even if there was a gap between them, it shouldn't be this big. Obviously, it was the divine halberd that displayed its peerless divine might. Ah, look at my divine halberd. It's indestructible. Who can fight against me? Ah. Jihadonglu laughed wildly. The divine might was unparalleled. It was the might of the divine halberd that made him feel as if he had the help of the gods. He was like a fish in water when fighting against Beili Xingyang. What are you without the divine halberd? Arrogant fellow, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Beili Xingyang held a long blade in his hand, constantly unleashing a peerless blade light. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them fought back and forth, crisscrossing each other. Their auras fluctuated, but Beili Xingyang was still at a disadvantage. The halberd of Gaga Donglu was too powerful. With the help of the halberd, Gaga Donglu could be so savage, which made Beili Xingyang very angry. This divine halberd is really amazing, amazing. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it seems that I won't have the chance. Powerful, simply too powerful. Wuda's eyes were filled with envy, his heart filled with joy. However, he was powerless, unable to obtain that divine weapon. With your speed, no one would be able to catch up to you if you snatched a divine weapon and left. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong this guy was, but his speed was insane. When they were escaping, no one had expected this guy to be so fast and decisive. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong this guy was. Ah, brother Jiang, you must be joking. How can a sparrow and a swallow know the ambition of a swan? My ambition is not on the 5 divine weapons at all. Wuda laughed in a low voice. Oh, could it be that you know that there are more powerful things in the palaces of the 5 great emperors? Jiang Chen also looked at Wuda with interest. Wuda chuckled and put on a mysterious look. Buddha said, don't say, don't say. Are you a Buddhist or a Taoist? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He really couldn't help but want to beat him up on behalf of the Buddhists. Hallelujah, brother Jiang Chen, this is my home. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have my own Tao in my heart. That's enough. Wuda said in a competitive manner. Hallelujah. Where the fuck did this monster come from? Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but there is a holy church in the central region and they worship Yahweh, who is also our Buddha. No, the Buddha in your eyes, Amateus Buddha. Jiang Chen didn't want to listen to Wuda's nonsense anymore. Jiang Chen couldn't even figure out which side this bastard belonged to. As time passed, Beili Xingyang's aura became weaker and weaker. He was suppressed by Jihad Donglu. The halberd swept across and directly broke the long saber in Beili Xingyang's hand. Beili Xingyang's expression changed and he backed off. The veins on his face bulged and he was full of unwillingness. However, no matter if it was Jia Quanshan or Beili Zhongyang, neither of them went to help them. As long as they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. Since they wanted to fight, they would let them fight. As long as it was not a life and death situation, Jia Quanshan and Beili Zhongyang would definitely not fight. Second brother, take this. Beili Zhongyang said in a deep voice. He grabbed the godly staff in his hand and threw it at Beili Xingyang. Beili Xingyang's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Holding the godly staff in his hand, he instantly became spirited, and the battle spirit in his eyes intensified. After getting the godly staff, he also sensed an astonishing power emerging from the inside out. A terrifying aura filled the air. The two soldiers who weren't afraid of death collided fiercely again. It's a waste to give you the godly staff. You are no match for me. Ha! Jihadonglu said in disdain. That's not necessarily true. Take good care of the godly halberd in your hand. Perhaps its owner will be me soon. Humph! Bailey Xingyang sneered. Dream on. Take this. The battle between Jihadonglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more intense. It had to be said that after Bailey Xingyang got the godly staff, his fighting strength had increased a lot. The two of them fought back and forth, and it wasn't as one-sided as it was at the beginning. It wasn't hard to believe that the Emperor divine weapons in their hands had played a crucial role in their battle. Both of them seemed to be on par with each other. If it wasn't for the two of them sealing the circle, the people around them would have suffered great injuries. Even if they didn't die, they would have been suppressed. At least Jiang Chen and Wu De did not have the chance to escape from such a powerful expert. Wu De and Jiang Chen's strength was too great. Jiang Chen and Wu De's strength was too great. Jihadonglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more furious as they fought. They were originally suppressing him, but they didn't expect that after Bailey Zhangyang gave him the godly staff, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Chapter 3264. Ah, this divine halberd is a real treasure. If you want to get it, you have to kill me first. This divine weapon has already recognized its master. You are not my opponent at all. Jihadonglu approached again and again. Everyone could see that after the divine halberd recognized him as its master, Jihadonglio's combat strength had obviously improved again. The biggest difference between an object with a master and an object without a master was that the former could not be fully understood. But it was different now. Jihadonglu had integrated the divine weapon into his body. Now he was the divine halberd and the divine halberd was him. Bailey Xingyang glanced at his elder brother. Bailey Zhangyang nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for him to worry. Bailey Xingyang's eyes turned cold. He also completely fused the divine staff into his body and bound it with his blood, completely turning it into his own. At that moment, both of their battle prowess rose once again, reaching an extremely balanced state once again. This divine weapon attracted more and more people's attention. Because Bailey Xingyang and Jihadonglu, who were holding the divine weapon, had reached their peak strength. There was no doubt that their strength was beyond anyone's reach. As long as they integrated with the divine weapon, they could reach such a level. Who wouldn't be envious? Moreover, such a terrifying primordial essence treasure was in existence at the level of a sect's guardian treasure, even in their sections. Get out of my way. Jihadonglu was incomparably furious. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Bailey Xingyang didn't give in at all. Gradually his eyes also turned blood red. The moment their gazes met, their eyes turned completely blood red, and there seemed to be raging flames burning in their eyes. At that moment the two of them fought with their lives on the line, disregarding everything. It was a choice of life and death. Even Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Quanshan did not expect this at all. After all, the two of them were fighting at the cost of their own lives. If this continued, one of them would definitely die first and the other would suffer fatal injuries. However, their battle did not stop. Their combat strength kept rising, as if they were about to break through to the half-step divine emperor realm. The terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiang Chen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The blood-red color in the eyes of these two fellows was getting more and more concentrated, becoming more terrifying and demonic. In an instant, Wu De was the first to shout. He, they've already lost their minds. Wu De's words caused everyone's expression to change. However, they were still skeptical. How could that be? A single battle had caused the two of them to become so deranged. Xingyang, return quickly. Come back, Donglu. Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Quanshan both called out. However, the battle between the two of them still did not stop. Terrifying waves of air shot out again and again, inflicting a great deal of damage to both sides. The two of them madly fought with everything they had as if they wanted to kill the other. Bailey Zhangyang frowned. Normally, Xingyang would not be so disobedient. His elder brother's words were like his life, but today Xingyang was ignoring him. This made Bailey Zhangyang very confused. Donglu, get your ass back here. Jia Quanshan roared angrily, but Jihadonglu still did not stop at all. The battle between the two was a battle of life and death. At this moment, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhangyang glanced at each other. They both noticed that something was wrong. Brother Changyang, how about we work together to separate the two of them? Jia Quanshan looked at Bailey Zhangyang and said with a deep voice. Alright. Bailey Zhangyang nodded heavily. The two of them quickly flew up and approached the two of them, wanting to separate them. However, in an instant the two of them suddenly turned their heads and aimed at Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Donglu. The two of them were almost directly knocked back and flew away. They only stabilized themselves after taking more than 100 steps back. Looking at each other, Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Quanshan's eyes were filled with shock. The two of them were actually knocked back by Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu, and in an instant they actually stopped and attacked them. Xingyang, you're crazy. Bailey Zhangyang roared angrily. His eyes were like arrows, but when he looked at Bailey Xingyang's eyes, there was no longer a trace of light in his eyes. Only endless blood was left in his eyes. Jia Donglu was the same. Jia Quanshan was greatly shocked, but Bailey Xingyang did not take his elder brother seriously at all. They became extremely angry and shocked. How could this be? Why did the two of them seem to be possessed? They even lost their minds and there was only killing intent in their eyes. It's a divine weapon. A great emperor's divine weapon. Only after the two of them recognized the great emperor's divine weapon as their master did they discover this scene in front of them. Jiang Chen said. His eyes were filled with doubt. The two of them seemed to have an extremely terrifying killing intent. In their consciousness, there was only fighting intent and killing intent. That's not their will, that's the will of the great emperor's divine weapon. It's the soul of the great emperor's divine weapon. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Now everyone's expression changed greatly. When they looked at the great emperor's divine weapon in their hands again, whether it was Jia Quanshan or Jia Quanshan, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't recognize the great emperor's divine weapon as its master right away. Otherwise, wouldn't they be devoured by the great emperor's divine weapon? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it now? Jia Quanshan roared and looked at Jiang Chen with cold killing intent. I don't even have the great emperor's divine weapon. I don't even have the chance to have my mind corroded by the divine weapon. You're really silly. Moreover, what does your death have to do with me? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. This guy was too naive and unreasonable. Did he really think that he was the emperor? Kid, I think you're tired of living. I'll kill you now. Jia Quanshan's killing intent shrouded Jiang Chen. He took a step forward, intending to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered and struck out a punch without any hesitation. Both of their fists and palms collided. This punch shocked everyone, including Tantai Jingzong. She thought that Jiang Chen would be able to withstand Jia Quanshan's attack, but she did not expect that Jiang Chen was not at a disadvantage. One should know that Jia Quanshan was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor. He was not even afraid of an ordinary divine emperor. However, Jiang Chen's punch completely blocked Jia Quanshan's attack. The mountain crumbled and the earth cracked. Jia Quanshan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His punch could kill 3 to 5 ordinary half-step divine emperors, but Jiang Chen was not affected at all. This guy is only a peak hierarch, how could he be so strong?